A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
ReactConf Day 2. Please make your way in. We got 3 minutes until start of show. See you in there.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
Welcome, everyone, to day 2 of ReactConf 2025. How are you doing this morning? That is actually better than I thought. I gotta say, I stayed up way too late, hanging out, having fun with my friends. You do this, and you're working, and you're like, I haven't gotten to see any of my friends. And so I was up till 2 last night, and I assumed that y'all would be as tired as me, but you got this. But even so, I think we can really warm up and make sure that we give our friends speaking today a really great, just warm reception for all the things that they've done and prepared. So I'm going to do a little bit of warm up. We're going to just kind of cover some of the things that we saw yesterday, and I'm going to tell you one terrible joke. So we'll just we'll applaud really loud for all of the things that we saw yesterday, and just kind of warm up. Get in the zone to learn some new things today. Is everyone with me? Yes, I love that. Great job. Okay, so first and foremost, we had an incredible announcement and found out that React is now a foundation. Yes, amazing. Incredible news. We also got new APIs. React 19.2 ships with new view transition and activity. Let's go! Amazing, incredible hard work bringing that to pass. Also, all of us sang a rousing chorus of Happy Birthday. That was amazing. So give yourself an applause for that one. Yes! Good job. And finally, what we will be celebrating today is something that is an incredible achievement. 10 years of React Native. This is very exciting. So give it up for everyone who has done incredible work building up that platform. React Native, let's go! 10 years! Good job. Awesome. Okay, cool. You all seem warmed up to me. So just to make sure that we got humor covered as well, I'm gonna throw in a terrible joke. Okay, so I once spent an entire afternoon arguing with TypeScript over whether undefined was assignable to never. My coworker walked in and said, "Are you ready to go yet? What's going on? What's taking so long?" And I said, "Hold on, I'm just negotiating a union dispute." That wasn't enough. More laughter. I know it's bad. More laughter. All right, so we got a couple housekeeping things today. I want to let you know that we have a Discord. If you have questions that come up, that is a space for you to ask them. So, and they will get answered. We're going to hunt down answers for you. So whether you're here or on the live stream, hello, we see you. You will have, you got a space for questions. And then we also, oh man, I did such a bad job of the official announcements. I was preparing stupid jokes. We have a Wordly. If you need to use closed captions, those are available to you on your device. Okay, I think that's all the housekeeping stuff. If you have any questions, you can find me and we'll get you all sorted out. Something that I have the privilege of doing this morning for the first time ever is inviting to the stage, you know him and love him already, but inviting him to the stage for the first time as the head of the React Foundation, Seth Webster. Yes, let's go.
Good morning, everybody. How did we do yesterday? That's pretty good. I feel like we can do better. I know it's day 2. Everybody's tired. I was up late myself. I woke up with Jack Nicholson voice this morning. I called Matt. I was like, get over here and let's work on these notes. How are we doing this morning? All right. That's awesome. I just wanted to take a minute, as we do, as tradition has become here at Meta. At ReactConf, I wanted to call out the incredible work of the people who put this conference on. A conference like this does not pop up out of nowhere. There are people, literally hundreds of people who've worked tirelessly to make this event possible for all of you. And what's funny is, I guess it's not so funny to them, but it's funny to me, is like basically they'll go home this weekend, and then on Monday they'll come back and start preparing for ReactConf next year. So this is like a year-long planning and a year-long labor of love, and so I just wanted to call out the folks that have made this possible. So first of all, I wanted to call out Oh, slide notes are working. Matt Carroll, once again, for taking the helm and taking the lead and giving up many lifetime minutes to bring this incredible conference to life alongside Brianne, Alyssa, Sonny, and the rest of the Zero Soap ladies, and Chris Liss and Mike Grabowski and Matush Kornacki from Callstack for organizing. Give them a huge round of applause. Absolutely. Frank from the Westin, who is always ready to drop anything and everything to get the next thing done. Probably every seat you guys are sitting in was organized by Frank. Huge round of applause for the Westin crew for making this possible. We love the fact that you can hear me and that you can see us and that there's this beautiful LED wall behind us. And so let's give it up for Tyson, Diggit, Tom, and the rest of the Cornerstone and Mushroom Power teams for their amazing job on AV and documenting this event so we can all prove we were here. Huge round of applause. And as has also become tradition, Ricky Hanlon, I want to call out for just making the slides in the keynote just absolutely incredible. His labor of love to the detail, focus on the detail, every single year makes that part of the show amazing. So huge round of applause for Ricky. I hope he's here. Now, over the past 2 days, you've had the chance to spend some time with the best MC anybody could ever ask for, Michael Chan, right backstage. Thank you, Michael. You've done an amazing job. Lynn, you and the team for moderating the Discord and keeping that a safe space, as well as making sure that the questions are addressed alongside Jorge, Heis, Tim, and Jason for helping answer all the questions on the Discord and live stream. Wojtek for the assistance on the website, and Juan and Colton, I know you guys are out there somewhere. Thank you so much for documenting the event and keeping us all present here in the moment. So thank you. I am so excited for day 2. It's kind of like a best-kept secret, not a well-known fact, that I'm a huge React Native fanboy. At any given time, I have like 3 or 4 React Native apps going at any time. The problem is I just never have the time to release them. But I would love to get some of those over the finish line and to show you some of the features that are going to help me and you do that this year. I want to welcome to the stage my good friend and the amazing Jorge Cohen.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jorge, an EM on the React team at Meta. Welcome to day 2 of ReactConf. I hope you all had a fantastic time last night with karaoke. And it's good to see the room is full, even though some of you probably had some drinking last night. It's truly incredible to be here today, witnessing this amazing community come together. Today, we're about to mark a significant milestone in the journey of React Native. And I'm thrilled for the team to share some exciting developments with you. So, as you can see, our community is thriving. These images capture just a glimpse of the passion and dedication that drives React Native forward. It's a testament of what we can achieve when we collaborate and work together. When you choose React Native, you're choosing to write better applications with less code. Our framework was built on the promise of learn once, write anywhere. This means you can leverage React Native to share a significant portion of your code base across different platforms. And in many cases, you can even use the exact same code base to create truly multi-platform apps. Take our React Conf app, for example. It's built from a single code base, yet each version adapts seamlessly to the unique design language and convention of the respective platforms. Yeah, definitely woo for that. These applications are crafted with the very same React you know and love, but they are rendered with the native views that each platform provides. This means you get the best of both worlds. the efficiency of React development combined with the authentic look and feel of native iOS and Android apps. You can fully embrace each platform's conventions and tap into powerful native modules and extensions. So you can build things like widgets and live activities. It's as truly native as it gets. So at its core, it's the same React for web, but with the power and performance of native mobile applications. It's React truly native. And over the past decades, React has gone from a hackathon project started at Facebook and evolved into a robust and powerful framework we know today. We've come a long way since its inception, and in this presentation, we're excited to highlight some of the most significant advancements and improvements from the last year and throughout our decade journey. OK, so once the slides catch up with me, we're going to talk about our journey today. The conference 2025. OK, we got a lot to cover today. And we'll start with the State of React Union, React Native Union, which will give you a snapshot of our community and our ecosystem. We'll look into new capabilities that are coming to React Native. And we'll talk about the future of React Native and the innovation yet to come, if the slides allow. And now, to talk about the state of React Native, everyone please welcome Nicola Corti.
Thanks, Jorge, for the introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Nicola, and I work as a software engineer at Meta on the React team. And I'm truly excited to be here today, again at ReactConf, and have the opportunity to talk with you about the growth that React Native has seen in the past years. So let's dive in. So first, let's talk about my favorite metric, download counts. Obviously, the last time that we spoke here at ReactConf last year, React Native was just downloaded 2 million times every week. But since then, yeah, hold on, because since then, the growth hasn't slowed down. Today, you folks are downloading React Native 4 million times every week. That's a 100% growth from last ReactConf, which is just wow. And I just got started, because looking at weekly download count doesn't give the full picture. Let's zoom out and look at how our yearly download count has increased over the last 10 years since we started. So since 2015, our growth has been truly incredible. Fast forward to today, and React Native has already been downloaded over 120 million times. And the year is not even over yet, folks. So yeah, those metrics clearly show how we evolved from just an hackathon project to a technology that is trusted by millions of developers around the globe. So now let's talk about releases. In 2025, we made a significant change as we moved to shipping 6 releases per year. This new schedule allows us to deliver both bug fixes and new features to you more frequently. And I'm also extremely excited to announce that just this morning, React Native 82 has been released on NPM. So the release blog post is called React Native 82, A New Era. So hold on, because my colleagues have a lot of features to share that has just been shipped or will be shipped in the upcoming release in 083, which is expected later this year. So stay tuned for the rest of the keynote, because we have a lot of announcements for you. But we have another exciting milestone for our ecosystem to share. So we just crossed over 2,000 React Native libraries listed on reactnative.directory. So today, developers have more tools, components, and library at their fingertips than ever before. But it's not just libraries, right? Because what truly sets React Native apart is our community. We are proud to share that React Native now has over 2,700 unique contributors, a number that stands out as one of the most contributed projects in the ecosystem. But this isn't just a statistic, right? We truly believe that React Native is, at its core, a truly community-driven project. And we want to thank all of you for being part of this today. But community numbers only tell part of the story, right? As there are some apps in our ecosystem that are truly outstanding, and we want to spotlight today. Yes, because the real impact of React Native comes to life in the beautiful application built by developers like you all around the globe. So in this next section, we're going to take a sneak peek at some of those apps that we believe are truly worth a mention. So first, let's take a moment to recognize some outstanding achievements. Because many React Native apps, aren't just popular, they are award-winning. Over the last years, several React Native apps received unique awards in the various stores, mobile stores. So these awards highlight both the technical skills of the teams behind those apps, but also the real-world impact that those apps are having on their user base. So let's look at some of them. First one is Rise, a beautiful sleep tracking app. Rise stands out not only for its powerful features, but also for its beautiful user experience. The team at Rise leverages React Native Skia to render a unique, elegant UI, delivering smooth animations and stunning charts that sets a new standard for mobile design. Next up is Runna, an amazing running coach application. I'm a runner myself, and I love this app. What sets Runna apart is its deep integration with native platforms, enabling the app to provide real-time background guidance during your workouts, while still accessing all the native APIs needed for wellness tracking. And they're also using React Native Skia to render those beautiful workout recaps at the end of your races. And finally, Partyful, a delightful social event planning app. Partyful was recognized as Best of Play Store last year. And other than being a beautiful app, Partyful is also pushing the boundaries on iOS, integrating natively with features like app clips and live activities. So we believe that those apps are just some fantastic example of how React Native can be leveraged to build award-winning applications that can feel right at home in the platforms they're running on. So I think they deserve a big round of applause for those apps, please. But building beautiful and impactful React Native apps is possible only thanks to strong foundations that allow you to access all the capabilities of the underlying platform without unnecessary bottleneck. And those foundations are the new architecture. In the next section, we want to showcase some new architecture migration success stories from apps in our ecosystem. First, from one of our closer partners, Shopify. They migrated both their Shopify mobile and point-of-sale apps to the new architecture. They published an extremely insightful blog post detailing their migration journey. In it, they share both wins and pitfalls that they encountered along the way. I'm excited to share that thanks to the new architecture, they were able to significantly improve the app launch on both Android and iOS while reducing unnecessary re-rendering, so their application is both snappy and responsive. But new architecture also means new capabilities, right? So for example, let's take a look at Starlink, the satellite connectivity app. Starlink leverages the new architecture and React Native Vision camera to power their field of view screen. Thanks to this, they were able to deliver a truly native experience that makes an everyday task, such as network diagnostic, truly engaging for their users. So we've seen how migrating to new architecture is enabling teams to build beautiful applications. But there are other migration stories in our ecosystem that we think are worth highlighting today. And those are the migrations from platform-specific framework to React Native. So let's look at some of those. First one is Zalando, Europe's leading online fashion platform. Zalando is incrementally migrating their mobile app to React Native, allowing them to modernize their stack without disrupting their user experience at all. What's especially interesting is their use of React Strict DOM to share code between web and native platform. If you're interested in learning more about the technical details of this migration, folks at Zalando just posted an extremely insightful engineering blog about their migration journey. So go check it out. And another insightful migration is HelloFresh Group, a global leader in meal kit delivery. HelloFresh is actively migrating all of their mobile apps to React Native, demonstrating a strong commitment to cross-platform development. Their Factor app that you see on left has been almost entirely migrated into React Native, showcasing how even complex user flows can be seamlessly migrated to React Native. And thanks to this migration, they were able to accelerate development while maintaining consistency across a number of different brands. They also published a blog post on their engineering blog, showcasing their migration story, so make sure you don't miss it. And again, those are just some amazing story of migration journey in our ecosystem. So I think just by the fact that those folks are publishing their story and publishing blog posts, they deserve a big round of applause. So moving on, we would like to talk about the match between React Native and AI. So yes, we believe that the match between React Native and AI is a match made in heaven. The power of React Native allows you to greatly reduce the time to market for several emerging AI applications out there. So let's take a look at some of those. The first one is Mistral, an exciting new player in the AI space. Mistral Les Chat is built entirely with React Native, showcasing how powerful React Native has become for even advanced AI use cases. This app offers a conversational experience with audio capabilities, all delivered through a single React Native code base. Moving on is Replit, a platform that's transforming how people collaborate on code. The Replit mobile app is also entirely built with React Native. And this allows the team at Replit to deliver a seamless, high-performance coding experience across both iOS and Android. Again, all from a single code base. And finally, let's turn our attention to Vercel v0, a groundbreaking app that's redefining how developers build for the web. Vercel v0 is also built with React Native. And you know what is the best part? I heard Vercel v0 is now available in public beta. So go and check it out in the App Store. And we believe that those apps are truly unique experiences of how React Native is a great tool to support AI use cases, while allowing you to deliver extremely elegant and polished experience, such as this one. So as we wrap up our app highlights, we do have one final use case to mention. Microsoft Copilot for Office. React Native isn't just for mobile anymore, right? With React Native, you can reach your users wherever they are, on phones, tablets, desktop, and much more. Microsoft built a Copilot integration for Word entirely with React Native. The area that you saw on top, where Copilot brings AI-powered assistance into your documents, is entirely built with React Native. And it's impressive to see how it blends in with the rest of the desktop application. So, as we just saw, React Native is enabling teams to deliver native experiences on both mobile and desktop. But there are more future platforms they can reach today, thanks to React Native, which go beyond mobile and desktop. And today, we want to look at some of them. First, let's talk about an exciting development from Amazon, Vega OS. Yes, folks, this is a big one. So Amazon has built an entire new operating system for their Fire TV devices. And what's truly remarkable is that React Native is built right inside of it. So I think it's effectively the first React Native operating system. So, folks, this is gonna power millions of TVs around the world, and is a huge commitment and investment from Amazon. By integrating React Native at the OS level, Amazon is enabling developers to build elegant TV experiences using the same technology that you all know and love. If you're curious to see it in action, make sure you check out the Amazon booth, where you can see it running smoothly, even on low-end devices. And make sure you don't miss the talk from Giovanni and Eric, React Native Amplified, just after the keynote. Another platform that we want to talk about is VR. Let's take a look at some of the experiences that we announced at Meta Connect last year. The Facebook and Instagram VR apps. Both of those applications have been entirely built with React Native, showcasing just how far the framework has come in supporting advanced, high-performance applications. Thanks to React Native, those teams were able to deliver beautiful experiences across platform, all while reusing a lot of existing code and components from web. But those are not just ported web versions, right? We added new specific features for VR devices. For example, on Instagram VR, we now show 3D images with a beautiful parallax effect. This feature is unique to VR, and thanks to AI, we can now create a parallax effect for images that weren't originally captured in 3D. This means that any photo can be transformed into a more immersive, dynamic experience, making your Instagram feed come alive in a whole new way. So this feature demonstrates again how AI and React Native together can unlock possibilities that were previously out of reach. So now you're curious about VR, right? Well, the great news is, today, you can also build for VR using React Native. We're thrilled to announce that the Expo Go app is now available on the Meta Horizon store. Yes, folks. This is a huge milestone for both React Native and Expo. With Expo Go in VR, you can preview and test your projects directly inside a headset, making it easier than ever to build immersive experiences. In this video, you'll see a developer using Expo Go on Quest, making changes to the React Native project, and instantly seeing those updates in real time, thanks to Hot Reload, now in VR. And on VR, the possibility goes far beyond what you could do on mobile. In this video, you'll see how React Native enables you to leverage VR-specific APIs, such as accessing the headset pass-through cameras, rendering your avatar directly inside your app, and so on. These capabilities open up a whole new world of interactive and engaging experience. The app you see on screen is available on GitHub at the URL that you see over here, and we'll be releasing more libraries to access Horizon-specific APIs, such as in-app purchases, notifications, and much more, with detailed guides and examples on how to use those APIs in the coming months. And as we have seen, React Native runtime and adoption have reached new heights. But there is another growth area that we want to spotlight, which is tooling. Over the past years, we have seen major advancements in developer tools, libraries, and framework that will make developing with React Native more enjoyable than ever. So let's take a closer look at some of those. Well, first, we couldn't talk about tooling without mentioning Expo. So we want to take a brief moment to look at their latest release, Expo SDK 54. With this release, you will get a bunch of new features, such as support for React Native 81, Liquid Glass, and precompiled binaries for iOS. Also, Expo just announced the Expo App Awards, an initiative to spotlight some of the most beautiful and innovative Expo apps out there, giving well-deserved recognition to the talented developers behind them. And finally, we also want to mention Expo Launch, which allows to ship your application to stores faster than ever before. And if you want to learn more about it, don't miss Evan's talk later today. So, folks, I think the Expo has been really groundbreaking for React Native. So again, they really deserve a huge round of applause, please. Yes. So let's move on to the first party side, because we want to celebrate our beloved React Native dev tools. Since you launched it last year, we saw huge community adoption. In case you don't know, React Native Dev Tools was a complete rebuild of our debugger architecture, closely integrated with React Native and Hermes. It's a focused product with a focused set of features, addressing fundamental reliability issues which have affecting the React Native ecosystem for a number of years, all while offering a cohesive experience which is aligned with the web, with the same web experience that you're familiar with on web. And again, React Native Dev Tools has been a huge hit with the community. And because we built React Native Dev Tools on standardized web debugging protocols, this has enabled third-party tooling, such as Radon IDE, to build upon our core. In this video, you'll see how Radon IDE now offers practical features like inline breakpoints. This means you can now manage, set, and hit breakpoints right where you write your code, making debugging for React Native faster and more intuitive. But this is just a sneak peek of where the tooling of React Native has arrived so far. I know you folks in the audience are eager to hear about some newly released features for React Native. So to talk about new capabilities, I'm excited to invite on stage my colleague Ruben and Alex.
Hey. Go.
Hi everyone, I'm Ruben and I work on the React team at Meta. I'm very excited to be here to talk to you about the progress we've made bringing new capabilities to React Native. In the last few years, we've put a lot of effort into rolling out the new architecture and making it easier for people to adopt it. We have been talking about how it improves performance and quality, and that it's a solid foundation to build what's coming next. Now that it's here, we want to show you all the value that we're getting from it. First of all, many libraries in the ecosystem have not only been adapted to work with the new architecture, but have been completely reimagined to do things they could not do before. Reanimated 4 is a great example of this. It's a full rewrite of the library built specifically for the new architecture. It has all the features available in previous versions and brings new ones like CSS animations and transitions, making it easier than ever to build spectacular user experiences. FlashList v2 and Legend List, the most popular community libraries for lists in React Native, have also been completely written from scratch to leverage the new architecture. Features like synchronous layout access allowed them to make lists faster using less resources. All this with a cross-platform implementation written exclusively using JavaScript. And it's not just well-established libraries adapting to the new architecture. React Native Enriched is a new library that provides a fully native rich text editor. And it was created targeting the new architecture from day one. It is so exciting to see how our community is embracing the new architecture and building amazing products and libraries with it. Now, let's take a look at what we're doing with it within the React Native runtime. I just talked about lists and how community libraries are innovating to improve performance and capabilities of lists today. The new architecture gives us exceptional control over the threading model, unblocking very exciting capabilities like synchronous rendering. We are currently leveraging this flexibility to experiment with new primitives and abstractions in the runtime that will allow us to bring lists in React Native to the next level. If you want to learn more about this, don't miss Luna's talk on this topic later today. Another big area where the new architecture is driving innovation is web convergence. Last year, we talked about a shift in how we saw cross-platform development, from being inspired by the web to being aligned with it. That means evolving React Native to support more web capabilities that are idiomatic in React apps. React Strict DOM allows us to start experimenting with that vision today. It is implemented as a standalone library, polyfilling a subset of the web stack, like HTML elements and CSS. Also, if you want to learn more about this, Nicholas Gallagher is going to talk about it later today. Some of the functionality that React Strict DOM is meant to provide require a deeper integration with the runtime and could not be implemented in userland. Because of this, we've invested in the implementation of new web capabilities in the React Native runtime directly. And I'm very excited to share with you what we're going to bring to the community very soon, starting with DOM APIs. The DOM is a web interface that represents the application UI as a tree of nodes. It is the main API that allowed us to go from static HTML documents to highly interactive web apps. In React apps, it's what the React DOM renderer uses under the hood to render our components. We rarely need to use them directly, but there are some important use cases for which some of these APIs are a necessary escape hatch. So we've implemented some of them. Here you can see a small sample of how some of those APIs are used on React apps on web. And starting today in version 82, also in React Native. We've added support for other web capabilities in the past in React Native, but this is the first time that we add an imperative API that integrates directly with the React Native runtime. Sorry, with the React Native renderer. With these APIs, you can access the DOM representation of any native component in your application. You can get information about their layout, their position on the screen, their size, margins, and so on. You can also traverse the tree through links to parent and child nodes. And also, for the first time in React Native, it provides access to text nodes. And they also provide access to a new type of node, the document, which represents the root of the tree and provides useful methods like getElementById to access any arbitrary nodes in the tree. Thanks to this, more code can now be shared between React Native and web. In this case, you can share all of it using React Strict DOM. Thanks. This is, of course, a very simple example showcasing some of the new APIs. But the API changes are much larger than that. We've added more than 50 new properties and methods across 10 new web interfaces. As a more practical example, this is one of the core APIs that allowed us to use Visual Completion Tracker in React Native apps at Meta. VC Tracker is our internal JavaScript library to help us understand the performance of user navigations, which we've been using for years on websites like Facebook and Instagram. It doesn't only give us the duration of these interactions, but it also gives us a very deep understanding of how our users experience the loading stages in the page. This is how it works. When we detect a mutation on the page, we use DOM APIs to detect the content and the location of the inserted views on the screen. Then, when the interaction has completed, we can go back and determine what percentage of pixels rendered in those mutations made it to the final UI. Thanks to these web convergence efforts, we were able to bring that feature to React Native apps, reusing most of its existing code. And we're not stopping there. We're paying attention to how our community is using things like React Strict DOM and finding ways to accelerate our vision for cross-platform React apps. So please stay tuned for future announcements on new exciting web APIs coming to React Native in the future. If you want to start using DOM APIs today, please check the new documentation that's available on our website. Now, Alex will tell us about more exciting capabilities that we're bringing to React Native.
Thanks, Ruben. Complementing these new DOM APIs, I'm very happy to talk about new performance APIs and tooling coming to React Native. Performance is a huge focus for us. Having a fast and responsive app is pivotal to good user experience. This is something we've always cared about in the React team, and we've gone to great lengths to optimize React Native over the years to deliver amazing experiences out of the box. But we haven't always given people the tools they need to understand and improve their own app performance, or in particular, concepts and tooling that are standardized, understandable, and easy to work with. Today, that changes, as we're excited to bring the web performance APIs to React Native. These are new web-aligned performance events, as well as new runtime JavaScript APIs for apps to report measurements and tap into native details, all with minimal overhead. React Native now supports event timings, which, for the first time, give you visibility inside the runtime, from the start of a user interaction through the rendering pipeline to paint, following the familiar web rendering model. This means that event timings can indicate the responsiveness of your app, the time between user input and UI updates. And being able to instrument these timings means we can identify potential bottlenecks in user experience. We're also providing new access to the JavaScript thread by exposing long tasks, tasks on the event loop that block and interrupt rendering across multiple frames, which can also indicate degraded performance. User timings allow apps to report their own custom performance events with labels, metadata, and categorization. Use performance.mark to label a moment in time, or performance.measure to record a span in time. These APIs can be thought of like logs, but better, recording events in high precision that will be rendered graphically in the performance timeline. User timings can be used by both apps and libraries. And in fact, they're the mechanism used by React's next-generation performance profiling, which Ruslan demoed yesterday. Performance Observer gives apps efficient access to read these performance timings. It's great for measuring performance in production, and is useful if you want to report telemetry and see what's really slowing down performance across the real devices in your app's install base. So, these new APIs are really useful building blocks for measuring performance, giving us more capabilities aligned with standardized web concepts. We have new performance events and a new API for accessing them via the runtime, even in production. But we also need some way to conveniently understand these performance characteristics during development. And of course, when you need to understand your React Native app, we have React Native DevTools. Yeah. Today, we're excited to announce that the Performance Panel is coming to React Native DevTools. And this is a really huge deal, bringing everything we've just seen together. It's packed with new and familiar capabilities to deeply inspect the performance of your app, and really to understand everything your app is doing. With the Performance Panel, you can take a recording of an interaction or journey, and receive a detailed profiling trace in a timeline view. This is organized in expandable, synchronized performance tracks, just like on the web. In React Native, we're supporting performance events from various sources, including JavaScript samples, user timings, and from React. With JavaScript samples, you can see what code is taking time in Hermes and what's been scheduled on the event loop. You get a visual flame graph reflecting the cool stack of your application. This hides framework code by default, helping you focus on your business logic. User timings are a place for custom performance events in the timeline, such as those recorded by Performance Mark and Performance Measure. For example, the Facebook app uses Relay and records user timings corresponding with network and lifecycle transitions. Having these custom events can be great markers to highlight performance metrics that matter for your application. And with the React components and scheduler tracks, you can see the component stack being rendered over time and understand the operations and phases of the scheduler. This includes cascading updates, which is where a new update was scheduled during a render. These events are specifically highlighted in the performance panel as they're a common pattern for React performance issues. You can learn more about the React performance tracks on the React website, or again by watching Ruslan's talk from yesterday. This tooling is really powerful, and this is just the beginning. Our team is heavily invested in improving app performance across our range of target devices. Our goals include offering optimized performance build in open source, lighting up more of the performance features that are available on web, and integrating MCP. As well as this, we want to innovate where it makes sense to make these features more proactive and useful. And we're working with the Chrome team to build out the trace event format, performance panel, and other areas. Next, let's talk about network inspection. And yes, we're bringing the network panel to React Native Core. This is a native implementation of network inspection in our modern debugger stack, meaning it will work consistently and fully across all React Native apps. We support fetch, XHR, and the image component out of the box. The network panel records automatically, and just like on web, you can inspect request URLs, metadata, timings, and response payloads. And we support rich response previews for both text and image data, bringing across these familiar debugging features from the web. Our support for network expansion is also deeply integrated into the whole React Native DevTools experience in a couple of new and important ways. First, with support for Request Initiator. Requests show the symbolicated JavaScript call site, so you can immediately understand which piece of code fired off a request. Look at that. And React Native now populates the network track in the performance panel. This is such a useful integration, making the performance timeline even richer. Network timings are synchronized with all other performance events, providing useful context for what part of your app is running, as well as helping you debug slow responses and unwanted request waterfalls. With the performance panel and the network panel, we're happy to provide a comprehensive set of capabilities within React Native DevTools. And with our network support, we're exposing a third-party integrator API for frameworks and specialist libraries to hook into our native reporting layer. And we've got one more change to share. We're rolling out a first-class desktop experience for React Native DevTools. Our new desktop app, which will come out of the box, addresses a number of quality of life issues. It features zero setup with no browser requirement, one window per app, and windowing improvements, such as auto-raising when hitting a breakpoint, and saved window arrangements across launches, remembering the position of each window for the target app it was connected to. We're so excited about all of these new developer capabilities. We're rolling out DOM APIs today in React Native 82. And our other features will be landing in React Native 83, planned for the end of the year. Now it's over to Ricardo to talk about our broader future plans. Ricardo.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ricardo. I'm a software engineer in the React team at Meta. And wow, have you seen how many new features are coming up for React Native this year? And they are all based on the new architecture. If you were following us in the last conferences and talks that we gave over the year, there was one sentence that we kept repeating, and that is, the new architecture is the future of React Native. We did a lot of work in the past months to get to this point. We started last year, the new architecture started in 2018, but last year we moved it from experimental to beta, and you could start using that in your application and testing out to see how it was performing for you. Then, 5 months later, in October, we released React Native 0.76. It was the first release of React Native where the new architecture was enabled by default. And have you seen previously during this keynote, companies like Shopify already started using the new architecture in production successfully. And that's why, in May, we decided to freeze the legacy architecture. That meant that at Meta, we were not using the legacy architecture anymore, we were not accepting pull requests against it, and we were not even testing the legacy architecture before releasing a new version of React Native. So we basically deprecated the legacy architecture. So that's why today, starting from React Native 0.82, it's time to make the new architecture the only architecture. Or more simply, the React Native architecture. Having a single architecture has a lot of benefits, of course. The first one that we discovered is bundle size reduction. So in our preliminary test, we have seen an improvement in bundle sizes for React Native up to 1 megabyte. And the second benefit is build time reduction. In iOS, for example, where we don't have precompiled binaries as default just yet, our example application went from 300 seconds to build to 140 seconds. Having a single architecture gives you a simpler mental model for you as an app developer or a library maintainer. You don't have to worry about the next library that you want to use in your app, whether it will work with the current architecture of your app. Because there is only one architecture, so the library will work. And for library maintainer, they only have to care about the new architecture when they develop the new library. So this means that the whole ecosystem can develop new features faster and in a simpler way. The only architecture means that you cannot opt out from the new architecture anymore. So the methods that you learn over the past few months to go back to the legacy architecture, they are going to simply be ignored, starting from React Native 0.82. So your app will start always with the new architecture turned on. And if you try to forcibly enable the legacy architecture, for example, by manually instantiating the bridge, well, you're going to see this exception or this exception. So please don't do that. If you're not on the new architecture just yet, we want to know why. So please, if you find somebody with the blue T-shirt, come to us. Tell us what is blocking you from adopting the new architecture. We are very committed to help you out and understand how we can unblock the remaining steps for you. But today, I also want to provide you some guides on how to migrate if you are on an older version of React Native. So listen up. The first step for you is to migrate it to React Native 0.81. That's the last version where we support both architecture. And it's the best version for you to try and enable the new architecture and see how the app performs and what you have to change to make sure that everything runs smoothly. So once you have done that, our suggestion is to move to 0.82, our latest release. This will make for you much easier to update to the next version of React Native that we're going to release in the next future. If you are on the new architecture already, instead, you'll probably reach this point by leveraging interop layers. Those are an abstraction layer that we created in the last couple of years that allows you to use legacy libraries also on your new architecture app. we have good news for you. Interop layers are going to stay for the foreseeable future. We want for the community to have a smooth transition between the legacy architecture and the new architecture, and we don't have plans to remove them. The removal of the opt-out is a transparent change for people already on the new architecture. And library will keep working as they are doing today, because we are not removing any class in 082. Of course, the plan is to get there, is to remove the legacy architecture. So today we are in this situation where we are not allowing you to use the new architecture, the legacy architecture in 082. But starting from tomorrow, we are going to start removing classes from the code base. This is the step that we need to push in order for you to get all the benefits that I described before. So the new architecture is not the future of React Native anymore. It's the present of React Native, and it is the only architecture for React Native. It is the foundation for smaller app bundle, faster builds, and for new features such as DOM API, new evolution of the current libraries, and even for new libraries to be developed. And we are just getting started. At Meta, we are already working on a lot of new features that we're going to present in the next future. If you're not on the new architecture, you are missing out everything that we described today during the keynote and everything that we released in the past few versions of React Native. Now, there is one thing we didn't talk about over the keynote today. And this thing is Hermes. Hermes is our JavaScript engine tailored specifically to improve performances of React Native application. And today, we have another announcement for you guys. And that is Hermes V1. Hermes V1 is the next evolution of our JavaScript engine with improvements on the virtual machine and the compiler for better performance. It is the foundation for just-in-time compilation and JavaScript to native compilation, something that we presented in the past couple of years under the name of Static Hermes. As I mentioned that Hermes V1 comes with performance improvement, but here are the data to prove that. We ran Hermes V1 comparing it against the current version of Hermes with a set of synthetic benchmark from the JavaScript ecosystem, and we have seen Hermes V1 outperforming current version of Hermes across the board, and with an average improvement of 60%. But as Joe Savona mentioned yesterday during his talk, synthetic benchmark only tells part of the story, right? So we also try to enable Hermes V1 in a real-world, complex application, which is completely open source, the Expensify app. And we measure a few metrics, such as total time to interactive, bundle time loading, and content time to interactive. And we have seen improvements in Hermes V1 against current version of Hermes, up to 9%. We also run the same test using low-end Android devices, and we have seen similar improvements on the same metrics, up to 7.6%. Hermes V1 is not only about performance, but it also comes with support for modern JavaScript features natively. We are introducing support for ES classes with public and private class fields, let and cost binding, async arrow function, and new set methods, and many more new features. The catch here is that you can already write your application with those, using those features in your TypeScript code, but today they are going through Babel plugins and polyfills. Hermes V1 supports those natively. That means that we can get rid of all the polyfills and embrace smaller bundles and faster loading time for your app. Hermes V1 is available starting today as an experimental feature in React Native 082. In our blog post, you can find all the instructions to enable it in your application, and you will have to build from source to actually integrate Hermes V1 in your app. We want to say a huge thank you to people from Software Mention, which helped us rolling out this new feature in the last version of React Native. So a round of applause for Software Mention, please. And now, to wrap up the keynote and to kickstart the second day of the conference, I want to call back on stage Jorge.
So good to see that Hermes is no longer static. What a presentation we had. We saw our React Native community is growing and getting stronger every day. We looked into new web-aligned capabilities with DOM and performance APIs. And quality of life improvements made to our tooling. And we've heard about the foundation of the future of React Native with Hermes V1. What an exciting year we had. But the thing I'm more excited about is what happened over this decade. And what happened over this decade? Well, I think we all know what happened. We fundamentally changed the way that a lot of people think about native app development. And a lot of native UI frameworks have taken notice and have been influenced by this work. And it's just, I guess, how many native platforms were influenced by the work we've done with React and React Native?
All of them.
Well, this is just an approximation. Thank you, Christopher. But the number of frameworks influenced by our work is roughly all of them. React and React Native's approach to app development with features like declarative UI programming, component-based architecture, state management, hot preload, and our focus on developer experience, they're all industry standards now. And we haven't done it ourselves. We did it with all of you. So I want to take this amazing community of React and React Native developers for getting us there. A round of applause to all of you. Thank you so much for being with us today and hearing about the future of React Native. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of the day and the conference. Thank you so much.
Woo! Amazing. Oh, good job. I gotta say, Jorge's got Riz. It's kind of making me feel a little bit like, I was like, man, maybe he should have done this. Jorge's amazing. If you haven't checked out the live stream, they're going to kick it off now. Obviously, the team has been up here giving this incredible presentation. So let's have another round of applause for the team that just delivered that. Amazing. Really incredible. I was like, look, these are my notes. Like, these are all the things. I was like, I'm just going to jot down a couple things to recap. And I was like, it's like literally so many things. React Native 82. It's wild how many apps that I use on a daily basis are React Native. I remember when, kind of, I don't know, like maybe 8-10 years ago, we were asking ourselves the question of like, will anyone even use the web if the user experience on mobile devices is so good? And we're just like, whatever, we're just gonna like put React in all of the mobile devices, all the devices, it's going everywhere. I'm super excited to see the future of where all of these, where React can go. And something that was very present in that keynote is all of like new devices, new technologies that we haven't even like, that we don't have native experiences for, native platforms for. React Native is becoming the native platform for all of those VR experiences. It's becoming a native operating system on Amazon boxes for TV. Absolutely incredible to see what we've done. Actually just realized Pokemon, gotta catch them all. Gotta catch all the platforms with React. Hey, that's a good call out. Okay, so we're really taking that notion that we've been championing for 10 years as far as it can possibly go. Yesterday, we were asking how fast we can go. Now we're asking how far can we go? How many platforms can we service with React? So to learn more about Learn Once, Write Anywhere, and all of the platforms that we can take React Native to, I want you to help me in welcoming to the stage from Amazon, Giovanni Laquidara and Eric Faisal.
Yeah, first it starts, and then I go.
Good morning, ReactConf, and shout out to the live stream. My name is Eric Faisal. I'm a product manager in Amazon Devices, and I'm based out of Seattle and literally jumping for joy to talk to you today. This is the OG Kindle, launched 18 years ago. Anybody have this one? No one. I see his hand. I had Gen 2, launched 2 years later, 2009. We've got a few more devices now, from earbuds, TVs, tablets, smart home devices, doorbells, and more. These devices run on a variety of operating systems, Linux for some, Android, AOSP for others, including our Fire TVs and tablets, and that suited us well. But a few years ago, we decided to build a new operating system. We wanted something that would work across multiple device types. We could build faster experiences, have better flexibility, and allow us to control our OS roadmap for new devices in the future. So say hello to Vega OS. We actually announced this just 8 days ago, actually, and it has React Native built into the OS. Yeah. It's been years in the making. With this, we wanted to build an operating system that you may not see, but you'll feel, whether it works on low-footprint devices to advanced ones with on-device Edge AI. And the community also responded. It was awesome to see. You probably recognize some of the names. Some people just spoke before me on this. And given that we're in Las Vegas, the timing could not have been any better for the name of our new operating system. So today I'm going to talk about 3 things: how React Native is built into Vega OS, how we at Amazon are building apps on it, and 3, how app devs and library maintainers can build for Vega. So first, Vega is Linux. It's based off Yocto, and it supports multiple device types for us. We have a middleware stack with more OSS, like Weston for graphics, GStreamer for media. We have an application framework and a lifecycle manager, and React Native libraries and runtime built into the OS to interact with the brand new development toolkit. Now, we've somewhat silently launched Vega OS on existing devices over the past few years, 3 different Echo Show devices, and these devices are 30% more resource efficient and faster over their previous Android-based counterparts. Also, 8 days ago, we announced 4 new Echo devices. They're all running on Vega OS, they're all on Amazon Silicon, and frankly, they're all awesome. And Vega, yes, thank you. Vega did help us launch these faster and deliver these experiences. But what I'm personally most excited about, and what I've been working on for more than 3.5 years, is our first Vega Fire TV stick supporting 3P apps on our App Store. It is the fastest 4K stick under $40 US. Yes. Thank you. It's only 1 gig of RAM, but it feels like so much more. And we started with this device. We started with a constrained device to optimize the OS so that when we go with more powerful hardware, we can deliver some truly amazing experiences. The opposite does not work. So this is our device. In the living room, we also have one on display at our booth. This is our content-forward experience for our Fire TV UI. Almost all of these experiences you see here are built with React Native. This is our launcher app, built with React Native, and you can scroll for what seems like forever, and it's incredibly smooth. This is due to optimizations we made, including native C++ components and a fast image pipeline. Next, we're going to open up Settings. This is another React Native app. It's just seamless. You can't even notice that actually a new app launched to the foreground. Finally, we have an App Store, another React Native app. And the way that we're able to deliver these is through something that we call React Native for Vega. Now, yes, thank you. Now, you may see another word sprinkled throughout this presentation or our code, Kepler. That's just our code name. We may use them interchangeably, so don't get too confused if I say Kepler at times. Starting with the very next slide. The first one, so React Native for Kepler, React Native Kepler, excuse me, in our Amazon Devices namespace is our out-of-tree implementation for React Native analogous to other out-of-tree platforms like React Native tvOS, macOS, and Windows. We are running React Native 72. Now, I know, it's not the newest version. However, we are supporting the new architecture. Yeah, so as Ricardo and others, new architecture is the way to go. So we are supporting it. We support Fabric and Turbo modules over JSI. We also support C++ and are working on Rust support. Now, when we Rust, yeah. Now, when we started Vega years ago, we were actually on version 64, and we saw where Meta was heading with Fabric and the new architecture. And so we made a decision early on to support that from the beginning. And I think for sure we made the right call. React Native Vega also supports 80% of core React Native Core. We ported over 40 popular libraries. More on that in a minute. We also support our Echo Show and TV devices. So we ported over touch and TV remote-based inputs like Backhandler from Android, Safe Area View for iOS, TV Focus Guide View, TV Event Handler from tvOS. And for all of you React devs in the audience, we do support WebView. So you can port web apps over to Vega. You just will not get all of the performance benefits I'm talking about. And you also want to make sure it's optimized for a TV, for a TV remote. Now, how React Native is built into the OS, I want to explain that a bit. So normally, when you would build a regular React Native app, you'd have your Android and iOS, toolkit and system APIs. You choose which version of React Native you want, and it gets bundled into the app along with Hermes. You build your application logic in TypeScript. You choose any additional React Native libraries you need, and then all of that gets bundled into a binary file, IPA, APK, et cetera, to test on device, submit to the App Store. Vega, we also have our own UI toolkit and system APIs, but the big difference is that we have actually put the React Native runtime and Hermes into the OS. These are dynamically linked to the application at runtime, along with common shared React Native libraries. And then you still build your application logic with TypeScript. You choose any additional React Native libraries you need. But all this results in a savings of 10 to 12 megabytes. And you may think, what's the big deal? But consider our first device. It's 8 gigabytes of disk storage. And 3 of those 8 are for system partition. So on existing Fire Sticks, we often have the problem where customers can't install apps because they've used up too much space. So this helps with that. And I mentioned at least 3 or 4 different apps before that we get to save those internal apps. We get to save disk storage on that. And then finally, that runtime is shared between them, which means that when you have multiple apps, you can actually share the libraries, share the runtime, and all of that results in that smooth experience that I showed earlier. You can go from the launcher app to live TV, to settings, to App Store, all incredibly smooth and seamless to the customer. Now, we didn't do all this alone. We have been working with Meta and Software Mansion to bring ABI and API stability to React Native. I want to acknowledge Alex Hunt and the team on the blog post that they published about some of the work completed so far. Now, this is a little bit self-serving for us because since our React Native versions are bundled into the OS, we wanted that stability is important so we can have maximum flexibility for app developers, especially on upgrading. And even though it helps us, it helps everybody in the community as well. Next up, we're going to tackle the problem of ABI stability, hopefully towards the stable V1 of React Native. Looking around. All right. So, I mentioned libraries earlier, And we have ported a number of libraries from the community so far. Now, many of these are not ABI stable, so we had to actually port them to our own Amazon Devices namespace, which also means they're installed on our device, like I mentioned earlier. We work with Software Mansion to port many of their libraries, like Reanimated, and many of the Expo libraries are also supported. And I don't have time today, but we do support also additional 7 media player libraries and 25 plus service libraries like ads, analytics, and so on, depending on your specific app. Now, I've explained how Vega OS and React Native work together, but obviously React Native works in more than just Vega, and we will still have devices on Android today. So React Native is our link to be able to support both operating systems, both internally for us and for developers. They will be on different binary formats, but React Native truly helps you write anywhere. Now, obviously, it's not just Amazon devices. Whether you're starting with Vega, starting with Android, or starting with a mobile or a TV device from another, React Native helps you do that. And that was a key reason why we chose React Native for our application framework all those years ago, to tie into, meet devs where they are and tie into this React Native community. To build apps, you use Vega developer tools. And we also launched these 8 days ago in public beta on September 30th. There's extensive documentation for you as a human or your LLM of choice to read. And it is in public beta, but we've actually released a number of versions. How many versions? Well, we're at 21, 0.21, and we started at 0.1. So I was going to do a joke of who's going to get to version 100, either us or React Native first. But they're doing 6 a year now. We're anywhere between 1 to 3 months at a time. So I think they'll win, but hopefully you guys are 1.0 first before us. We have been testing this with a number of our, in a private beta for some time with some of our key media streaming apps. Now, this is React Native. You can use the tools you're familiar with. However, we do have a couple of bespoke tools to help ease your transition. We do have a CLI for things like generating a project, connecting to the virtual device, but you can also, of course, you can use NPM, PNPM, or Yarn to build your apps. And then we also have a virtual device, so running a version of Vega OS in the device itself, so like an emulator, and also a Visual Studio Code plugin that serves as a one-stop shop for all of your Vega development needs. Now, to share how developers like you can use our Vega App Toolkit, whether you're getting started on a new app or porting an existing one, I'd like to welcome my colleague Gio to the stage.
Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and be feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right. Everybody will be dancing and we're feeling it right.
So, getting started is usually one of the hardest things in the life. I'm thinking about getting started with a new diet or getting started going to the gym. But I promise you that with Vega, it's going to be easier. I'm Giovanni Laquidara. I'm developer evangelist at Amazon. And I will show you how to get started with Vega. So one common line instruction is the thing that you need to install, to download and install all the things that you need for Vega, the Vega SDKs and the Vega Developers Tool. After this, you just need to open your IDE, VS Code, and click on the little rocket icon that's going to launch the Vega Studio plugin. With this plugin, you will have everything you need for Vega. For example, creating a new Vega project. If you click on the button, Create Vega Project, you can choose among a list of templates, for example, an Hello World or a basic turbo module. In this case, I will choose the Hello World template, like a classic application for Vega built with the version 0.72. After this, you have to assign the name on the app, so let's say Hello Vega, the package name, and then press Enter, and boom, you will have your fresh starting app for Vega. If you open the File Explorer, you can see that the structure is very similar, very familiar of a normal React Native app. And even in terms of code, it's just React Native, so pretty familiar. The only difference, significant difference, is the manifest file. That is the file describing what a Vega application is. So the app name, the package name, the capabilities of the app, or the permission, the hardware permission that the app needs to ask to the operating system. Then the app is ready to be built and run. You can select the install and run option on the top left of the VS Code extension, and the virtual device, the Vega virtual device, will start with the installation, and then your app will be installed and will be run. This is usually the time when I go and getting a coffee, but like with Vega it's so fast that I don't have the time to do that. After, you will see your app on the Vega simulator or Vega developer, Vega virtual device, and you can control the navigation using the remote controller on the right side. You can change the focus and like move the focus around the app. Pretty easy. Now, I know what you're thinking about. Okay, but this is just an hello world. I already have an app in React Native running across different platforms. What do I need to do for Vega? Do I need to use some specific things? Do you have some suggestion for me? Yes, I will help you also in porting your app to Vega. So for this, I will use one app that with Eric we usually use across our conferences and experiments. There is a TV app showing a grid of movies, AI generated, coming from a feed that Chris Tragg, thank you Chris, created for us. So the user here can navigate through the movies and select the one, and then there is a video player playing this movie. This is a classic media player app or TV app that is able to run across different platforms. But for TV, it's using the normal libraries, the common libraries like React Native tvOS for running on TV, or some Expo libraries, or like other common libraries that your users are ready to use. To just port this app to Vega, the first step is literally copy-paste the code into an Hello World project in Vega. This is pretty much the first step. The code is going to be compatible because it's React Native. Then you need to change into your package.json the libraries pointing to the one with the namespace Amazon devices. And this is going to make you able to use the libraries that are contained into the system. This is really important. And this is pretty much the only difference. For the video player, instead of using the original app that we were using for Android TV and Fire TV was using React Native Video library. That library is compatible with Vega since 2 days, thanks to Camille, one of the developers. But for the sake of the demo here, I use the React Native W3C media player that we suggested to use in our official documentation. This is based on a W3C API for media playing. And it's essentially another copy-paste, because we have, in our tech talk, the code to implement the video player that you just need to use into your project. And another thing that you have to modify is the manifest, declaring the capabilities to use the video player inside this file. This is available at that URL on the technical documentation. After this, the app is really ready to build and run into the Vega virtual device. And for the occasion, I also added a new movie that is Aliens from Vega. That has a preview that has shots of me and Eric talking at App.js of last year. So this is the app. So as you can see, the experience is exactly the same. UI is the same. It can be controlled.
We stand at the edge of extinction, but we are not alone. Humanity and AI united. This is our moment. The war begins tomorrow, and we will fight, not for survival, but for freedom.
Yeah, this is our second job. We are fighting the aliens coming from Vega with Eric. Yeah. So this is the app. If later you want to ask me for the source code, I will show you to you. It's exactly the same. And the experience is exactly the same. So you can see the virtual device on Vega on the right side, and the left side is like an Android emulator. So pretty much the same. Pure React Native code. And because it's pure React Native code, you can use your favorite AI agent to add feature or fix bugs or whatever you want to do with your agent. I use one of my favorite, Amazon Q, to add a small feature. Like I have the tile card of the movie, I want to add, instead of just the title, the description of the movie. So using the Amazon Q developer plugin in VS Code, I open it up, I wrote a short prompt, like really describing in simple words my features, and then Amazon Q was able, in just one shot, to add this small feature. So just modifying the UI of the car, getting the description from the feeds of the movies, and the UI was ready to go. So pretty much it's compatible. This is just because it's React Native. You don't need any, I mean, the agent doesn't really need more information for this simple stuff. Then I also use, for the sake of test, one of the our AI ID for prototype and production. This is Kiro. Kiro is super cool because it's able not only to, I mean, if you're using Kiro, you will be not only able to do vibe coding, but even spec-driven development. So that means that your AI-driven development will be much more precise, and the system and the ID will create the documentation for you that is also be able to follow to implement the feature. In this case, I use Kiro just to fix a bug, because I saw that in our first app, so the Android TV and Fire TV app, there was a little bit of a glitch on the top left card when the card was highlighted. So I think you can see here from the slide, like the highlighting red rectangle is cut on the left side. In this case, I opened up Kiro. The plugin for Vega is perfectly compatible with Kiro, and then I described Kiro, okay, there is this issue, look for what's the problem in terms of code, and try to propose for me a solution and fix it. I don't have all the screenshot here of all the output of Kiro, but I have it later, so if you want to come at the booth and ask me about that. And then after this, Kiro also was able to fix the bug and create the perfect UI, the pixel perfect UI, in this case, for Vega. We suggest to add more information if you want to use your AI agent like Kiro or Q or any other. You can add more context with a file, a markdown file that me and Eric are creating. And we are going to release it soon for production, but you can use it straight away now if you ask us. And there are essentially the information about which library, which version of this library to use, and so on. But this is really a specific things if you want to start now to create app with Vega, for Vega, like using your AI agent. Otherwise, like for the most simple stuff, like because it's React Native, everything is going to work. Another important part of the development journey is the debugging. And I'm happy to tell you that Vega Studio has integrated everything you need to debug a Vega app inside VS Code. You just need to create a debug version of your app, build a debug version, and then you can start launching the app in debug mode from the plugin itself or directly for VS Code, launching run a bug and selecting the Vega profile. After this, you just need to set up a breakpoint. For example, here I want to know every time I click and select a movie, what happened when I open the video player, what kind of data are passed, are this data correct or not? So with the breakpoint, I was able to inspect the variable of the movie, and then I can see that there is the description, oh, Joe, Eric, befriend aliens, yeah, something like that. So you can use the breakpoints now, straight away, without going outside the IDE. And if you are used to use the Chrome developer tools, I'm happy to tell you that everything is integrated into the Vega Studio plugin as well. So you can profile your app, checking for CPU profiling, memory profiling, save your profiling session, export it, and so far, so good. So everything is in there, integrated. You don't need to leave your favorite IDE. And if you need more samples about the best practices or the use cases common for Vega, like different implementation of video player, how to handle focus management, I'm happy to tell you that we released a series of sample apps, open source, in our GitHub account, github.com/Amazon AppDev. So this will be really the place where you can download it, check the codes, also like open issues. If you have some feedback, we are happy to answer all your feedback there. My favorite sample app is the Monorepo TV app. Then it's super useful if you want to have one code base to support all the platform, everything, every OS there. And it's supporting Yarn, and the structure of this app will show you that it's like supporting the Android, the iOS, the Vega, because we have the Vega directory there, and the TV variant of the respective OS, so like Android TV, OTV OS. And there are also some, it's also a showcase that show you how to differentiate like per components, how to differentiate the component per file. Like for example, using the TV extension, and then the system is able to is able to distinguish which one to use. To wrap it up, you can scan the QR code where you can find all this information and even more. Oh. Hi.
Yep. Yes, thank you. And like I said, we are in beta, but we're still in the stage of where we can actually take feedback and actually implement it. So we love your feedback. We'd love for you to try this out and get back to us. We do have many more updates coming, including newer versions of React Native, I promise. But 72 is still solid. Doesn't mean you can't start now.
And if you need to start building your app or porting your app, we have some Kiro credit codes that you can take from us at the booth. That's going to help you supporting like importing your app.
And then finally, if you're a React Native library, we'd love to talk to you about porting your library over. We'll be here at the booth. We have a number of people out there, and for those on the live stream, we do have documentation on how to port a library, as well as a whole set of developer forums. And to wrap this up, yeah, I can't tell you how excited, how happy we are to be able to talk to you about this. This has been under lock and key for 3 years. We've had to use code names. We couldn't talk about it publicly. So we're super excited to build with you here, both on Vega and as part of the React Foundation. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni and Eric, for showing us the places that React can go. Wait, can you not see me? Oh man, this is awesome. I changed my visibility mode from visible to hidden. Oh, these are great. I'm just exploring these new APIs. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can render off screen real quick. Turn around, everybody. Hey, we just wanted to have some fun with you, and I couldn't resist, like taking a Taylor Swift moment and just showing up behind all of you. One of my big jobs is just to point you to where to go, and we're gonna take a 30-minute break, and you can just walk right below me. Get out there. Have a great break. We'll see you back in 30 minutes.
Welcome everyone to the live stream ReactConf Day 2 2025. What a day we had so far, if I may say so myself. Sorry, I did a keynote earlier. We got Gio and Eric from Amazon to answer some of your questions at home about the Vega OS and all the Amazon new announcements. So let's get started. Whoever wants to pick it up, just pick it up and let's go. So obviously building a new OS and making it based on React Native is a pretty big thing. Yeah. What are the biggest performance wins that Vega achieved over Fire OS?
Yeah, I think we could talk about the memory, the memory consumption of the apps. That has been reduced, as well as the app launch times. Really, the app launch times, much of it is due to how we're dynamically loading React Native into it, and how that's able to launch quicker. I think those are some of the main benefits. I mean, in some cases, we have React Native in, we are using, of course, C++ on a number of things, but we didn't really want to make a app development framework saying C++ for everything. And we thought that
yes.
It's something more approachable.
Good call.
TypeScript, JavaScript, React would be much more familiar to the community.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. And you guys mentioned that Vega is using React Native 0.72, right? What does the upgrade path look like for people going forward?
Yeah, I'll take that. So we have been working internally on other versions. Like for some of our Echo devices. So we do have a new version that we've done, but one of the big challenges, like on any out-of-tree platform, is the libraries, that they are working and they're stable with 72. So I can't specifically say what the next version is going to be, but it is greater than 72. But we're working with the libraries to get them working. We want to get it out as quickly as possible, but really that's one of the big things, is just ensuring that compatibility.
Cool, that's great, and I'm looking forward to see how far ahead we get with the React Native releases. Obviously, Ricardo talked about the newer versions coming out soon, and we want to get all that good stuff out there.
Of course, yes, same.
Cool. Last questions we have for you from the audience is, how strongly do you feel about exclusively using VS Code to develop Vega? Do you discourage other IDEs?
So, first of all, for us, of course, VS Code is the preferred choice, because we built a set of tools that are perfectly integrated with the VS Code. So we have the plugin, the Vega plugin, Vega Studio plugin. So that means that developers can use that one to debug, use the Chrome developers tools without even going out of VS Code.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that they are blocked and they cannot use other tools. Because every service, every tools that we are offering, we are also offering by command line. So they are perfectly integrable with other services, other IDEs. For example, I also show in one slide on my presentation how to use Kiro. There is also one of our IDE with AI integrated, and the plugin is also compatible with that. So it's really, we have one is our favorite choice because it's mostly the favorite choice of developers, but they can use whatever they want.
Yeah.
And while VS Code is officially supported, it doesn't mean you cannot use Claude Code or Cursor or others, because it is React Native. It does work. Obviously, you have to make sure you're using the right version of our React Native versions and libraries and namespaces, but what we find is that when you start with the hello world, it scaffolds that automatically. It sets up the package JSON, such that if you want to use Claude, Cursor, etc., it'll just pick up and on that automatically.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Any final thoughts you want to share with our audience live on stream?
I guess this is an exciting moment because React Native is used for another platform, different from what we are used to work on. So start building for Vega.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you have a good rest of the day. And folks on the stream, we'll be right back with the React Native keynote, folks, in a few minutes. Thank you. We're back on the live stream with the React Native keynote crew on ReactConf Day 2. We got Nico, Ruben, Alex, and obviously Ricardo. Folks, you had a lot of amazing announcements today. I was also there, just chilling. And we have a lot of questions coming in from our audience. I'm just going to ask them, and whoever has the answer, grab the microphone, give us some thoughts, okay? Ready to go? Cool. So, I guess this one's for Ruben, actually. How do you decide which DOM APIs to implement?
That's a good question. Is it close enough? Okay. We look at how people are using, for example, React Strict DOM on web, on React Native, and like what are the capabilities that are missing. And that's like a very big thing that's driving us. We also look at what are the products at Meta trying to use and how they're trying to share code, and what are the things that are mostly blocking them. And so we prioritize those. But also we take a look at what are the things that are easy to implement in userland, and what are the things that we need to bring into the runtime. And so we prioritize the things that are hard to polyfill, and what can be polyfilled. It probably exists already in React Strict DOM, so we let people use that for now.
Cool, thank you. And this next one's probably for Ricardo. When can I get, someone from the audience asking, when can I get Liquid Glass outside of Expo?
Okay, well, that's easy. ColdStack developed a library which is called at ColdStack/Liquid Glass, which is, well, the library that you can use if you are not on Expo. It implements all the features from Liquid Glass, like merging different Liquid Glass containers, the Liquid Glass effect. So try it out.
Cool. So it's already out there. That's awesome. Let's go with Alex. We got some debugger questions for you. Any news on debugger support in VS Code?
Yeah, so I guess debug support in VS Code works now, apart from a couple glitches. This has always been the case. Our debugger backend supports any DevTools frontend. We officially support React Native DevTools, our custom flavor of Chrome DevTools frontend. But VS Code also uses that protocol for JavaScript debugging. It uses CDP, Chrome DevTools protocol. And it mostly works, but it needs a couple of patches for things it does slightly differently around like source maps and knowing where the files are. So Expo have actually patched this in their VS Code Expo plugin, which is free, and you can add to any React Native app, and it will work in that sense. And Radon IDE also does the same thing and a lot more things to make IDE debugging work really well. But from our side, I think we'd like to make VS Code debugging work natively a bit better. We've talked with the VS Code Microsoft team just to say we could upstream some of the fixes that Expo made and also make our backend a bit more lenient to what VS Code needs as well. And another thing we need is multiple session support. So ideally, you can always connect a debugger session from VS Code to the device and have your logs streaming correctly through CDP. But you can also open a React Native DevTools window on top of that and have them simultaneously working. So that's a capability we need to add next, and probably we'll want to with also stuff like AI as a client too.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
We'll work on that, yeah.
Thank you, Alex. That's awesome. Obviously, a lot of work still ahead for the debugger and the DevTools. Nico, you've talked a lot about the AI apps that are using React Native, either to build their own UI or to generate app for others. And there's a question here about how Gen AI tools have made it easy to quickly generate a lot of code. Sometimes it's of dubious quality. Do you have any advice for junior developers or mentors to junior developers on how to tackle that?
Yeah, so, well, the suggestion on AI is just treat it as yet another tool. No? It's like a linter, it's like a static analyzer. It's not going to replace you entirely. At least that's my personal opinion, obviously. So yeah, you can vibe code application, great, but then at some point, eventually, you will have to read through the code and you will have to maintain it in the long run. So don't consider those tools like as a one-on-one replacement, but always consider them as like something that can support you during your day-to-day development.
Yeah, I think that's probably the right way to go. Okay, folks, any final thoughts or comments or anything you'd like to highlight to our audience at home before we move on to the final round of questions?
I can add one thing. This morning we released React Native 082, and this is like the purest conference-driven development that we do. So the blog post is called React Native 82, A New Era. So go check it out. If you go on reactnative.dev, it's literally the first blog post you find out. It's packed with features and new capabilities, so make sure you don't miss it.
Awesome.
There's one more thing. I think we've included on the documentation in our website information on how to try some experimental and canary features in React Native. And so if people are interested in trying some of the things that we've been mentioning, apart from DOM APIs that are already available in 82, they can check the documentation that we have, and they can try things like web performance APIs already that are available in Canary.
Great.
And last thing for me, migrate to the new architecture, please. Let's do it.
Yes, definitely. Okay, quick round for each one of you, starting with Nico. What's your favorite React feature ever?
I think my favorite React feature is like probably transforms. Yeah, I know I love animations, and they allow you to basically specify in JavaScript all sorts of like animations, like or like transforms they apply to your view, and you can get really nerdy, and you can even pass like a matrix that will be applied to your view. I know this is like really niche feature, but I like also to look into the implementation and how is it done, and I find it like just amazing that. It allows you to abstract away like complicated math and just write JavaScript code and explain like how your view should change. This is really like one of the key feature of React Native.
Awesome. Ruben, favorite React feature?
So I'm a performance person, and so there's one feature in React that I've been waiting for years to get.
Oh, yeah?
We had like a very hacky solution working internally at Meta to get this, that was abusing like all the internals of React in a way that we shouldn't do it. But now we have React performance tracks, and I would say that's like my favorite React feature in the recent years.
Okay, staying on Keynote script, good stuff. Alex, favorite React feature?
Fast refresh.
Fast refresh. One of the classics, of course.
Absolutely. There's like, it makes development so much better. And there's a lot of stuff under the hood to make it work reliably that we do that's taken for granted, but it's a complete unique selling point of React Native.
Yeah, awesome. Great. Ricardo?
Now I'm sad because I'm the last and Alex just stole my answer.
Hey, we can get a lot of love for fast refresh.
I mean, being a mobile developer as a background, having to wait every time I make a change on my iOS application to see it happening, to have to rebuild it, like fast refresh is a game changer.
I'm a big fan of fast refresh too. Thank you, folks, for that amazing keynote earlier today, and thank you for spending the time to answer questions from our live audience at home. Yeah, that's it, folks. We're going to take a little break now, and then we're going to come back with more talks later on. Catch you all later.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
We hope you had a great break. How was the break? How's your morning so far? Good. I love that. Yeah, it's been an incredible morning. It's honestly a joy for me to see how close React and React Native are getting, and that they operate as one team. And this whole foundation thing is going to be really exciting to see pan out. We have a couple of announcements. Just kind of, while people are trickling in, I thought I would let you know. The board games that we were playing last night, those need to go home with you. We have laid out the remaining ones right by the exit sign. There's some seats. This is an opportunity for you to practice your boldness and be the first one to steal those if you want them. They're going home with you. They're not going home with us. So if you want one of the games that you played last night, it might be over there, and you are welcome to it. Another thing is we have a cocktail hour tonight. It will be very low key. You won't need any drink cards or anything like that. It'll be right after the conference. We have kind of some grab and go drinks. Grab and stay. I think grab and go is probably the wrong colloquialism for cocktails. Grab and stay drinks. The grabbing is for the convenience, not the going. We're super glad that you're here, and today's just a really special day. I hope that you enjoy the rest of it, that you continue to make connections, speak with speakers. If you're looking for a job, meet some of the people at these booths. They're probably hiring and looking for great talent. So it's a great week for you to get out there. Actually, I wanted to solve, no, actually we're gonna cover that later. Our next speaker is someone that I have looked up to my entire career. As many of you, I got into this because I wanted to solve problems. I wanted to make things. I wanted to make applications. I didn't want to necessarily fill the cracks of the platform. And our next speaker has done such an incredible job of paving the way to make sure that developers can build software at a higher level, making sure that the playing field is even across all of them. And I'm super excited to hear from them today on what we saw about React Strict DOM. So please welcome to the stage, Nicholas Gallagher.
Thanks, man. Thank you. Good morning. Today I want to share a vision for React, one where we use web APIs to describe not just web apps, but also native apps, a truly cross-platform future for React. The library that's helping us to explore this future at Meta is called React Strict DOM. In the first part of this talk, I'm going to make the argument that although React for web and native has empowered UI engineers, we're also holding ourselves back in some ways. But by unifying the best of React on the web and native, we can unlock new value and new possibilities. In the second half, I'm going to describe how this vision for React is progressing at Meta and my perspective of its future. As with any idea, it can take time to fully understand and articulate its impact. So today I'll do my best. I want to start out with a little bit of background so you can see where I'm coming from. Let's start with the status quo. React's component model changed how we build UIs. React developers today are productive, but the technology stack is still quite fragmented, both within the web and between web and native. Before you can get started, you have to choose which platform to target, and then learn a specific set of APIs for that platform. This fragmentation leads to hidden inefficiencies and often forces us into tough trade-offs. On the web, React DOM gives developers a lot of freedom, but before you can write your first line of UI code, you're required to make a series of fundamental project-defining choices. Most notably, the choice of how to style elements. CSS modules, utility CSS, CSS and JS, there are lots of options, and every project is the potential for a new debate. And this is because there's no built-in component native styling system for React on the web. The result is significant inconsistencies between code bases and a lack of truly portable UI code. So React's flexibility on the web is a double-edged sword that increases fragmentation and raises the barrier to entry for newcomers. If your product succeeds and you want to go native, you hit a fork in the road. React Native is a different API. Your web code and your knowledge don't transfer so easily. You need to learn new elements, new styles, new paradigms, and more often than not, React Native apps are rebuilt from scratch. And this isn't just a web to native problem. Many React developers start first with React Native, and they face similar challenges when moving to the web. So there's no common way to describe and build React apps, even on a single platform. And this technical fragmentation has become a tax on developers and a source of community fragmentation. It's also increasingly clear that fragmentation is a significant drag on our ability to best leverage emerging technologies like LLMs. So this isn't simply a technical problem, it's become a product and a business problem. Doing similar work more than once, often across separate teams and code bases, results in slower time to market and product inconsistency. So this is how I see the state of things today. But what if we could unify and standardize these different React worlds? Just one way of using React to build UI across all platforms. No more forks in the road, no more choosing between one platform and another, no more choosing how to perform common tasks that are universal to UI development. This is the motivation behind Meta's effort to create an in-house cross-platform React framework. And React Strict DOM is a key part of this framework. It's built on top of React DOM and React Native, but it unifies the way that we describe UI using React. This lets us develop a consistent product vision across platforms while still delivering platform-native capabilities. To understand why we're having success with React Strict DOM, I first want to talk about other ideas we tried and why they fell short. We experimented with several approaches to cross-platform React, and each taught us something important about what works and what doesn't. The first thing we considered was using React Native to build cross-platform apps, including for the web. React Native for web already exists. It's been around for nearly as long as React Native itself. It implements many of React Native's components and APIs for the web, and it's become part of Expo, the default React Native framework. But it wasn't the right fit for us. 3 things made it impractical. First, when we ran existing React Native code on the web, the output didn't meet our standards. The experiences weren't accessible or responsive enough without substantial rework of the original code. Second, the majority of our screens and our components are already built for the web, so adopting React Native would mean asking most of our engineers to switch to a less familiar API. And third, React Native's component API hasn't evolved much over the past decade, and it never really became a common choice amongst web developers. But what works really well is React Native's styling system. It's enabled an ecosystem of portable, composable components that just work together, and that's something that we think is worth bringing to React on the web. Next, we tried another approach. Build a new cross-platform UI component library, different from both React DOM and React Native. We started simple, just replace div with a new cross-platform Flexbox abstraction called Box. But this also didn't pan out. We still needed major code changes, and it introduced visual regressions at an alarming rate on the web. We had to design, build, and learn an entirely new UI library before seeing the benefits of code sharing. So the migration overhead was pretty high, and the value remained distant. And if that level of effort didn't make sense at meta scale, it was hard to imagine it working for the broader React community as well. So how could we find a way to minimize the migration costs while still getting the value of code sharing? So instead of pursuing an approach that would require rewriting code, we revisited an idea that had previously been discarded as unrealistic, using our existing web code to build native experiences. This was the core idea behind React Strict DOM, because our web code already describes how we want an interface to work. We want to be able to render our web code on native as is, with minimal changes, and for the migration of components to be safe, reliable, and fast, taking minutes, not weeks. But our goal was not just to write once and hope for the best. We want to be able to run once, write once, run everywhere, and still get a top-tier experience on every platform. So native apps can still look and feel native because the UI has to be truly native and not rendered using web views. So one of the biggest wins of this approach is that web developers, who make up 90% of the React ecosystem, can build native apps using the APIs they already know. People can rely on their knowledge of the most widespread and well-documented APIs of any platform, which is the web platform. No major retraining is required. We just unlock the potential of people's existing knowledge and skills. And React Strict DOM isn't just good for people who've invested in the web ecosystem. It also allows React Native to focus more on its core value. The new architecture of React Native makes it possible to have a convergence with the web that was previously out of the question. We don't need to invent and maintain a separate native-specific component library, and React Native's API design work can focus on what's needed for the rich native code integrations that only React Native can deliver. Standardizing on web APIs can expand React Native's audience to include web developers as well. So React Strict DOM started as a prototype of this vision to use our existing web code on native. It connects React Native to React DOM with an API that's immediately familiar to web engineers at Meta. It exports two main modules, HTML and CSS. The HTML module is a cross-platform subset of components from React DOM, and the CSS module is an enhanced cross-platform version of Stylesheet from React Native. On the web, React Strict DOM intentionally does very little. The components look nearly identical to React DOM. The differences are small but deliberate. We have props that are strictly typed, and the style prop works like it does in React Native, providing encapsulated and predictable styles. On native, there's a bit more work happening. We map web APIs to native APIs, and even component instances have most of the properties and methods that you'd expect from HTML elements. But the rendering stays true to each platform. Web still produces HTML, and native apps still produce native elements. Because React Strict DOM doesn't try to fake one platform and another, it just creates a shared interface between them. The styling system preserves key features from React Native: style encapsulation and predictable merging. When you compose style components with React Strict DOM, you know what you'll get. And that's been the standard in React Native for a while, but it's harder to achieve on the web. At Meta, we've approximated this with StyleX. The API is very similar to React Native Stylesheet, but there's support for more CSS features, as long as they don't compromise on encapsulation. So React Strict DOM combines the best of both: the constraints from native to enable reliable composition, and the broader CSS capabilities that we're used to on the web. What you get is components that compose predictably, code that moves between platforms, and the kind of ecosystem portability that React Native has had from the beginning. This convergence with the web is thanks to advances in React Native that now make the details of this cross-platform vision a possibility. The new React Native architecture unlocked the ability to provide synchronous APIs and call directly into native, just like you would do in the browser. React Native now supports the same event loop and DOM traversal APIs that you find in a browser environment, as well as an increasing number of CSS properties, like box shadows, filters, and background image gradients. We're also experimenting with native versions of web APIs like Mutation Observer and Intersection Observer. All of this lets us reproduce web components on native more accurately than ever. But React Native doesn't support everything we need just yet. And so React Strict DOM also polyfills web capabilities like CSS custom properties, CSS inheritance, relative units, CSS transitions, and more. About half of the APIs that are currently available are polyfilled in some way. And this helps us bring more of the power and familiarity of the web to native platforms without waiting for every feature to be moved into native code. All of this work to create a shared interface based on the web means that we can now easily transform lots of existing code and make it work on native. We use code mods to automatically convert React DOM to React Strict DOM. And while some manual refactoring is required for edge cases, code migration has been really easy to automate. And this was a key win over previous efforts that required mostly manual migration or re-implementation of components for native. At Meta, our use of StyleX with its similar syntax to React Native Stylesheet made this migration especially easy for us. For any React web code that's using another styling system, the work to transform styles might be a little bit more complicated. But once that's handled, the rest of the journey is pretty easy. The same approach works for React Native. We have teams that also want to migrate existing React Native components to the web. So we built a code mod pipeline to automatically convert those components to React Strict DOM as well. The first apps that we built this way have to run on native devices with very limited hardware. So we've also made extensive use of the new React Native dev tools and React Native's internal benchmarking tool to find sources of performance loss on native. And this is helping us to optimize the JavaScript polyfills and to identify features that would most benefit from being moved into native code first. And although the goal is to enable as much code sharing as possible, there are still cases where we want to use platform-specific APIs or optimizations. And for those, we use platform-specific file extensions to fork code and go fully native as necessary. This is already a well-established practice in the React Native ecosystem, and it's worked well for us in a cross-platform context with the web as well. So we've been building cross-platform apps this way for about 2 years, and I can share one example here today. The Facebook VR app shown at Meta Connect last year was the first native app built from existing web code using React Strict DOM. It made it possible to ship features faster with fewer engineers and to produce a more consistent experience across platforms. The app reused some of the most complex and robust features from Facebook.com, like the news feed and commenting. And by sharing code in this way, teams spent less time on repetitive business logic and user interfaces, and more time on building MetaQuest-specific interactions and experiences. So what's notable isn't just that we reused web code, it's that the resulting native app looks and feels pretty much indistinguishable from one that would be built natively. And this proved to us that sharing code with the web doesn't have to mean a compromise on product quality. About 60% of the files used by FPVR are shared with the web. And although React Strict DOM is still just a drop in the ocean of Meta's overall React use, it's already rendering about 10% of the divs and 20% of the spans on Facebook.com's home feed screen. We almost entirely avoided visual regressions and saw no performance or user experience regression on the web either. So unifying React code in this way brought many benefits, especially for the web, but it's also had some trade-offs. The most significant trade-off is the runtime cost on native of polyfilling so many missing features in JavaScript. Adding these extra capabilities to native means that rendering a div is about half as fast as rendering a view. And although we found that this performance cost is generally acceptable, even on relatively low-end hardware, we continue to find ways to do better. And in the last 18 months, we've improved the performance of React Strict DOM on native by about 2.5 times. And this is not a static number, because over time, as more features are moved into native and the code is optimized, this gap will continue to close. Another missing piece of the puzzle is how to make unit testing of cross-platform components just as easy as it is to create them. This is not yet solved to a satisfactory degree internally, so it's something that we still have to explore and invest in. Other than tackling these trade-offs, what might the future look like? Christopher Trudeau once described React Native as an experiment to figure out the good parts of the web. But today, React Native is no longer an experiment, and it has many other goals beyond this early aspiration. Now, React Strict DOM is this experiment. And the future is not guaranteed, as it needs people to continue investing their time and creativity into this problem. But this is what I think about when I think about what could be next. First, React Native needs to become a selective, high-performance web renderer for the well-defined subset of HTML, CSS, DOM, and other web APIs that we need. We currently support or emulate about 63% of the target API on native. And if we can unify more features, especially styles and events, we can close the gap between platforms and further increase the value of this approach to cross-platform React. In the past, this seemed implausible, but as you heard earlier today, the people working on React Native have shown that it's now not only possible, but beneficial for us to do this work. Next, we're also experimenting with cross-platform animation APIs. On the web, this is powered by the Web Animations API, and on native, the core is now written in C++. So this means both platforms can rely on native code to drive smooth animations. And there's also more work to be done to deliver an integrated cross-platform styling solution for React. We've made a good start, but there's still a lot of feedback from internal teams that we need to incorporate into future iterations. Because our goal is not just to create another UI library. It's about consolidating our entire approach to building user interfaces with React. And it's only possible now because of the accumulated progress that you've seen across React, React Native, React DevTools, Hermes, Flow, Expo, and other technologies. Improvements to each part of this stack have multiplied the value of the others. So today, at Meta, we can build and share things that would have been impractical just a few years ago. So from that foundation, 3 goals for React Strict DOM emerge. First, move towards a single canonical way to build UI with less fragmentation and less duplicate effort across platforms. Second, give web developers a strong default with the kind of built-in component-native styling that React has always deserved. And third, establish a foundation for consistency and quality across teams, platforms, and products. When there's one clear way to describe interactive interfaces, all of our tools, training, and investments can compound in the same direction, and that's where the real value appears. And if we can also train AI systems on more consistent patterns, we can make sure that React continues to be the most effective way for people to build UI with unprecedented accuracy and portability. As code generation becomes a core part of modern development, it's critical that generated UI looks and works the same across all contexts. Inconsistent rendering or incompatible components undermine the promise of automation. By evolving our frameworks with clear and well-defined APIs that LLMs can easily use, we might be able to build user interfaces that better match our intent, no matter the platform. So what I'd like you to take away from this talk is the following. The effort to create one React for web and native is helping Meta to build new experiences as cross-platform apps. And we think that this is a key advantage for the future. Standardizing on the web lets us capitalize on the enormous existing adoption of React on the web and the API design work that's gone into the world's most ubiquitous application platform. When we constrain how we build, we can create trade-offs that work in our favor. And trading some flexibility to increase predictability is what lets us compose large systems with more confidence. React Native is where we need to build more capabilities if we want to deliver on this potential, and I think you saw that that's what we're doing. And finally, the nature of generative AI can inspire us to make simpler and better frameworks that help people using AI models have more success. One of React's great strengths is its large and passionate engineering community. And this community's actions, creations, and feedback help shape React and React Native more than you might realize. So if this is a future for React that inspires you, I encourage you to help make it a reality. Thank you.
Incredible. Inspired. I love it. Something that really excites me is this intersection of React and AI. Like I said, 18 months ago when we did this conference last year, AI wasn't on the topic, we weren't talking about AI at all. And in the last 18 months, it's been absolutely incredible to see what people are able to build with so little engineering expertise. And that's an incredible thing. And something that's so powerful about React Native is that it multiplies your ability to take your expertise to so many different platforms. And I love seeing that. And I think that with AI, truly, you can make anything that you can imagine. And that future of write once, run anywhere is actually in our grasp with the development of React Strict DOM. So it's super exciting. All right, so I remember seeing a tweet one time that was maybe one of the most devastating to my career that I can imagine. And it was this idea that lists are 99% of our job as web developers and application developers. Who feels that? When you hear that, just feels it deep in your soul. Yeah, that's right. It's kind of demoralizing to be reduced to just lists, but at the end of the day, we are just kind of crud monkeys making lists for our applications. I think that's fine. It's fine. We are doing very human work. But because lists are so important, it's important to make sure that they're fast and make sure that no matter how many items we choose to render, whether that be the number that we have in our application or the 10,000 that we want to profile our applications with to compete against other stacks, that they run very efficiently. And so here to talk about how the new architecture in React Native impacts list performance, please help me bring to the stage from the React team at Meta, Luna Wei.
Okay, does this work already? Great. Okay. I think I'm going to need everyone's help to tell me like how far to keep this mic, so let me know if it's like too far. Oh, that's weird. I feel like the first slide is already wrong. Okay, that's odd. Okay, well, we're missing the first slide on my slide deck. First of all, I want to say thanks to Nicholas for that presentation. I was watching from the back, and it's amazing where RSD has come, because it's been a while since we started that effort, and Nicholas has been such a driving force behind that. So thanks again. Okay, yeah, this is the default slide that comes in the React Conf template. I don't know why that all of a sudden appeared, but basically before it had my talk name, which was Reimagining Lists in React Native, and my name is Luna Wei, as was already mentioned. Oh, and I'm missing my presenter notes. Okay, well, it was basically like, thanks everyone for being here today. I appreciate you guys all coming here, and I know it's like the last talk before lunch. So I'll try to keep it brief. And yes, my name is Luna, I mentioned that. And I've been working on the React, in the React org for about 7 years now. I've been working on things like product support, performance, convergence, or what Nicholas was kind of talking about, and releases. And so last year, I went on mat leave, I had a baby. And yeah, it's been fun talking to everyone about what parenthood looks like now. So I came back and I joined this effort on the React Native team to revisit our core APIs because, as I already spoiled this slide, and also as Ricardo mentioned in the keynote, new architecture is the architecture today. So at Meta, I think within the last year, we've migrated the long tail, oh, I should be using this clicker. We've migrated the long tail of React Native apps to the new architecture, which has been a big effort. So shout out to that crew. And then last year, as we shared, we enabled new architecture by default for React Native releases. So again, just reiterating the fact that new architecture is the architecture. Okay, I gotta get on the pauses. Now that we've gotten here, what are we doing with the new architecture? So it helps to remember what was the purpose of new architecture. It was about unlocking capabilities and improvements that were impossible in the old architecture. And a limitation I want to focus on today is lists, and specifically blanking lists. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but this is what I mean by blanking. I actually tried to get a video of a blanking list, so this is actually a keynote animation, but it essentially looks something like this. And if you're like a seasoned React Native developer, you've probably seen a list that's blanked. But yeah, basically you're scrolling a list, and your content occasionally disappears. And it isn't a great experience, especially for mobile apps. Because lists are critical to mobile UI. Most mobile apps are essentially infinite lists. And because they're so highly interactive, users are super sensitive to jank or dropped frames. So developers use a strategy called virtualization to deliver performant large lists. So virtualization is the strategy to render only what's visible to the user and update items as the user scrolls. This gives us the illusion that the entire list is rendered without the performance cost. Now, I mentioned virtualization because that's only one part of the reason why we get blanking in React Native. The other part is the architecture. So let's take a closer look. In a mobile app, you have the main or UI thread to draw views and handle user interaction. There's a fixed frame rate to repaint the UI, similar to web, to keep a smooth experience. And that's what we're representing there with those green bars at the top. That's a frame drawn under deadline. So React Native does its rendering work on a background thread. And when it completes, it communicates the changes to the UI thread to paint. So for the example of a list, what are we seeing here? Oh yeah, the scroll event fires from the main thread. And then say the scroll event is the user scrolling to 200 pixels down from the top. The list is virtualized, so nothing is rendered right now at position 200. The scroll event gets passed to React on the background thread, it renders, and React starts rendering items at position 200. But before React finishes, the main thread paints the current frame, but React hasn't finished rendering. So the main thread paints the frame without the items actually rendered at position 200. And this is why we get blanking. And the problem gets worse if a user scrolls really quickly. A background thread can get overwhelmed with a lot of rendering work, while the main thread remains oblivious and continues to paint frames. So when the user does stop scrolling, they have to wait until React finishes the backlog of render work for stale scroll positions before it can actually render the visible items at that last scroll event. So that's what I'm representing here with the red tasks or render work on the background thread. That's stale render work. However, this problem isn't unique to React Native. Modern web browsers also use a separate thread for scrolling to manage, they composite layout and dispatch scroll events, and while your JS is running on the main thread in a web browser. So let's say if the main thread is busy, which it is right now, as you can see, if we have a scroll event, that scroll event handler might take a while, may take a couple frames to actually get called. But why aren't people talking about blanking on web as much? Or I haven't heard it, at least. That's because users have different expectations of UI depending on the platform. And as mentioned, mobile users expect responsive, smooth lists. So what do React Native developers do today to mitigate scrolling or blanking? Well, they use strategies like pre-rendering, which is rendering items around the viewport in advance to reduce the risk of a user scrolling to empty content. However, it will always be possible for a user, to scroll fast enough that you'll still get blanking. So it's not actually solving the real problem. What we really want is for, what we really want is for the main thread to wait for React to finish rendering before painting the new frame. Or put another way, React Native renders asynchronous to the main thread by default, so how can we start rendering synchronously? So to help understand that, I took it back to first principles because I think it's always fun just to go back to first principles. So React describes UI from some state. So in the context of React Native, we will take that UI description and pass it to the mobile platform to draw. When the state updates, React does the work to update its description of the UI and commit it to be painted by the platform. That's what we mean by render work. But how do you get a state update? Well, most commonly with events. Events drive updates to the UI. And in the case of React Native, events originate from React Native. They could be user interactions from the platform or a custom React Native event. So the event gets dispatched to React to trigger the render work. Okay, so now we have the event and the related render task. But how do we actually get from dispatching the event to running the render task? Well, the React Native event loop, and we've kind of talked about it a couple of times today. Or should I actually say the React Native runtime? As an aside, just to clarify what I mean by a runtime, essentially it's everything you need to run React apps. That includes events, the JS engine, the APIs provided by the host environment, and UI, which is the renderer. And on the browser, or on the web, you get this from the browser. And in React Native, we have to provide a lot of these APIs. And similarly, you saw, or notably you saw that we added DOM APIs and performance in there. But most relevant to this talk, we want to take a closer look at the event loop. Because React Native manages the event loop for React. So in a React event loop, or in an event loop generally, there's a task queue. And so when an event gets dispatched to React, or sorry, when React Native dispatches the event to React, a relevant render task is scheduled in the task queue. React Native then selects that task from the queue based on priority and deadline, and runs the task with Hermes, our JS engine. And all of this is happening on the background thread. And since React Native controls the scheduling and execution of JS work, we can define certain events that, when dispatched, signify we need to run the next event loop iteration on the main thread. This is what we call synchronous events. So this was unclear to me for a while, but like synchronous events trigger synchronous rendering. So what does that look like for our problem of list blanking? How do we solve it with synchronous events? So a sync scroll event is fired on the main thread. It tries to access the JS engine. Once it has the JS engine, the main thread can run the render work. Once it completes, it can paint and release the JS engine back to the background thread to continue rendering on the background thread. Yay, we've done it. Okay, we've rendered on the main thread, guys. Woo! But, of course, is this actually a good thing? So the first problem I want to highlight is when, let's say a sync event comes in, I mentioned that we have to wait for the JS engine to run the render work because JS engines are single-threaded, like you can't run multi-threaded JavaScript. So we have to wait for it to be available, but let's say that there's some long-running task on the background thread that's holding on to the engine. And when we finally do get the access to the JS engine, it may take so long that the frame drops. We could fix this problem by using more concurrent features, concurrent APIs, ideally to break up that long-running JS work on the background thread. This way we could schedule yieldable work such that we could get the JS engine earlier to ideally, hopefully not drop the frame. But using concurrent APIs is not a direct solution to the problem, just more of a preventative strategy. Another problem we encounter when we start to render on the main thread is that events are batched. So we're not really just getting like one sync event and handling it in a render task. We batch a lot of events together. So that means that the render task that's running on the main thread may capture more work than just handling that sync scroll event, again, causing a potential frame drop. Oh, okay, so clearly, rendering on the main thread comes with trade-offs, but it does guarantee correctness, and rendering on the background thread is still best for performance, but it could also be rendering stale data. So can we find a way to use the right strategy at the right time? What if we only rendered on the main thread when absolutely necessary, like when the content in a list is unrendered but about to become visible, and leverage the concept of pre-rendering to reduce work, or to reduce the risk of needing to render on the main thread, and doing that on the background thread. So if we imagined for a list item component in a virtualized list, we'd ideally have a scroll event handler that could render synchronously if the item isn't rendered and about to be in the viewport, and asynchronously for pre-renders or for when it's actually going to be virtualized. And I wanted to add a note here. This feels like we should be using activity, but activity particularly manages priority in React Scheduler, versus right now we're talking about different threads in React Native. But we'll get back to activity later. And that's what we're exploring with Virtual View. Sorry to kind of cut it short there, but yeah, so Virtual View is an experimental component we're releasing in 82, and it virtualizes its children based on where it's rendered in relation to the viewport. So instead of listening to a scroll event, it listens to a mode change event, because every virtual view has a mode. Virtual View defines 3 mode regions in relation to the viewport: hidden, pre-render, visible, and visible being the actual viewport. A virtual view's mode is determined by which region it's rendered in. So when a virtual view's position changes into a new mode region, that's when we fire a mode change event. And depending on the mode change, we determine whether the event is synchronous or asynchronous, and what priority we render updates in. So in the case of hidden to pre-render, it's an async event, as the item is still far away from the viewport. And we render those updates in a transition, as it's non-critical UI work that can be interrupted. For pre-render to visible, any guesses on what we do? That's it. We do nothing. We don't emit event because the content has already been pre-rendered, so we don't really need to do anything at that point. So the interesting case is when we go from hidden to visible. This is when we know we need to prioritize rendering the content right now. So we emit a sync event. And we render at the default priority in React, which is just the non-interruptible React update. So that's Virtual View, the new component in React Native. Applause, potentially. Thank you. Virtual View gives the power of virtualization, and it sets the right priority and thread to render, pre-render, or hide its children. It fixes the root issue that causes blanking by leveraging the main thread when needed. But if we're reimagining lists in React Native, Virtual View isn't a list, but rather a building block that can be leveraged in a list implementation. And so for the past year, we've been iterating on virtual column and virtual row, not pictured. And we refer to these as virtual collections. Virtual collections are list primitives that focus on lazy mounting, layout, virtualization of its items through Virtual View. So when we were designing this API for virtual collections, we took inspiration from other mobile UI frameworks. And we saw the power of decoupling the scroll view from the list implementation to allow a minimal API surface and extreme composability. Just for a note, scroll view is a component that enables scrolling for a view. So it's like the overflow scroll in a component form. So now, for virtual row and virtual column, you'll need to explicitly wrap your list primitive in a scroll view. And without a scroll view as part of the list, it's simple to arrange and nest any combination of virtual collection, such as rendering multiple columns, nesting a row, and all with virtualization that just works. Yeah. Virtual collections also lazily mount just the necessary list cells while preserving the priority of each mode region. As an example, say for initial render or after a scroll, we first identify if there's any gaps in the visible region. Then we render the items to fill that region on the main thread. Then, after the visible viewport has been filled, we identify any empty space in the pre-render region and render additional items to fill that gap on the background thread. Other things we've been exploring in virtual collections is learnings from the community, React Native lists in the community. We saw the importance of optimized parameters by default to avoid performance pitfalls. So this is an area we're continuing to explore, but we hope to dive deeper into dynamic pre-render regions based on scroll behavior, such that the pre-render region scales based on whether you're scrolling faster or slower. So yeah, that's virtual column and virtual row. So should you be using virtual column today? Virtual column is not a flat list replacement, yet. It's a reimagining of a list primitive in React Native that just focuses on the layout, lazy mounting, and virtualization. And lists are complex. Flatlist does a lot because we need our lists to do a lot. So that means to use virtual column, we have to offload a lot of that complexity to other places. And we don't really have the answers to that yet. So it's very primitive and basic in what it's trying to achieve. So in the end, all I'm saying is these components are experimental. And while we have been testing these components in production, to be successful requires other experimental APIs, or maybe not so experimental since we did just announce DOM APIs, but like other things like intersection observer that are yet to come. And we also hope to leverage more optimizations in the future to make this even better. So things are changing. But that being said, Virtual View is in the 82 release, and we do have docs out. So if you're working on lists or virtualization, we welcome you to try it out and share any feedback with us. We hope to release virtual column and virtual row documentation, and also the components, in the 83 release. But because these docs are experimental, just a note, you have to search for the actual component name in the latest version of the docs. Okay, so to close it all out, we talked about a lot of things. First of all, React Native manages a lot, since it manages essentially a runtime, which is a lot of things that is just handled by the browser for web. But being a runtime gives us a lot of control and flexibility. With these new components, we can synchronously render on the main thread for the first time, as mobile UI frameworks do, but not be constrained to the main thread like mobile UI frameworks are. And in addition, we can continue to render on the background thread by default to prevent frame drops and maintain responsiveness. So we got ourselves a pretty sweet deal. Yeah. And lastly to note, synchronous events and these new components have been built on a decade of innovation in our frameworks. I'm probably wrong in the ordering of this, and actually a couple of these APIs we don't explicitly use, but this is a rough timeline of some of the capabilities that this work relies on to be able to do main thread rendering. All the way back to like 2016, when we started breaking up rendering work into chunks, to obviously all the new architecture work to allow synchronous access to the runtime from native platforms, to Hermes and Hermes GC to allow us to have more performant JS work on the thread to like not block the main thread for too long. But that's all to say. I think Rick even shared this note with me a couple days ago. Back in 2017, we've been talking about synchronous rendering and lists for React Native. So it's been a long time coming. And I'm so glad that we've gotten to share this with all of you today. Yeah. And so my last slide is a thank you to the team and to everyone who's helped me with this presentation. It was a lot of back and forth. And I'm actively working on the next generation of lists. If you see us around, feel free to come and chat more about lists. So thank you.
Amazing. Can I keep you on stage just for 1 second? Can I keep you on stage just for a second? Okay. I just want to honor what Luna did right now. Losing your speaker notes is a terrifying place to be, and you were incredible. You were absolutely fabulous. You came alive. So yes, give her another round of applause, because what you did was absolutely amazing. Thank you. All right, what a morning. So the next thing we have is lunch. It's gonna be great. Yes, I love that. And then when you come back, I'm gonna, we've done a lot of clapping, we've done a lot of applauding, we've done a lot of laughing. We've done a lot of wooing, and I'm sure that by this time today, you're kind of like maybe over the wooing. So I'm gonna show you some other chants that you can do to kind of really push through the rest of the day. So yeah, lunch right now. Be back at 2 in the evening. We have a cocktail hour, And we might still have some games if you want to pick those up. They're by the exit sign on this side, by the tech booth. We will see you back here at 2 p.m. See you then.
Welcome back to the ReactConf 2025 live stream. We got Nicholas here who talked to us about React Strict DOM. And Nicholas, we're going to go over a few questions our audience members have sent us. But before we do that, I want to ask you about your walk-in music. Did you choose that?
Yeah, I did.
Are you a big fan of the Queens of the Stone Age?
I wouldn't say big fan, but yeah, I like that drum intro.
You like that one? Yeah, I like it too. Cool. So let's get into the questions we got. We have some styling questions, and someone's asking, how can we use other styling libraries with Strict DOM that are not Stylex?
No, you can't, basically. Anything that you use would have to be rendered down to that on some level. So.
Okay.
Like with React Native, you could come up with some other syntax that a compiler would turn into the API that we support.
Sure.
And that's just necessary for style encapsulation and predictability, basically.
Okay, yeah, so that makes sense. Did you see any accessibility issues with using this on React Native?
We haven't encountered any at the moment because almost all the web APIs map to something that we have in React Native.
Oh.
And so if anything, it's more about trying to bring additional accessibility capabilities that you'd be used to on the web to native. So It's been okay so far.
Okay. And people are asking about VR and AR support for React Strict DOM and if there's a roadmap for that.
Well, I did mention that we've been using React Strict DOM to build VR apps. So that was one of the first use cases for cross-platform code, in fact. So, I mean, React Native essentially works on VR, or on our VR headsets at least. So I guess, yes, that works.
And we've been using that on VR Facebook and VR Instagram?
Facebook and Instagram.
Yeah, cool. We got some questions about iterating on Strict DOM at Meta. Can people outside of Meta do the same? How do they get started, and how do they give you feedback?
Yes, there are a few teams outside of Meta who are using React Strict DOM already, and so go to the GitHub project, look at the docs. There's plenty of instructions on how to get started. There's even some LLM instructions, so you can kind of paste that into your AI coding assistant of choice, and it'll help you generate the kind of code that is expected because they haven't yet been trained on this syntax.
Right.
But it's very close to React DOM, so we found internally they don't have any trouble writing that kind of code.
Cool. Could you eventually use React Compiler to compile or generate Strict DOM and then just write React however you want?
Yes, maybe. I mean, the question has come up before about whether the HTML module, for example, is needed, or if it could just be like an overloaded version of React DOM. And the reason we don't do that is because we don't want to create confusion for developers where something looks like something they're used to, but now behaves differently. But fast forward a bunch of time into the future, if something like this were to take off, it could be that it could become the default, or people can write their own layers on top that, as was mentioned, like can compile down to that if necessary.
Yeah. Okay. We're all done with the audience questions, and I'm going to ask you my 2 favorite questions of this conference. Number 1, what's your favorite React feature ever?
Probably React Native style sheet.
Oh.
Christopher Shudo talks about that a lot. And I think the insights there and the effectiveness of that API for the React Native ecosystem has been really influential, and I spent a lot of time essentially trying to bring that to the web.
Cool. I think this is the first time anyone answered that here, actually. And what is one thing about you that doesn't come up in normal conversation? Any fun hobbies or anything interesting like that?
Well, once upon a time, I was an anthropologist, or at least a student of anthropology. So my background is not technical at all, and I got into software engineering as an accident.
Huh.
So yeah, I guess I don't know if that's fun, but it doesn't come up very often.
A lot of the people I talked to over the last 2 days have very diverse backgrounds, but it's always like math, finance. I think it's the first time I'm hearing anthropology.
It'll be interesting to see whether this new wave of technology with AI-assisted development helps bring more people from non-technical backgrounds back. I mean, I did study the hard sciences before I became an anthropologist, but I think the ability to allow people to express their intent and not have to become domain experts in programming is maybe going to bring more people back into this kind of field of experience
100%.
development.
Thank you, Nicholas, and thank you, audience, for sending all these questions.
Yes,
we'll be right back with Luna, who's going to talk to us about Virtual View. Welcome back, live stream, ReactConf 2025. I'm here with Luna Wei, who talked to us about reimagining lists for React Native. And Luna, I thought your talk was awesome. I really like Virtual View, but I thought that the way you presented it was amazing. So thank you so much. And we're going to go over some questions from our live audience. Okay?
Okay.
Cool. So how does Virtual View and collections relate to the current list libraries like Flash List and Legend List? Is it an alternative or a building block?
I would say the current community React Native lists, like Legend List and Flash List, are much more fully featured. Like this virtual column and virtual row are much more basic primitives that I would say are building blocks to something like that. I think what's really cool actually is Virtual View can probably just be used in Flash List or Legend List. And I think we've reached out to Jay before, and also I'm planning to reach out to Shopify for Flash List. But yeah, it's a building block, and I think in the end, like they're building for something a lot more like an actual list. And right now we're exploring just like what is like the very core like responsibility of a list.
Sure.
And that's what we're kind of trying to answer with virtual column. And
and that definitely makes sense, like something like for React Native, it's the core. Did you have any accessibility challenges while working on this?
Yeah, we did. I mean, with virtualization, there's always the issue of, like using like the accessibility. I forgot what it's called, but like getting to the next item in the list below. Needing to maintain focus on that with the keyboard or with TalkBack. I think there was some hacks we had to do that. Well, not hacks, but like some things we had to keep unvirtualized.
Yeah.
But actually, in the sense they are still always mounted. Like the virtual view, that's actually one difference between FlashList and LegendList is that virtual collections don't do view recycling, they do lazy mounting. So the concept is that we would continue to keep virtual views mounted, and so that actually makes accessibility a bit more straightforward.
I'm going to ask you something I already know the answer to, but maybe our audience is interested in knowing. Is Meta already using virtual collections and virtual views in their apps?
Yeah, we are. We're using it, we tested in production just this past year in Facebook Marketplace, which is probably the largest React Native surface and the Facebook app. And it saw, there was definitely lifts in a lot of tail load interactions.
Right.
Because we are managing to paginate and to get the next set of list items ready to go so that people aren't waiting on that tail load spinner as long.
Okay. Web folks are asking, can we get virtual collection components in React Web?
Yeah, I feel like there's already, I don't know that space so well, but I feel like there's already kind of a lot of these concepts built into virtualized lists on web. I mean, this is unique for React Native because we have to manage threading. The web, by default, you're already using the main thread to render your, or to handle your scroll event handlers and everything. So I'm not exactly sure what that looks like, but I think concepts like the adjustable pre-render window and using activity, which is something we're not actively doing today, but I think a lot of these concepts overlap, so I think there's a lot of cross-platform exploration.
Definitely. Luna, 2 final questions for you. I ask these to everyone that comes here. What is your #1 top favorite React feature of all times?
I do think that the React Dev tools are pretty amazing. I think that really was a game changer just to see time travel debugging back then when I was writing more product code.
Okay, awesome. And what's one thing about you that doesn't come up in normal conversation?
I really like hobbies. I'm a serial hobbyist. I do a lot of gardening, do some sewing. But obviously, since having a kid, it's been a little bit harder to do that. But I've been trying to lean back into those hobbies more.
Okay, we're going to talk about gardening after this.
Okay. Oh, you're a gardener as well?
And thank you yes, I do. And thank you so much, Luna, for joining us today and answering questions from our live audience. Thank you, live audience, for sending us questions. We'll be right back with more interviews after this. Thank you. Welcome back, live stream ReactConf 2025 Day 2. I'm here with Peter and Aurora. Peter and Aurora have not had their talk yet. They're going to do it a bit later today, but we thought we can talk a bit about the stuff they're going to show us and a bit about Redwood SDK. So you've recently announced Redwood SDK 1.0 beta, right?
Yes.
Can you tell us about it and what's the difference to other React frameworks?
So Redwood SDK is built exclusively for Cloudflare.
Oh.
So it only runs on Cloudflare.
Yeah.
And it's completely server-side. So we leaned in heavily to the request response model. So web browser sends a request, you return a response. We believe that that's a really good way to bring RSCs to people and just make things much simpler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Cloudflare, particular reason we decided to go with that?
Yeah, it's part of actually the reason why we decided to build a new framework was I come from South Africa.
Oh.
In South Africa, we're pretty much really far from everyone else. So latency is a huge issue.
Yeah.
And when I decided to build a new framework, I didn't want people to have to think about storage, queues, databases, etc. So I knew I needed a platform.
Yeah.
So I went and I looked around and I found a whole bunch of competitive platforms.
Mm-hmm.
And Cloudflare had two things that were incredibly special. Number one was they have a great edge network.
Yeah.
Number two is that you don't need a credit card in order to ship anything to Cloudflare.
Right.
And being someone that is from South Africa, that's really important to a country that is developing. There
Yeah.
are plenty of young people out there that don't have access to a bank, let alone a credit card, and having the ability to ship to that platform and get things out the door is really important to us.
Yeah, that's awesome. I haven't even considered that. That's a great reason.
Thank you.
Starting for free, that's pretty awesome. Now, Aurora, you're going to talk to us a bit later today about your experience with Redwood SDK. Can you share more about that?
Yeah, so I mean, I come from a lot of experience with Next.js and server components and a lot of the new React features. So I've been trying out Redwood SDK and seeing how that knowledge fits in the whole Redwood SDK model, and it's very interesting, and I'm liking it a lot. It's a nice alternative to the existing frameworks, for sure,
Cool.
depending on what you care about in a framework.
Yeah. Do you feel like your experience with those previous things helped you, or was it different?
So it's very similar for me. The mental model is like you can reuse all of the concepts that you already learned with server components and React, and it just kind of works in an expected way in Redwood SDK. So I'm like very happy that I can reuse all of my knowledge because I know a lot about server components and
Right.
React.
Cool.
Yeah.
Aurora, what's your favorite React feature of all times?
Well, my
Sorry.
name has been I have this nickname RSC Queen. People have called me that. So I do really like server components though.
Okay.
I think they're great. I know a lot of people are like, how do you like server components? Yeah, I like them. I think they're great. Makes my life
Awesome.
easy.
You're the first one from everyone interviewed today that said that, by the way.
I do think they're great.
I
However,
think they're great too.
But they need to integrate with all of the other features for them
Right.
to be good to work with, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think that's an important consideration.
Definitely. Peter, could you mind sharing some of the core values that guided the design of Redwood SDK?
Yeah, so I originally mentioned that part of the things that we wanted was for it to be fast
Right.
in anywhere on Earth, for it to be basically free.
Yeah.
And second, we did not want to generate any magic. So
Oh.
what I mean by that, there's absolutely no type generation.
Right.
We do not have any magical exports. I love to tell to people that I can't teach you Redwood SDK because you already know it.
Huh.
If you know React, Vite, and TypeScript,
Yeah.
you can use it. 'Cause
Amazing.
It's just functions, and everything links up in a traceable way.
It's very ergonomic, yeah, and easy to understand. There's
Cool.
nothing to learn, yeah.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to hear more about it when the talk comes. But for now, Peter, what's your favorite React feature of all time?
I really also love RSCs. It's, we built Redwood SDK based solely on RSCs because we thought it is such a good and powerful concept,
Right.
and it deserves a framework that really leans into them heavily.
Definitely. Well, folks, thank you so much for joining today, answering our questions, talking to our live audience. Can't wait to hear your talk later today, and thank you again for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank you. That was great. Yeah.
Okay, we're back again with a live stream, ReactConf 2025 Day 2, and we have Tanner here from TanStack with us, also having a talk later today, so stay tuned for that. And Tanner, we have a few questions for you today, and we'll just get started, but before that, you want to share anything about your upcoming talk or anything like that?
Probably won't come as a surprise to most people. I'm going to talk very briefly about TanStack Start.
Okay.
We'll have a live demo, and then we'll be done.
Okay, amazing.
Yeah.
Okay. Look forward to that, folks. Stay tuned later on the live stream. And TanStack Start has recently shipped it 1.0 release candidate.
Release candidate.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Congrats on that.
Thank
Congrats
you.
on that. We're still not 1.0 in React Native, so I know how that's like. And for those not yet familiar with TanStack, how is TanStack approaching building React apps?
We take a client-side first approach.
Okay.
Which may feel familiar to people who have been doing applications for a long time, maybe 5 to 10 years.
Right.
But it might feel different if you recently got into building React apps with, say, a tool like Next.js,
Yeah.
or Remix or React Router v7,
Yeah.
which are both very server-first
Mhm.
approaches to building applications. So we take a client-side first approach. It's a SPA-like approach, an SPA.
Yeah. Cool. And do you see this as an antidote to over-abstracted frameworks or as a complement?
Kind of both.
Okay.
You know, obviously we're trying to solve pain points that we see with server-first frameworks like those that are out there right now.
Yeah.
But also, we're not trying to solve every single problem. So there are definitely use cases and situations where you'd want to reach for one and not the other, and vice
Mhm.
versa. Yeah, we definitely want to just be a critical but complementary part of the ecosystem.
Okay, I like that. Criticism is always good. Which TanStack project changed the way you think about software development the most?
Oh, probably my router, TanStack router.
Okay.
And the one before it, React Location, which was not a type-safe router, but routing is deceptively difficult.
Yeah.
It really breaks your brain in some places, and having to add TypeScript, type safety to a router was
Mhm.
probably one of the most difficult mental adventures I have had in my life.
Right.
So, yeah, it changed a lot of the way that I look at software.
Okay. Do you think the future of front-end development belongs to frameworks or to composable libraries like TanStack?
I would say, why do we think about those two things differently?
Yeah, good answer.
Yeah,
I like
that's
that.
my answer.
Cool. Now, I'm ashamed to say, but I've only today realized that 10 stack is Tanner stack, or
Yeah.
okay.
Do you want the
Yeah, please.
background on that?
Give me the background.
Sean Wang. Do you know
Okay.
Sean Wang?
No.
He goes by Swix.
Okay. Oh yeah.
He's actually here.
Oh, cool.
Many years ago at React Rally in Utah, that's
Yeah.
where I'm from.
Yeah.
He started calling me TanStack. And it's funny because I needed an umbrella name
Yeah.
because React Query was becoming more than just React. It was
Yeah.
moving into other frameworks.
Sure.
And so I didn't want to have Vue Query and Svelte Query and all these other queries.
Yeah.
So he said, well, you should call it TanStack. And I said,
Okay.
that sounds like a terrible idea.
Well-
Very egotistical. I did not want to do it. And he started introducing me to people at the conference as TanStack as a
Okay.
joke. I went home that night and I did a lot of SEO research on TanStack, and it turns out, from a technical standpoint, it was a great brand name. So, and that's worked out so far.
Awesome. I love that story.
Yeah.
That's great.
So we have great SEO, and maybe a couple of people think I'm some egotistical maniac, but at the end of the day, it worked out.
Yeah, it's awesome. Okay, last question.
Sure.
Favorite React feature of all times?
Oh, this one's going to be controversial, but
Okay.
I really like use effect.
Oh, whoa.
Everybody likes to hate on it.
Yeah.
I think that's because it's extremely powerful and misunderstood, and that doesn't mean you should use it all the time. But I mean, all of the cool stuff that we've done with React Query and routing, and a lot of the cool features that we have are because of use effect.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be able to do it without side effects. They have to exist.
Yeah.
So I guess it's my favorite feature because I have a lot of dangerous respect for it.
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely. Cool. Well, Tanner, thank you so much for joining us today, answering our questions. I love the name story. Looking forward to hearing your talk and seeing the demo later today. And thank you so much for joining us again.
Thank you.
Thanks. And folks, if you ask questions, please stay tuned for the rest of the conference and the other talks that are coming up. And big thank you to Mux for sponsoring and helping us power this live stream. Mux.com. Check it out. We're all going to go for lunch now. I'll see you all later.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
here a rare moment. The React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
And here, a rare moment, the React developer outside in the wild. For years, their kind were bound to heavy frameworks, confined to dim rooms and long nights. But with Redwood SDK, a framework light enough to run at the edge, simple enough to trust, they found balance. Time, at last, to touch grass, growing space for life beyond the screen.
Write once and run everywhere in the React universe. We'll show you how. React Native unlocks the power of every platform. We master the resulting complexity. Build once for 10+ platforms and scale your product with core contributors who have 9+ years of experience supporting complex teams and long-term growth. Trusted by world's leading companies. CallStack, your React and React Native development experts.
AG Grid is the best React data grid in the world. See for yourself with just a few lines of code. Simply provide your row data and your column definitions, and your users will have access to a high-performance, feature-rich data grid with sorting, filtering, reordering, all enabled out of the box. Upgrade to our enterprise version to access advanced features like integrated charting, powered by our brand new product, AG Charts. Learn more at ag-grid.com.
It's the 90s, where we code nested table elements and floats. Except that's still email today. Welcome Resend, a modern email platform built for React developers. NPM your way to sending email? No, sending React email. Build, preview, and check emails written in React, TypeScript, and Tailwind right in your repo. We believe email experiences should be modern for today's developers, with all the observability, webhooks, and email flows you'd expect. Learn more at resend.com.
A good developer fixes bugs. A great one designs systems that don't fail. I've launched 3 #1 apps, and sure, I made some money, but it wasn't easy. In-app purchases, those were critical, so you need eyes on every moving part. I'll show you how I built everything, line by line, case by case.
Welcome back from lunch, everybody. Did you have a good time? Nice. Okay, so I heard a handful of woos, and I want to give you some more material to work with. So we're just going to take a couple seconds, and I'm going to give you some fun ones. You don't have to participate in this one if it makes you feel uncomfortable. My go-to is a good hell yeah. So if you're ready for that, join me. 3, 2, 1. Hell yeah! Yes, that's great. Now this one, it's a little bit softer if you don't like using the word hell. Is heck yeah. Now you have to say it very differently though. You really have to accentuate the heck. It's going to be like heck yeah. So that's the difference between a good hell yeah and a good heck yeah. Okay. So 3, 2, 1. Heck yeah. Yes. That's very good. And these will stimulate applause. So I mean, you can just drop one of those, and then it's gonna ripple through. It's pretty great. Okay, a couple other ones. Like sometimes just a good yes will bring it in. So let's try that. You gotta draw out the S though. You gotta hold on to it. Okay. So 3, 2, 1. Yes. Yeah. That's good. Nicely done. Okay. Now I also like throwing in, for a little bit of contrast, a negative one. It sounds negative, but it feels really good. Just total shock, surprise, awe. So we're gonna go with a no way, okay? But you really gotta muster that, like, there is no way that that's possible, okay? So 3, 2, 1. No way! One more time, okay? 3, 2, 1. No way! Okay, these are good. I wanna hear each one of these. So you can pick your favorite, and then we're gonna run with it. All right, we have an incredible session next. We're going to do some rapid fire talks. This is going to be amazing. We're going to jam pack. We know that you had a big lunch, and we're going to fit as much content in a short period of time as possible. Now, today's already been an amazing day. We've seen React 8.2, React Native 8.2, I'm sorry. I always get in trouble for saying this the wrong way. Hermes 1, React Native Profiler app, Amazon Vega OS, React Strict DOM. That's incredibly exciting to see the React and React Native get closer together. And some new blazing fast list primitives. It's been an incredible morning, and we're excited to see more. Now, there was a little bit of a gap in React Conf, and I want to give credit where credit is due. The incredible people at CallStack really brought this event back into the limelight and encouraged the React team to collaborate and make this a possibility again. So let's give a round of applause for CallStack for making this event possible. Hell yes! Yes, I love it. All right, so we're going to try some of our new exciting phrases, and we're going to invite to the stage to talk about React Everywhere, bringing React to React Native. Founder and CEO of CallStack, Mike Grabowski.
Hello, everybody. How are you guys doing? Woo! Yeah, although I have to make a small correction. I'm CTO and founder. I'll tell you about myself in a second. CEO is Chris. Chris is probably somewhere here. Hello, Chris. I can see you, but yeah, anyway. Let's get started. So, Mike, CTO and founder at CallStack. Been working with and on React Native for a couple of years, since 2016. Kind of helped a bit with releases, working on a few projects, and then lately had been shipping some community packages as well. And as Sean said, we're proud to be co-organizing this conference, second time in a row, and I'm very pleased to see all of you, some friends, some new faces. It is so exciting to be back in Vegas again. So at CallStack, we are a software consultancy building universal apps with React and React Native for almost 10 years now. There is a bunch of us wearing purple t-shirts right outside on the left side. If you have any questions about React Native, want to get started with it, or just build something cool with React, let's chat after my talk or somewhere throughout the day. Let's go. Quick show of hands. Who here is a React developer? That's an easy one. All right. So the ones who didn't raise your hands, you're either not listening or you're in the wrong place. Either way, welcome. Now, raise your hand if you're building just for the web. OK, we have a mixed audience here, although given the previous question, I'm not sure how to interpret that one. But let's just pretend that it's most of us. Now, we live in this world where React is one of the most dominant UI frameworks on the planet. Yet, as React developers, we often think that our impact stops at the edge of the browser. And today, I want to talk to you a bit about how can we change that. Let's think about mobile apps. They aren't static. They have some sort of dynamic content that needs to be delivered without shipping a new version to the App Store. The content is often complex, driven by JSON structures from the server, and it needs to be updated constantly or even changed real time. How do we render these complex, server-driven UIs without constant App Store updates? You might not realize this, especially if you're working on the web, but the answer is very often React. It's the apps that you're working on and building running inside a little box called a web view. And by the way, all these free applications you see on the right-hand side, these are all web views. Not only third-class citizens in the mobile app, actually, I would say key or core user flows implemented in a web view. So what is a web view? It's essentially an embedded web browser directly within your native application, primarily for rendering your web code, such as some components rendered with React. And on desktop, the browser engine is entirely up to the user preference. Popular choices include Google Chrome, Safari, Firefox. However, on mobile, the landscape is slightly different. On iOS, all web views are powered by WebKit, which uses JSC under the hood, and developers cannot really change that. On Android, web views are slightly more customizable, but generally they're Chromium with a V8 under the hood. While this approach might seem convenient at a first glance, right? You can just drop in your React code and get it running on mobile. It comes with some significant trade-offs. I'm sure you're mostly aware of them. The first trade-off is the user experience, and you can feel when you're in a web view unless it's a very well-made integration, and I really tried to find something ultra bad. Usually the gestures don't feel quite responsive. It lacks this smooth feeling. You can see the the pop-up on the bottom is not really a native one, and this is primary user flow booking tickets, right? This can be done right if you spend enough time optimizing that, and companies like Shopify demonstrated how far you can push web views. Although for most of us, I guess we can spend that time elsewhere. Then there are technical trade-offs. Getting WebView to trigger a native sheet, talk with your native application, access the camera requires building complex, fragile communication bridges that are difficult to maintain. And if you've been following React Native older architecture or the bridge, you know how challenging it can be to get right. And as a part of that, every message has to often be serialized, which means if you want to cross this boundary with some complex data structures, you will be facing some significant bottlenecks when it comes to performance and serialization. That's why you can often detect a web view when you're dealing with it. Finally, this setup introduces a subtle friction when it comes to the development process itself. To achieve good user experience, the web team has to constantly be in sync with the native team to sort of be aware of how the code is actually utilized. This creates a fuzzy boundary of ownership across both teams, as they have to coordinate all the time, and generally slows the velocity when you want to ship features really fast. So this is the kind of situation, right? Our React skills are creating first-class experience on the web, yet the same code delivers not so good experience on mobile just because of the way it is running. And it is important to realize that the problem here isn't necessarily React. It's more the way we are putting that on mobile. So the web view, you can think of it as a sort of barrier, isolating our components from the native platform and creating all those performance and integrations issues we've discussed. So what if we could just remove the box? What if we could take the React components we write, our logic, our state management and components, and have them render real native UI on mobile? Well, turns out the answer is React Native, and this is how and what React Native was designed to do. It is the technology that lets you run React components on mobile with native performance and native features. And to understand how this works, it is helpful to remember the place of React in this whole landscape. It is a library for managing your UI in the memory, and it needs a renderer to actually display anything on screen. And for years, we've been using React DOM, which provides platform-specific host components, in this case, HTML elements like div. And React Native is just a different renderer that comes with its own set of host components that we will explore later. So how do we begin this upgrade? Well, the story of adapting React Native is similar to the story of adapting React. It starts with the idea that you don't have to change everything at once. You can start small. And React was first introduced in the web world, to manage just a small part of the page. And I guess, based on the talks that we've heard today, we don't necessarily talk about brownfield React anymore, but I remember, one of the first React conferences back in 2015, like half of the conference was about how you can render React just to manage small piece of the tree, maybe together with Angular or Backbone. That far, we've come, and it's really tremendous. But that kind of architecture is often called brownfield, which means nothing more than just introducing other technology into an existing established application. And React Native was designed to do exactly the same, but for mobile. You can fit it right into your existing mobile application and live alongside it, letting you immediately shortcode across all the platforms, not just iOS, Android, but also other platforms like maybe Vega. And how is that possible? Well, at a very low level, React Native is just another kind of a native view. You can render it instead of regular view anywhere in your tree, enabling instant code sharing across iOS and Android. And let me show you what it actually looks like. So this is Swift code that renders WebView and loads your React application into it. And I'm using WebView as an example here because we're sort of taking this assumption that there is React code running inside. But you can use any kind of other view you wish to replace to share code immediately. Say, maybe you have native screens on iOS and Android looking the same. You will have something else here, but the idea will be the same throughout the talk. This is what loading React Native View looks like. We're still just embedding a view, but this one is powered by React Native. We first start React Native instance wherever we feel is optimal, typically, in this case, during the life cycle of the view. And then we create a React Native view that will point to one of the modules that our React Native application exposes. Now, the changes are minimal, but the impact on performance and capabilities is really big. And you're probably wondering where those APIs like React Native Brownfield or React Native View come from. And they're not part of React Native itself, so let me break that process down a bit. It all starts with a simple React Native application. And inside that application, we typically call app registry register component at the bottom. This is where we tell React Native, hey, these are my components that I'm looking to render from at the native side. Typically, every React Native application will have just one. Then the next question is, how do we get that React Native application into our native application? Well, this is where brownfield can get tricky, but we really wanted to make it simple. And for years, we've been helping large companies adapt React Native, and for them, this is the only way to get started. And based on our learnings, we've created a library called React Native Brownfield. The helpers we saw, like React Native View, come from this package. They let you add React Native as a whole screen. This is one on the left, the view controller, or just part of the screen, which is on the right, React Native View. Our library will handle runtime initialization, rendering of components, bridging navigation, pretty much most of the hard work for you, and you get to pick where you really want to render your new cross-platform UI. So React Native Brownfield provides runtime helpers. But we still need to deliver the code. And this is where our packaging approach comes in. And we've built a tool called Rock to help you with that. So you take your entire React Native application, and we bundle it into a single native library called XC Framework on iOS or AAR on Android. What's inside? Well, these artifacts contain everything that is needed for your application to run. That would be React Native Runtime, native modules, JS bundle, assets. Everything is included in this one self-contained single file. Now, depending on how your native development pipeline is structured, you may have a different way to send this to your native teams, but it can be as simple as just dropping that inside your existing mobile application, and then you can immediately refer React Native from your native app without impacting your development pipeline. So we've established how to get React Native View on the screen. The next question is, what do we put inside? And let's take a look at typical screen. This is something that I got when I asked ChatGPT to sort of help me with a typical screen. So let's pretend it's a typical screen. And in order to understand what it takes to run this on React Native, we have to zoom in. Because in React, a screen is never a monolith. It is always composed out of smaller building blocks. So to understand what it takes to run a bigger React screen with React Native on mobile, we have to understand what it really takes to run a smaller component like this on the screen. So let's have a look. First is the logic. It's the easy part. The React Native environment is designed to be mostly web compatible. So you can expect things like use state and use effect to kind of work out of the box. You can also use fetch and other libraries from the web ecosystem for the most part. The bottom line here is that your business logic is largely portable. The challenge is the view layer. And on the web, we render to the DOM using primitives like div. But on mobile, there is no DOM. I mean, we're getting more and more of it now. But iOS and Android primarily have their own primitives for building native UIs. So to bridge this gap, React Native provides its own set of host components, like Vue, that will act as a universal abstraction over these platform-specific native elements. Which brings us to the core difference. Web has div, React Native has a Vue, right? And they're conceptually similar. They're both containers for some elements, but they're not the same. So does this mean we have to maintain two separate UI components or even UI trees to make universal UI and make universal code? Generally, no. I mean, my favorite answer, it depends how far you want to go. But at the lowest level, the UI is always different and platform-specific. So let's have a look at the most fundamental primitive, how this is done in React Native first. The easiest and most fundamental way to do this is using platform extensions. React Native bundler called Metro has this feature where if you use .native TSX, that file will be loaded when it's running on the native side. And then if you use Metro on the web or maybe use Webpack and pre-configure aliases, you can have the .web run on the web. Which means that on mobile, you can use text from React Native, and then you can take advantage of mobile-optimized experience, while on the web, you can run something that is relevant for the web, in this case, paragraph with container. And then when we import given component from anywhere in our application, Bundler will automatically pick the right file. That way, our parent stays platform agnostic, and from that point onwards, we can all go with a single implementation. It's kind of a very powerful, simple but powerful primitive, although you don't have to build it all from scratch every time. That would be a wasted time. And community has been creating amazing libraries, and the one you've heard today about is the React Strict DOM, which brings a familiar HTML syntax to a universal platform agnostic model. And what you see here looks like ordinary HTML, but it's actually a set of typed cross-platform React components that can render consistently across the platforms. So what does, say, HTML H1 become? Well, on the web, as we can expect, it's an H1 component. And then on mobile, React Strict DOM will map it to whatever is relevant for React Native. And in this case, it's using text component under the hood. But it's not just that. It's actually more than that. One of the things it does is it actually unifies styling across platforms. So in this case, the styling defaults to 1.5 REM. And that way, you can get best of both worlds, consistent base UI across all the platforms. And then you can go from there and style it. Another great library that I wanted to call out is NativeWint. It lets you style your mobile components using Tailwind classes, depending on whether you're a fan of that or not. In case you're a fan, it's great that you can share your design systems and use familiar syntax to build UI interfaces on React Native. And all of these tools build on the same foundation, giving you a ready-made toolkit for writing code that works across all the platforms. But what if your logic needs to interact with platform APIs, like getting OS name? Well, you can also create two files as you expect. You can build on that same primitive. For example, let's say we want to have the name of the OS. In React Native, we can use platform module. And great thing about React Native when you're starting your development career from React Native is that a lot of things come included out of the box. So your environment, your APIs, like platform, everything is there. And all it takes is just get the OS property from platform. On the web, you can get that information out of user agents. So to make it easier, it is often useful to use a third-party parser, like in this case. When done, you can simply import the module from the parent. And again, the bundler will resolve the right implementation. But just like with UI, you don't have to write this all yourself. That would, again, be wasted time. This is where universal libraries come in. And in this case, a great example is Expo Device that gives you universal implementation of device module across Android, iOS, and web. And that goes way beyond just device. The Expo SDK contains a bunch of different modules, camera, contact, file system, all from a single consistent API. This is what truly allows you to write your business logic once and have it run across all the platforms. So because we now have this universal component model, the trade-offs we saw with WebView simply dissolve. First of all, the performance challenge is solved. Our performance is smoother. The integration with native pieces is better. The post-message bridge and the whole communication is greatly simplified because with React Native, we can have synchronous and asynchronous direct access with shared memory, which means that complex data structures are very easy to work with. And these are the things that make React Native new architecture so much powerful and faster. And the ownership is greatly resolved as well, because there is now a single team working not just across Android and iOS, but very often also across the web. So we get to ship from a single code base to many platforms. So solving those trade-offs is a huge win, but it's just the beginning. This is where we move from fixing problems to unlocking potential. Let's have a look at a very simple application hierarchy now. Again, this is actually got this from Google. It's hierarchy of a random application. We have 3 main user flows: scheduling, drawing, profile. I guess familiar to an extent to everything that we are all working on as well. Like I said, the journey becomes with a very first step of swapping a single view. Now, the case I'm making in this talk is to start with a web view, because typically you might be having React code that is easier to move to React Native rather than starting from both native implementations. But alternatively, if you're not using web views or you're having other similar UIs that look across iOS and Android and web very much the same, you can start with something like that here. You prove the concept, you open the door for gradual migration, you set yourself some KPIs, and then you know you can go further. Once that piece is in place, you can gradually expand further and further, moving more screens to React Native, eventually letting it manage entire user flows. This allows you to migrate at your own pace, eventually replacing as much of the old application as it makes sense. And again, if your application is already using web views, you have good first candidate and most likely team that is already well familiar with the concept of brownfield. So we've seen what is possible, but this amazing potential doesn't mean anything until we really make it reality in our organizations. And the good news is you don't need a grand plan or a massive budget. All you have to do is start this conversation with your colleagues. What are you using web views right now? And show them how this integration simple is. Because you all have the skills, knowledge necessary to get this implemented in production and benefit from much better UI and user experience. So to recap, we've seen that web views are often a compromise and very challenging to get right. And React Native solves this problem and also can be added incrementally to existing mobile applications. We can use that to unlock meaningful code sharing across your logic and even UI, making your entire organization more efficient. So I think this all comes down to a shift in perspective. You know, for a long time, we've thought of ourselves React Web developers and React Native developers, and I've been going to a lot of conferences, and very often there is a second track for React Native and separate track for React. But I don't think that's a full picture. In my opinion, we're developers who are experts at building very nice user interfaces with React. And React Native, to me, isn't a different career. It's just a different target for the skills you already have. And if you think React Native is not for you, nothing could be further from the truth. So I encourage you to try it and ship some great user experiences across many platforms with single code base. Thank you very much.
Nicely done. Great job. So yesterday we learned that because of this unprecedented collaboration that we're experiencing with the React Foundation, all of the major bundlers now have support for RSC. This is very, very exciting because many of you, for the first time, will be able to use RSCs in your stack. React Server Components, if I'm over-acronymizing. Now, the next person who's going to be showing us the breakthrough of this integration has worked tirelessly across the whole stack and is an excellent person to showcase how well this works. Okay, so for how Parcel is building React server components, please help me invite to the stage architect at Adobe and slayer of Webpack config, Devin Gavette.
All right. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Devin Gavette. In my day job, I'm the tech lead for React Aria at Adobe, which is our open source, style-free component library focused on accessibility, and React Spectrum, which is our design system. I also created the Parcel bundler, which I'll be talking about today. In Parcel 2.14, released earlier this year, we added support for React Server Components, which are a new type of component that run only on the server and not in the browser. Aside from letting you do new things with React, like directly access a database, they also help improve code splitting and eliminate network waterfalls, making your app load faster without requiring any changes to the way you structure your components. Parcel is one of the first bundlers that's not tied to a specific framework like Next.js to add first-class support for server components. This makes it much easier for other frameworks to implement RSC support since they don't need to build a whole bundler themselves from scratch. For example, React Router recently introduced experimental RSC support by initially building on top of Parcel. But because the layers are separate, it's also easy to add server components to any app. So here's what it looks like to use directly in code. Since Parcel is not a framework, you're responsible for providing the web server and handling routing and other concerns like that. In this example, I'm using a simple Express server to render a server component to HTML. Separating server components from a specific framework gives you a lot of control over how your app works and enables using server components in new ways. For example, did you know that you can actually integrate server components into any existing client-rendered app without migrating to a new framework by simply fetching them like you would an API? This is actually pretty cool. Fetch RSC, in this example, is a tiny wrapper around fetch that returns a promise that resolves to a React element. And since React 19 supports rendering promises, you can just return that from a component or even wrap it in another JSX element if you want. And the content that you rendered on the server gets embedded in your client app. There's no SSR to HTML here, just serialized components rendered on the client. Later on, if you want to add, you want to optimize a performance critical page, you can easily add SSR for just that page. I mentioned that server components help improve code splitting, but first let's look at an example in a traditional client-only single-page app, or SPA. In this model, there's a single entry JavaScript bundle and routing occurs on the client. Bundlers support this using the dynamic import syntax, which loads a module on demand. A simple client-side router might swap between lazily loaded components based on the URL. But this can introduce a problem. The browser doesn't know which bundles it needs to download until the page loads and the app initializes, which creates a network waterfall. So first, the browser downloads the HTML and the entry JavaScript bundle, which checks the URL to see which route needs to be loaded, and then triggers a dynamic import to load additional code for like the dashboard, profile, or settings page, for example. Then the settings page might need to request some data from an API, and maybe it has subpages like account, notification, or appearance settings, which are also code split. So then the browser needs to download more code and make more API requests and so on. You can see where this is going. Every nested route and dynamically loaded component makes the app slower, and the user might see several different loading spinners for each part of the page. We've all used apps like this, and it's not a great user experience. One solution to this is to manually implement preloading code. So the router in the entry bundle looks at the URL ahead of time, realizes that the notification settings page is going to be needed later on, and then starts loading code and data that it needs in advance. But this can be really difficult to implement and maintain in a large code base with many different people and teams contributing, and kind of goes against the whole idea of composition in React. React Server components can help eliminate these kind of waterfalls without requiring any changes to the way the components are structured. They do this by merging the server and client into a single module graph, which lets you seamlessly mix server rendering with client interactivity. The use client directive at the top of a file is that one magic line we've all seen that lets the server pass props to the client and enables React and bundlers to preload code and data automatically. But have you ever wondered how this actually works? Well, in Parcel at least, each module has an associated environment. This describes where the module runs, for example, on a server or in a browser or a web worker, as well as various other properties like the target browser engines to compile for. Environments are actually not a new feature for Parcel, but the use client directive is. Use client does two things. The first is changing the environment to React Client. This moves the module into the client bundle that gets loaded in the browser. Second, when a module in the server environment imports a module from the client environment, the bundler creates a proxy module where each export is replaced with a React client reference. This uses an API provided by the React Server DOM Parcel package, which is part of the React repo, and contains bundler-specific implementation details. A Parcel client reference includes three parts: the parcel-generated ID of the button module in the client bundle, the name of the export within that module, in this case button, and a list of bundle URLs that must be loaded before the button module can be executed in the browser. So create client reference returns a special object that React knows how to render containing this metadata, and this is what gets imported by page.js on the server. So when the page component renders, the JSX includes this client reference as the button element's type instead of the original button function. Next, React serializes this into an RSC payload, which is a streaming JSON format that gets sent to the browser and deserialized. This includes the button import, which immediately begins preloading, and the serialized JSX tree containing the button client reference and the span that was rendered on the server as its children, along with any other props. And then in the browser, React deserializes the RSC payload back to a JSX tree, and that's what gets used to render or hydrate the page. The client reference becomes a React lazy component, which uses bundler-specific APIs to load the necessary JavaScript files, require the module ID, and get the correct export. This resolves the client reference back to the original button function, which can be rendered just like a regular React component in the browser. This pseudocode is a little bit simplified. The real implementation is a little bit more complicated. You don't really need to know how all this works in order to just use server components, but it's interesting to see how the bundler and runtime work together, right? Parcel also supports CSS in server components. This works a bit differently from client components because CSS is often not included in the JSX tree at all. Here, button.css is imported as a side effect. In client-only apps, the bundler would inject a link element into the DOM when the JavaScript runs, but that won't work on the server because there is no DOM available there. So to support this, Parcel automatically injects link tags into the JSX tree at code splitting boundaries, for example, at the root of each page and in dynamically loaded components. The CSS for all the components that are used on the page gets bundled together, including both server and client components. This relies on a few features in React 19. When a link element is rendered with the precedence prop, React automatically hoists style sheets into the document head and deduplicates them based on the URL. In addition, React suspends until the CSS finishes loading before revealing any components that depend on it, which avoids a flash of unstyled content. This works both during SSR and client rendering and enables CSS imports to work, as you'd expect, completely automatically the same way they do in client-only apps. This is another case where the bundler and React runtime work together. So how do RSCs help improve code splitting and solve network waterfalls? Well, I mentioned that each module has an associated environment, and unlike most other bundlers, Parcel has a single unified module graph spanning across environments, rather than splitting each environment into a separate build. This enables code splitting to span environments too. Here's an example where each module is annotated with its environment. The dashboard profile and settings page each have the server environment, and in this case, chart is also a server component, and button and checkbox are both client components. Parcel bundles common dependencies that have the same environment together. Here, dashboard and chart are both server components, so they're bundled together. Button and React are common client dependencies shared between pages, and checkbox is a client component only used by settings. One other interesting thing you might notice is that useClient is actually not an explicit code splitting point like dynamic import. If you import more than one client component, they'll be grouped together into a single bundle instead of split into separate bundles. This is because a page may render many client components, and the goal of bundling is to reduce the number of HTTP requests needed to load the page. If each new client component you rendered resulted in a new HTTP request, that could quickly get out of hand. This kind of optimization is only possible in bundlers that have a unified module graph spanning across environments, because determining which client components to group together into bundles depends on the structure of the server code. If you've wondered why it's taken a bit longer to get RSC support across bundlers, this is a big reason why. Now, returning to the router example I showed earlier, where components are conditionally rendered based on the URL. In the client-only version, this caused lots of network waterfalls as each part of the page loaded and rendered. But with server components, this exact same code doesn't cause any waterfalls, and no manual preloading code is needed either. On the server, dynamic import has effectively zero latency, since it's just loading from disk instead of over the network. And data loaded by server components is usually much faster as well, because the network is faster and much closer to the database or API, which are often in the same data center. Not to mention that it starts loading earlier without waiting for a separate API request from the client after the page loads. When generating HTML, React automatically inserts preload tags for all of the client components that were rendered as part of the response. This works with any level of nesting and in both server and client components. If settings has its own dynamically loaded components, such as notification settings, for example, these will also be preloaded. React also embeds all of the data that the client components will need into the HTML, including data from the databases and APIs that the server components loaded. This effectively flattens the network waterfall, so everything starts loading immediately and in parallel without waiting for each part of the page to render. What's super cool about this is that the underlying component structure in the source code didn't change from the SPA version at all. We still have separate components for each part of the page, and separate APIs for each part of the data. These can be maintained by different teams or even live in different repos. But now, rather than slowing down the page by loading in series and adding lots of spinners to the UI, the loading is automatically parallelized. This was a really quick overview of how server components integrate with the bundler. They can help you optimize the loading sequence of your application by automatically parallelizing code and data loading to eliminate network waterfalls. This requires the bundler and React runtime to work hand in hand, and is supported by new bundler features that enable code splitting across environments. React and bundlers like Parcel provide low-level APIs that can be built upon directly by you, or used by frameworks like React Router to simplify the developer experience and add additional features. I didn't have time today to talk about server functions, which also work together with a bundler, but hopefully this talk helped you see how the pieces fit together a bit better. I also wrote a blog post that goes into even more detail if you're curious. Thank you.
Woo. Let's go. Nice. Good job. Amazing. Amazing to see. Okay, so our next presenter is an absolute legend in my mind. I have never met anyone who does such a great job of compressing so much information into very concise, beautiful visual animations. So this next talk is going to be an absolute treat. And practicing what she preaches, I believe that most of what you will see is using view transition APIs. And I think, let's see, what else can I say? What? Oh my gosh, I don't have any more jokes. Okay, let me tell you this. I really thought that ChatGPT was going to be exceptional at like roasting JavaScript developers, because it really does seem to know a lot. And it is impressively bad at generating jokes. Even my terrible ones, I spent like a good hour and a half trying to massage some of the inputs for that. We struggling? More happy birthday? Okay, here, I have another one. So I was realizing that I left you with a handful of chants that you can do that are some of my favorites, and I didn't even put them on the list. So we're gonna cover this one real quick. The one that I use all the time, and maybe I was secretly holding it back, so for myself, is "Let's go." Who likes to let out a good "Let's go"? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Now I find that with this one, it's good if you can kind of compress your arms together. It's like you get a really good go, push that go out. Maybe after lunch that's a little bit of a bad idea, so don't compress too hard in the abdomen. But yeah, so let's practice that a couple times. Okay, on the count of 3, or counting down from 3 to 1, however that goes. 3, 2, 1, let's go! I love that. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a story. Let's see. I'm going to tell you a story. I actually promised you this story earlier, and we haven't had a chance to do it, but now's the perfect time. So for the first ReactConf back in 2025, it was being held in the Facebook cafeteria at the time, and there were only 200 spots available. These were an extremely coveted 200 spots. I think we knew in advance that this was going to be a very limited run. And so, as I said, I was just hunched over my computer all night, waiting. I was 11:58, 11:59, waiting for that first second. As Christopher mentioned, that we took down the server that was hosting this. But some friends of mine who were a little less hopeful, a little more skeptical, realized that the site that they were using for the tickets, it locked down the sign up, but there was a token that you could add to the post request, I think, that would unlock it, that it would send any request for tickets through. And so while I was being hopeful in my room, believing, praying that I would get a ticket, my friends were being much smarter than I and doing a little bit of black hat hacking. And so I think they waited until maybe 11:58, 11:59. They didn't want to cut it too close and lose out on their opportunity to get tickets. But 11:58, they send this post request in for, I think, 3 tickets to ReactConf. And it was just a minute or two beforehand. And it actually worked, and they were super stoked. Christopher Chadeau is a very smart person, and he recognized this clearly. He's like, hey, what's with these guys? I only got 200 tickets. What's with these 3 tickets, going to somebody who, hacked the system? And, oh, you're good, okay. What's with these 3 tickets? They, went out before, what's the problem? And so he emails them and said, hey, this seems a little bit weird. What's going on? And so they confessed. They're you know what? We just really wanted to be a part of it. If you can't honor the tickets, that's totally fine. We just wanted to do everything we could be there. And Christopher, he's like, you guys are exactly the kind of people that we want here. He's like, here's 2 more tickets. Bring your friends. Have a great time. So, yeah. I love Christopher. Thank you. I will always remember that moment. Super good. I heard good. Let's go. Let's go. I love it. All right, it sounds like we're ready. Thank you for hearing my story. And so please invite to the stage DX engineer at Vercel and cultivator of beautiful code examples, Delva de Oliveira.
Hi.
Yeah, let's go.
Hi, everyone. Just give me 1 second. Oh, there you go. Okay, let's go. Many of us are here today because we believe in the open web. As much as we love mobile apps, we also want the web to thrive. However, one area where the web is falling behind is motion design. Even something as simple as the Settings app on your iPhone is packed with subtle details that make transitions feel polished and help users understand what's happening. Now, compare that to your typical SaaS dashboard, where you'd be lucky to see any animations at all. Sadly, the web has a culture where animation is seen as decoration and not as a tool to meaningfully improve the user experience. So today, I'd love to show you how view transitions can help us close the gap. In the next 10 minutes, we'll use the new React APIs to improve page navigation of a small Next.js demo. And I'll share with you some tips that you can use to apply motion design with care and intention. By default, when you're navigating between pages, the browser hard cuts from the old page to the new page, like this, and this. There is nothing wrong with this. This is how the web has always worked. But can we do better? The challenge is navigating or animating between server-rendered pages has historically been really, really hard. You have to hold on to the old page, grab the new one, and then somehow animate between them. Luckily, as it happens, with view transitions, the browser can now pause just before painting the new page to the screen. And at this precise point, it knows what the old page looked like and what the new page will look like, which gives us a chance to animate between them. So let's start with a very simple example. As we learned yesterday, in React, we can opt into browser transitions by wrapping UI in the new view transitions component. And out of the box, this will give us a simple crossfade between views. So now, when we navigate, the old content will fade out, and the new content will fade in. It's so fast. Did anyone catch that? I will slow it down for you. OK, did you catch that this time? Cool. So for many navigations, this simple fade is enough. But there is opportunity for us to do more where it makes sense. By adding horizontal motion, we can help users build a spatial map of our UI. And you've probably seen this pattern in mobile apps, where the pages slide left or right. This makes it feel like the pages are sitting side by side, so if you move forwards or backwards, it feels like you're moving in space. To achieve this, we'll define CSS keyframes, and we'll apply them to the browser elements. And rather than apply these animations to all view transitions, we'll target ones with specific class names. Back in React land, we can map the classes we just defined to the enter and exit props of the view transition component. So let's see these changes in action. OK, so navigation between our pages now slide horizontally, but there's a small problem. Notice how every transition moves in the same direction, even when I click the previous button. We can customize direction with React transition types. And to do this in Next.js, we'll need to create a custom component that first wraps next link, handles navigation, restart transition, and router push, and accepts a type prop that is then passed to the add transition type component, function. And I promise you, this is the hardest part. OK, so now we can use our custom link component to assign a direction to our previous and next buttons. Finally, we'll update the enter and exit props to use the new transition types we just defined. So now, when I click the previous button and the next button, the transition moves in the right direction, forwards, backwards. OK, so navigation across our pages are now spatially consistent, but we can do more. There's still room for improvement. Right now, you will notice that the header and the footer, or the backlink and the pagination, slide with the rest of the content, even though they don't visually change between pages. We can freeze these elements in place with shared element transitions. And we can create shared elements by wrapping them in nested view transition components and assigning them a unique name. I know, it looks a little crazy, but trust the process. So what this is doing is opting the elements out of the main parent transition that is animating the rest of the page. So when the elements don't change between views, they will now appear frozen in place. But when they do change, the browser will automatically handle the scale and position, which helps users understand how the elements relate between views. OK, so movement is cool, but we need to be mindful of how we use it. First, our eyes are very good at focusing on fast-moving objects. And in video editing, we use something called motion blur to reduce eye strain. So we already have motion. Now we just need the blur. I call this the poor man's motion blur. Now, the elements that move are going to be slightly blurred, which tells our eyes that they don't need to fixate or follow the movement around. And another thing to consider is that we don't want long animations to get in the way of users navigating to a new page. So we can tweak the animation easing and duration to make things short and fluid. And of course, whenever we add any movement, we should consider removing it or reducing it for users who prefer reduced motion. And last but not least, since React is all about composition, we can figure out these motion patterns once and move them into reusable components. And we could even publish them as NPM packages for the rest of the community. Pretty cool, right? Like, I'm really looking forward to what people are going to be building with your transitions. OK, so I threw a lot at you. That was a lot to process. So to help our understanding of how V-transitions actually work, let's open up the DevTools. And I need to go to that screen. Yes, OK. So here in the animations panel, you can see that I can pause or I can slow down the animation. OK? And I want you to pay attention just below the HTML tag. Are you ready? Hold on, I need my mouse back. OK. Did you see that? So when we navigate, the browser layers temporary pseudo-elements on top of the DOM. And these pseudo-elements are for the old and new pages. When the transition is complete, the elements are then removed. One way to think about it is that the browser is essentially taking photos of both pages, putting them on top of the DOM, and then animating between them. Once the animation is complete, removing the photos to reveal the page underneath. It's like a swap, a magic trick. It's surprisingly simple, but also very clever. And naturally, very, very performant, because we are animating between static images rather than potentially massive DOM trees. Like, could you imagine if we had to update pixel by pixel of an animation on the DOM? It would be crazy, right? So while there's a lot more going on under the hood, all we really have to do as developers is decide what elements we want to participate in the view transition, design how these elements animate, and let React and the browser do the coordination. And as you may have already guessed it, this whole presentation was built with view transitions. And I hope this serves as an example of how flexible these APIs can be. When you are using view transitions, you can start simple. But you can also layer in more complex animations when it makes sense. And if there's one thing I would love for you to take away from this talk, is that animations aren't just for decoration. Done right, they can help guide users and make your applications feel more polished without introducing friction or hurting performance. And I'm very, very excited about view transitions in React and Next.js, because they're going to help us raise the bar for the web. Thank you.
Incredible. Nicely done. Wasn't that insane? Like, just absolutely ridiculous. I love it. So impressed. I wasn't lying. She's the best. If you want to go see the Vercel team, they have a booth right out here, and you can talk more about all of those beautiful features. Okay, so our next speaker spoke at ReactConf last year, and I think maybe my favorite commentary on this was Theo Brown reviewed this talk or reacted to it. I can't remember exactly, and was like, this talk by Evan was irresponsible how much he showed off, because everything is like, he showed off so much capability and it's just going to ruin a bunch of people's apps who don't know how to like actually wield it. And I love that. So Evan just has a history of just giving completely cracked talks on all of the capability of Expo. So I'm really excited to see what he brings to the stage today. Please welcome, for Build Fast, Deploy Faster, Expo in 2025, Lego Master and Software Engineer at Expo, Evan Bacon.
Hi, thanks, brother. Just get set up right over here. All right. All right. Oh, trust this computer? Yes, I think I will. Okay. Expo enables developers to build high-quality mobile experiences in record time. For example, you could add the new liquid glass effects to your app as soon as they were announced this year at WWDC. And this includes so many delightful effects like link previews and context menus that make your app feel fully optimized for the device that it's running on. And in Expo, we deliver these effects through intuitive, composable React-first APIs. And then we squeeze every ounce of performance out of them with React Compiler, which I'm proud to announce is now enabled by default in Expo for all new projects. Fantastic work by the React Compiler team. This is huge, especially on low-end Android devices. And when you build a native app, you can integrate deeply with the platform to add rich, multi-target functionality, such as live activities, home screen widgets, and app clips. This is all made incredibly easy in Expo. So to recap, Expo is the fastest way to build high-quality, limitless experiences that target all major platforms, and it keeps getting better. You can try it today with BunX Create Expo. But there's more to building great software than simply using the right framework. I believe that quality is a function of iteration. The more times that you can deliver an experience end-to-end, the better the results will be. And it begs the question, how many times can you actually iterate end-to-end in a single day when you're building a mobile app? So let's explore. On web, you can simply run a command like EAS deploy to ship instantly. No provisioning profiles, no permissions, you just ship everywhere. That's the gold standard of deployment, and at Expo, we've set out to bring this to mobile too. Deployment to the Apple App Store is a painfully difficult process, and there's no way around it. You have to build the app, sign it, upload it, wait for it to process, and then submit it for a review. This is a process that used to take weeks. But with Expo, you can simply run npx test flight from any computer, Windows or Mac, and it will be built, signed, and sent to test flight, ready for you to download. We pioneered the one-line mobile deployment command, but there were still a number of ways we could improve it this year. For example, you still had to go to the Apple website, which is a slow website, and fill out forms before you could download the app. We solved this 8 months ago by automating the entire test flight setup end to end. It's pretty sweet. And after we created a pipeline for going from command line to device, we did a deep dive on making it fast. We upgraded EAS Build with state-of-the-art Apple computers. We used Bun for installs. We sped up Metro Bundler. And we worked with Meta to pre-compile React Native for iOS. This resulted in about 4x faster builds. Today, you can go for it. Yeah. Today, you can deploy a base project in about 5 minutes. Or can you? You see, there's a hidden cost to needing a CLI to kick off builds. You have to download a number of things, clone your repo, and set up credentials, all of which add room for slowness and uncertainty. So we reached for Expo and built an Expo website called Launch that makes one-click deployment available instantly from any device. As a result, you can launch an app end-to-end from your iPhone to your iPhone in less than 10 minutes. No exploits, just the full official process, completely automated. Which means at long last, you can now compile your Xcode projects from your Tesla or even your Apple Watch. Less than 10 minutes means about 144 deployments a day. That's way more than last year, and a step change improvement over standard native development. This means higher quality apps for everyone, everywhere. Drink some water. This next part's going to be a doozy. So to recap, you can build any sort of app or website using beautiful native primitives, then launch them fast from your command line or browser. And there's no other framework on earth like this today. It's all made possible by React. This stack enables you to build the most impactful and exciting apps. And there's really no better way to show that than with a demonstration. Now, I love a good live demo, especially one involving Wi-Fi and generative content. So over the week, over the last week, I guess now it's been about 8 days, I was able to throw together a prototype of a mobile code editor. Think of it like Cursor or VS Code, but as an Expo app for building and launching universal Expo apps. And now I will attempt to demonstrate it live. I bet I can, using Expo. Let's pop in here. File, new movie. I'm going to build it right now. Yeah. Let's see. I'm playing with this bad boy here, but yeah, let's just disconnect, reconnect. Cycle back through this. There we oh, I think we might be close. Yeah. Well, we always have backups, but let's see if we can, let's try this one more time. The demo is the QuickTime, I think. Let's see if we can. Okay, you know what? I got another plan here. We're gonna just try this one more time though, because I prefer the physical keyboard over my plan. But whatever. Let's go for this backup. This is something that the European mind probably cannot comprehend, and it is iPhone mirroring to your Mac. But it does mean I have to stand up here and do it from over the edge of the screen. So let's give this a try. All right. So inside of this project, we pop open our application. When we click this button, it's going to create the first file in our project. We'll click that, and we've got our first file. And now this is going to be tied to the project immediately. So here we can see the code for our editor running inside of an Expo DOM components. This is the Monaco editor. Let's see how well we can. So you got to scroll to swipe. So let's change this around a little bit. Let's say, I don't know, hey instead of hello, and we should see it just like updates automatically, instantly on device. It's super fast because we're just bundling right there on the device. And then I also have a little bit of a copilot in here because typing generally pretty slow on a device. So we can say add a tab bar, and here goes nothing. Let's see how the generation does. So it's going to just start pumping away at code. This is connected to an Expo API route. We have some server actions in there as well, and we can just see it's like, jumping through code, buffering things out immediately. Behind this, we can see that there's some errors as it's just live updating. And down here, we have, looks like a native search, and then we have a native tab item in here. This is what tab bars look like in iOS 26. All right, sweet. This is the basics. Let's make something a little bit more complicated, though. Let's clear this out, start with a new project. I really like the Pokemon theme song, the Catch 'em All for React Native. I've been doing this for like 7 years, didn't think of that. So let's try just the classic. Let's see. Build a Pokedex app with search and favorites. Honestly, just having the full keyboard here, like this could just be my normal code setup. All right, so we'll kick that off. Back here, we can see, of course, the errors as they're piling in from missing resolutions. Let me just pop this open and just see code like just pouring in. It buffers so quickly. So we're running a bunch of things just on device. We're bundling on device. We are not doing all the AI inference on device because the Apple model has a 4K max content limit, and it refused to write code. All right. Just pumping through code down here. Let me do a migration. Okay. Let's see. Okay, perfect. So I was hoping that we could get some sort of error. I didn't want it to go perfectly. So here we got a little bit of an error message. We pop it in here. It looks like there's a conflicting route. So that's just a thing in Expo Router where if you have 2 routes that match the same name, you're going to run into an issue like that. It looks like it already fixed it. I kind of want it to just stop right there, to be honest. And we can just see we've got a Pokedex. So that's pretty sweet. And how long did that take to build as well? 40 seconds? Not bad, not bad. It generated, I don't know what we have here, so let's explore together. When we scroll to the top, we have these beautiful header bars with progressive blurs just built in. You get that natural scroll transition. Oh, we even have a search bar right there. That's pretty sick. Let's see, can we search Pikachu? We got Pika right there. Does it has some context menus? The peek and pop, just beautiful animations that feel amazing on the device. Do they actually do anything, though? Oh, it does. Cool. We can send this picture of Pikachu to my boss. That's pretty sweet. Yeah, how can I do it? I mean, I think it will open all of our messages. Let's see. Something in here that looks so good is that because these are all liquid glass elements like this, we can see a reflection, like a yellow reflection. Charlie just texted me, do it. We can see a reflection of the item down there on the glass item. Let's edit this a bit more. Add some more pictures to the details page. I don't know what happened there, but you aren't missing much by not having this feature in Europe, by the way. The QuickTime thing is a little bit better. All right. Let's take a peek in here. And we have more pictures. So, pretty awesome. And the best part, if we wanted to, say, ship this to the App Store or the web, we could hit this button right here, and it will kick off EAS through Expo Launch right there in the browser. So from the palm of your hand, you can then kick this off over to the App Store, and in less than 10 minutes, you can download it from TestFlight on your device. It is a lightning talk, though. So, I mean, I could build native apps all day, and I can do it in front of an audience just fine. But let's go back over to the presentation here. Now, I built this prototype to demonstrate just how quickly you can, with Expo, I built this prototype just to demonstrate how quickly Expo can help you go from 0 to a compelling MVP in the hottest category right now. There's no compromises. You could ship something like this to the store. It's all thanks to React, Expo Router, EAS, and one more thing. I'm excited to announce that we're working with Mark Lawler to add CSS support to Expo for native apps. At its lowest level, this means you can write scoped CSS code and use it across platforms as is. Of course, people don't really write CSS at its lowest level anymore, and that leads to a lot of issues, which brings us to the best part. Expo CSS will work out of the box with stock Tailwind. Let me show you some snippets of this. Using native monospaced fonts, for example, is surprisingly difficult in React Native. And with Tailwind, it's a one-liner, incredibly easy. High-performance animations and transitions, I'm talking using Reanimated, making sure you have the right pressables, gestures, all of this will work without hooks, events, or custom compound components, making it incredibly lightweight, especially on the web, where CSS is just built into the browser. If you write code like this instead of like this, you are able to strip a lot more unused code out of the web bundle. This also enables pseudo-classes, media queries, and CSS variables in Expo on all platforms. And finally, we've been working on adding many CSS properties to React Native as well, to the native part of React Native. In the past, you needed to install an entirely new library to create gradients, but now it's built-in, spec compliant, and it works identically to the web. So overall, fewer hooks, fewer imports, fewer tokens, more backwards compatible, less domain-specific knowledge, and it runs with zero overhead on the web. The official version of this will be coming soon, but you can try it today in Expo with the React Native CSS package. And thanks again to our partner, Mark Lawler, for his incredible work in this collaboration. So there has never been a better time than today to build something really special with Expo. If you're interested in working on the bleeding edge of app development with us, reach out on X or catch one of us after the show or at the booth. I'm Evan Bacon. That's all I've got for you guys today. Thanks.
Crazy. That Tesla slide was nice. Okay. You watched that whole presentation, and I didn't hear a single no way. That was your opportunity. There was like 20 opportunities to launch a no way. Yeah. Amazing. Absolutely ridiculous. I also got to call out, quality is a function of iteration. Bars. So good. All right, it looks like we're ready for our next speaker. Our next speaker is just such an incredible force in the React community. I am so lucky to be able to call him a friend. He demonstrates everyday kindness for all of our friends in this community and truly changed the game with his workshop platform for Epic Web and Epic React. To hear the React router take on RSC, please welcome to the stage, Kent Seadas.
Can I hug you? I love you, man. Thank you. All right. There we go. Hi, everybody. I am so thrilled to be here. My name is Kent Seadas, and normally at this point, I would invite you all to stand up, but we don't have time for that. So just like move around a little bit, get some blood flowing. We're going to go straight to the demo. So this is, oh, I got an update. You got to be joking. Well, just ignore that. So this is a very simple React router app. You got your movie collection here. Thanks, Chance, for helping me figure out this animation. You can watch the movie trailer. You can mark it as favorite. Of course, I'm going to mark Lord of the Rings as a favorite. That's it. That's the entire React router app. Woohoo! Yeah, no way! Yeah. But what's cool about this is that it's a React router app like so many of you have. And it's using all of the features that I need to show you how you can incrementally adopt React Server components. So let's start in our Vite config. I'm using React Router with framework mode, but if you're using React Router in data mode, you also will be able to use React Server components, which I think is pretty awesome. So a lot of you who are living out there in the real world, you've got your own complicated build pipelines and stuff. If you can get that working with server components, then React Router can enable all of these things for you as well, which I think is pretty rad. So we're going to start by switching our React Router plugin, and we're also going to bring in a plugin from Vite for RSC. And with that, our app is now running with React Server components. Yay! Yeah. So we're not actually using RSCs, but we have the ability. But here's the cool thing is that you can commit this and you can deploy this to production, and then later you can come in and start adding more stuff. So you don't have to change any of your source code. Except for one thing. If I looked at the root, here we go. If I looked at the warnings in the console, I would see that we actually no longer need the scripts element rendered here anymore because that's included as part of the RSC payload. So we can get rid of that. Warning's gone. Now you can ship and deploy this. OK, so now that we've got that, I want to start using RSC, right? But let's imagine that this is a really big app, and you can't just start putting everything into React Server Component, because now you have to start adding use client everywhere, or it's just can be really complicated. So let's say that there was just this one piece right here that is really heavy. Maybe that movie card is comprised of potentially tens of thousands of combinations of components, and we don't know which component to use until we get the data, whatever. And we want to move this over to the server. So in React Router, you have this loader export that runs on the server. You have your default export. That is your component that renders both on the server and on the client. So if we wanted to move this to the server, we just move this to the server. I stole that one from Brian Florence last year. But boom. Now that is a React Server component still working exactly the same, except whatever is inside of movie card, all of the components that are used there stay on the server. And I think that's pretty cool because it allows us to incrementally adopt React Server components rather than just changing our whole app to use a React Server component. You can just go anywhere you want in the React tree and say, oh, this spot right here, that really needs to be a server component. Move it to the loader, and it's a server component. So that's neat. But you know what? This route actually is just, there's nothing really all that interesting about this route as far as state is concerned. I could actually make this whole thing a server component without trouble. So how do we do that? Well, first, we're going to, instead of making this be a default export, we're going to make it a named export, and we'll call it server component. And then I can actually, now that this is a server component, I can make this async. And we can move this back in. We can get rid of the loader entirely, and in fact, we can even get rid of that import. We can get rid of the props. Now, it's still, server component, the whole thing, the entire route is a server component. That was easy, right? Like, it's not all that impressive when you look at it, but if you think about how complicated it can be to make all of this work, I think that it's pretty awesome. It's fascinating how well the Vite and the React Router team made this so that you could incrementally adopt this. And what's really cool about this is if I had a child route, I don't have to worry about that making that child route a server component. It will remain a client component until I do the same thing here. And you can nest those as far as you want. You've got a server component route, and then it has a child that's a client component, and then you have a child that's a server, and it just goes all the way down. So if you're on the team that's in charge of the shell, you can be like, all right, we've got our stuff together. We can make this part a server component. We don't have to talk to the teams who are on these different pages. Or in the inverse, you're like just in charge of this part of the app. You can make your part of the app a server component. I think that is pretty awesome. And you get all the benefits of server components. I forgot to mention, I'm not here to convince you that RSCs are awesome. I'm just here to show you how to use them in React Router. So I'm assuming you already believe that RSCs are fabulous. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. All right, so let's go over to the movie details. I'm going to go to K-pop Demon Hunters. Any fans, K-pop Demon Hunters fans? No! Oh, I made a bug. I changed this like last minute, just back there. This is supposed to be a Rickroll. I Rickrolled myself! No, I was supposed to, like, after I fixed this, make that happen. That is so sad. OK. Yeah, K-pop Demon Hunters, how many of you are K? There are not enough K-pop Demon Hunters fans in here. OK, so here we've got a couple of things in this route that I want to adjust. First of all, we've got this action. You know what we have in React is server functions, and we don't really need this action anymore. So all this action does is it grabs the form data and passes it over to set as favorite. What if instead we don't have the action at all? We come down here, and instead of a React Router form, we just make it a regular form, and we say our action is set as favorite. OK, cool. Let's click that, and it's not going to work. And the reason it's not going to work is because I need to update this module to say it is accessible by the client. So it's use server. And so now that server or that reference will be sent to the client, and it can indeed call. And we can unmark and mark as favorite. I'm going to leave it as a favorite. So that's pretty neat. Now we have, we can get rid of our actions. And the cool thing about that, too, is now I can take this form, and I can make it a component, and I can use it anywhere I want to, and I don't have to worry about finding the closest route to wire up the action, or use some sort of full stack component pattern thing to wire that up. So that's neat. Yeah, there we go. Woohoo! Yeah, I'm happy to see that full stack component pattern go. All right, so let's continue. I want to make this a server component as well, so I can do all of the same stuff, get rid of this loader, right? So let's go server component, export async. Let's get rid of our loader data. We'll swap that out for our params. Save that. Oh, uh-oh. Just kidding. No, I'm acting. I was expecting that. This is use state is not a function. Who knows what that is all about? Anybody? Anybody? Yeah, I heard a whistle. I'm going to assume that that means, yes, I know. So it's because we forgot use client. And so that, like, that's it. Turn it into a server component, and then take the things that are using like client-only stuff with use client. And now we can watch the trailer, and I can rickroll you. There you go. Yeah, you know, wait. That's it. That is how you incrementally migrate your way to React server components with React Router. And I still have about a minute and a half left, which I think is actually pretty cool. It's pretty telling of the simplicity of React server components with React Router, that I can show you everything that you need to know about that in just 9 minutes. Yeah, woohoo, thank you. No way. So, because I have a minute and 18 seconds left, I have one more thing that I want to share with you, and that is this. So why did I show you a promo from ChatGPT? It's because this is the new way that users are going to be interacting with our apps very soon. Whether you're writing React or anything else, our users want to use ChatGPT or an app like it to work with your application. This is built on top of a standard protocol called MCP. And back in March, I decided MCP was the future for all of us. And so I made a major pivot. So some of you might know me from epicreact.dev or epicweb.dev. I pivoted back in March to epicai.pro, and all of these things are still very relevant in this future user interaction model. So if you want to follow me over there on Epic AI Pro, I'm going to help you with this next iteration of how users interact with our software. And a super exciting announcement just an hour ago. If you want to get into React Router, Alam Tuzlek just launched a new workshop on epicweb.dev where he's going to teach you all about React Router. Super stoked about that. I have one more thing that I want to share with you. You're splendid. Thank you very much.
Awesome job, dude. Great job. So I can't be the only person who is looking at that ChatGPT ad thinking like all of those are Rickroll, every single one of them. It can't found a way to just turn all of those into MCP Rickrolls. Also, whoever let out a no way for the second Rickroll, you're my hero. That was perfect. Absolutely perfect. All right, so we're going to take a little bit of a break. Oh, I did want to say, Kent has to leave right after our frameworks panel today. So if you had hoped to get a chance to say hi to him, now's your time. This break right now is your time to do that. And speaking of break, this is what this break is going to look like. It's a pretty short one, and we're going to have you come back to hear about the future of frameworks. We have a couple of times associated with this. We have some sponsor giveaways at the booths, and you have to be at the booth to collect your winnings, to collect your prize, whatever it was that you were hoping to walk away from this conference with. We have some times. And to reinforce these times, I'm going to have you repeat them back to me as we say them. So we're just going to lodge these in your brain, so you have no excuse. I don't want to hear anybody whining about, oh, I meant to be there, but I forgot the time you didn't tell me. Yeah, we're going to go over it right now. Okay, so at the CallStack booth, you're going to be at the CallStack booth at 3:30. I want to hear you say 3:30. 3, 2, 1, 3:30. CallStack, 3:30. Okay, the second one, RevenueCat. This is at 3:35. They come in, they're going fast and furious. I said this is a short break. Okay, so what time was that? 3:35. Yes, 3:35. 3, 2, 1. 3:35. RevenueCat. And the last one is at Resend at 3:40. What time? 3:40. Yes, awesome. Okay, and then you need to be back here right after that at 3:50. This is a short break so that we can hear our panel on the future of frameworks. Have a great break, everyone. Good luck. I hope that you win something great.
Welcome back, ReactConf Livestream 2025 Day 2. Before we get started, I want to thank Mux, our sponsor for the live stream, Mux.com. Check them out if you need any video solutions for anything. I'm here with Evan Bacon and Charlie Sheever from Expo. After Evan's amazing demo earlier today, always has the best demos, Evan.
It's pretty easy when you're using Expo.
It is pretty easy when you're using Expo, and I've been doing a lot of Expo stuff recently.
Music to my ears.
It's kind of amazing how everything just works out of the box. I really wish we had something like that at Meta, but you know how it goes. Okay, so I thought we're going to talk a little bit about the level of speed that Expo brings. And how do you think this will change how people prototype or build things going forward?
I think that people think of mobile apps as often a big project that takes, you have to really plan for and you can't do whimsically. And if you have anything that's just like a weekend idea or a fun idea or something you want to prototype, then you've got to use the web. And we really want to change that around and make building for mobile so fast that you can be even more whimsical. You can be on your phone on a bus, and you can be on a train, and you can just be down on your phone making stuff and then sending it to people, getting on their phones as quickly as possible, and just flying through that whole process and just bringing your dreams to life as they happen.
Yeah, and obviously you guys Expo launched recently, and I assume that's the first step in a series of things you'll be making going forward to make this vision a reality. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, we've just seen an explosion in new creators and people coming to the space, and yeah, kind of hard to deploy things from your phone if you have to use a command line tool. So launch has been spectacular. It also gave us an opportunity to really revisit some of the opinions we use and be a little bit more opinion about code signing and just a lot faster. We were able to shave maybe 2 or 3 minutes off of the whole process, just going from CLI to launch.
Right.
And I mean, we just want to keep grinding that down. There's really no reason that we can't. There's no physical reason why we can't make native app deployment instant. And so we're going to keep just doing that until it's a reality.
Right. That thing you showed on stage. Is this going to be available to anyone, or is this just an internal prototype, something you guys use to kind of learn more about this space?
This is just, I mean, yeah, we're doing a lot of prototyping and investigations into AI tooling because it's a hot space. Everyone we talk to is trying to build something with AI. And so, doing these explorations really help pad out and make sure Expo is the best tool for the job. We built this for the talk. So I just built this in the last week.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's fantastic. We can't stop using it. It's on all of our phones, and it's got some pretty cool features in it. You can, when you're prototyping something, you can just tap phones, and then it will just open on their phone, and they can start prompting against it and share it back with you.
Whoa.
So I don't know. I didn't realize people would be,
I mean,
so much. Yeah.
I definitely want to be on the test flight. Charlie, you've been working on React Native and Expo for a long, long time now. I mean, since the beginning, really.
Yeah, make me feel old.
What still sparks joy in doing this?
I think it's still it's even more true than when I started working on React Native and Expo, that phones are the way that people use technology and use software. And if you look all over the world, especially as you get outside of the programmer community, because all of us have our computers with us all the time and we're always on them. But normal people, probably 70, 80, 90% of the time that they're using digital technology, it's through their phones. And so if you want to make stuff the whole world uses and the important things, this is the premium kind of experience that people want. And we want to make that beautiful, elevated, fast, responsive, and just exactly what you dream of.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's definitely something we all want with React Native and Expo and all the cool features we have all around. Last question for you, Charlie. I heard you're a pizza connoisseur and that you're always on the hunt for the best pizza around. What is your favorite? How can we find it?
That's a loaded question. I don't think we have time to go into it, but I'll shout out Ceres in New York lives up to the hype, and underrated in New York is Feeney, if you want a New York slice.
Awesome. So. Well, I'll be in New York next week, so I'll definitely check that out. thank you so much, guys, for joining us today and answering the questions. Really excited to see all this stuff coming out of Expo, and I'll talk to you later.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, get me on that test flight.
If you want it, we can give it to you right now.
Okay, let's do it. Hi, folks. Welcome back. Live stream ReactConf 2025 Day 2. I'm here with Mike Grabowski, CTO and founder of CallStack.
Hello.
Hey, Mike. How you doing?
Great. Thanks for having me here.
Yeah, thank you for being here and answering the questions from our from our live audience. And let's get started, okay?
Let's go.
Cool. How lightweight is React Native Brownfield? Does it significantly increase bundle size?
That's a very good question because you won't believe me, but I have never actually profiled the actual bundle size impact of the Brownfield library itself, but I wouldn't call it significant just because it is mostly a couple of native files that I would treat as helpers and utilities. So generally speaking, considering the whole React Native and all the native modules you're adding to your application, that shouldn't feel like anything significant.
Okay, okay. What kind of migration path do you hope teams take? Start small, one screen, or feature islands? Do you have any recommendations?
Typically where we see most people success stories is around starting with a single screen and then gradually moving outside. I mean, that really depends on your organization, how you set yourself KPIs.
Right.
But it's either a screen or a feature island, depending on that migration.
Okay, cool. And speaking of migration and success stories, are there any Brownfield success stories you can share with us?
Yeah, there is a lot. I mean, unfortunately, there's quite a few NDAs I've signed over time. However, we've seen during the keynote in the morning, we've seen Zalando and HelloFresh being showcased for their Brownfield stories. And React Native Brownfield is pretty much, there is a picture of Brownfield library in one of the articles, so that one is easy to figure out. But one thing to keep in mind is that React Native Brownfield itself is not it's not just a library, it's more of an approach. You can really do it without using our library. It's more about how you package it. So I would say, if you look at those two articles, they pretty much capture React Native Brownfield, and I would think of these two as success story.
Okay, wonderful. And how does the final state of apps using Brownfield look like? Is it more of a hybrid approach, or do they fully transfer to React Native over time?
Also, very good question. I think often a misconception is that you have to finish at a greenfield stage, so you have to finish the rewrite. Where we see a lot of companies being successful is starting the migration, doing only the things that are necessary. Sometimes they end up being Brownfield for the foreseeable future. So I would say when you start using React Native inside your mobile app, do not aim necessarily for phasing out all of your native screens. If you end up staying somewhere in between, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you for sharing those insights on migration.
No worries.
And two final questions for you. What's your favorite React feature of all times?
Honestly, I love hooks.
Okay, wow.
I like hooks. I like how they, initially when I was switching from classes, they made me change my mental model, and I learned a lot while I was shifting from classes to function components.
Yeah. Okay. And what's a thing about you that doesn't come up in normal conversation?
So see, here is the thing. Every time I go to a conference, I try to be very low-key about everything I do outside.
Okay.
I mostly focus on code, and I'm always fully locked in.
Okay.
But my passion is cars. I love driving. I love racing. And thing to know about me is that I have full sleeve tattoo here.
Whoa.
And it's my first car, BMW. I have it tattooed all the pieces on my arm.
Really?
I cannot show it right here, but maybe when we meet the other day, you'll see it right here.
Wow.
It's part of the suspension is right here.
Cool.
So it's like this little passion of mine.
Really passionate.
Yeah.
Cool. I never realized you had a full sleeve.
There
That's
you
really
go.
cool.
It
Thank
was
you so
supposed
much.
to be a mystery, so I didn't really answer the question. Yeah, there you go.
Thank you so much, Mike, for
Thank
joining
you for
us
having
today. And folks, stay tuned. We're going to have more interviews coming up. Welcome back to the live stream, ReactConf 2025 Day 2, as always, powered by Mux, mux.com. Go check it out. And I am here with Devin that talked to us about Parcel and React Server Components. And we have a few questions from our live audience. Are you ready to go?
Ready to go.
Let's
do
go.
it.
So you said this relies on React 19 features.
Yeah.
What was it like working with such a new version of React during development?
Yeah. Well, actually, we started working on it even before React 19 was released. So it was like we were working with like experimental and like Canary versions and stuff like that. And you know, the bundler contract with React Server Components is, I think it's not like super stable yet. So like, I was working directly with the team, Sebastian especially on the React team to get everything working with Parcel, and that was great. Yeah.
Was it mostly smooth, or did you have a lot of?
It was pretty smooth. It took a few starts to get working. I mean, I worked on it like a few years ago even, and it wasn't quite ready at that point.
Yeah.
And then again earlier this year, I did the final push and was able to release it in like March, I think. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. And can you share your view on how capabilities like RSC can be composed with the bundler versus being deeply integrated into frameworks?
Yeah, I really like what React Router is doing actually, because they've sort of separated the framework from the bundler itself. So you can actually like use Parcel, or you can use Vite, or I think maybe even they have RS Build now maybe support as well, which is super cool, because then you can like, if you have a certain feature you need to use in a different bundler, you can use that, and you're not constrained to like one particular thing by choosing a specific framework. So I hope more frameworks do that.
Cool, awesome. Well, thank you for answering our live audience questions. And now the question I ask everyone: what's your favorite React feature of all times?
Favorite of all time?
Yeah.
I mean, what would React be without like use state, right? Like,
Yeah.
you got to have state.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's a good answer. thank you so much
Yeah.
for joining us and answering questions from our stream. And I'll catch you later.
Cool.
Thank you. Bye. Hey, welcome back, live stream. We're here with Dalba that showed us amazing transitions and animations. We're going to go over some questions from our live audience. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Cool. So, you showed a bunch of awesome view transition demos. What's your personal favorite pattern to use?
Oh, that's a good question. I think that it's the patterns where you rely on the browser to do the animation for you, because you can overwrite the default browser behavior, but sometimes you can just let the browser handle it. So I really liked the idea of shared elements, because you can kind of like wrap a view transition over your whole content and define a behavior. But then if you want specific elements to behave a certain way, then you can just share them among. So I really like that.
And that's when the same element just kind of moves to its,
Yes,
new position.
Exactly. So that's just the browser doing it.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Actually, my favorite too. You mentioned view transitions aren't just for animations, but also for guiding the user. How do you balance the accessibility trade-offs and what these guides provide?
Yeah. I feel like the default that we have, the hard cut, as long as your navigation is fast and it's helping like users, it's not causing any delay, I feel like that's already quite enough.
Yeah.
What view transitions do is it allows us to get closer to what mobile is doing, right? So if you want to, especially if you want to just improve the experience of your application on mobile, I think like view transitions are the perfect thing for that. And what's funny is that people see movement on the browser very different than how they see movement in a mobile phone.
Yeah.
So that's how I think you can balance it. Like if you just want users to, have a hard cut, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But if you want to give them like gestures and things that are coming up in the future, I feel like that's when you can really think about, okay, what are the things that could really help guide users without like causing any sort of like straying or friction.
Right,
Yeah.
and I come from a mobile background.
Oh, cool.
And I think that the number one thing for me is just to not overdo it. Don't go
Yeah,
crazy
yeah,
with
don't
animations
go
all over.
crazy. Definitely
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
go crazy.
You said it's surprisingly simple under the hood with just some pseudo elements. Why do you think it took such a long time to come to the web platform?
That's a really good question. I feel like we needed to have a need for it.
Yeah, well, sure.
But also, I do think that it just takes time for people to figure out how to take something that's quite complex and then make it very simple. Like I mentioned in my talk, animating between server-rendered pages historically has been extremely hard for people to do. So to be able to just take a snapshot of it and just put it on top, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy that we're able to do that now. So I do think that it has taken a long time because it's actually quite complex.
Yeah.
And they've managed to make it simple.
Yeah, that's usually the case with a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. final question for you.
Yes?
Favorite React feature of all times?
Oh, see, I would have said hooks back then,
Yeah.
but now probably view transitions.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
I'm on the view transition camp.
Yes.
Cool. Delva, thank you so much for joining us today
Thank
and
you.
answering the questions from our live audience. Really appreciate it. And enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll be right back. Welcome back to the live stream ReactConf 2025 Day 2. I'm here with a man that needs no introduction. Ken, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Jorge. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. So we're going to go over some questions from our live audience. Is that okay?
That sounds great.
Okay. First one, how does the incremental upgrade path to add RSC to React Router work?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that I really wanted to focus on in my talk was just there are so many React Router apps, like 7 million or more, like at least public React Router apps.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's a lot. Most React apps use React Router. And so React has been doing all this amazing stuff over the years, but like getting those apps to a point where they can use those things is a big question. And so with this new plugin for Vite and from both the Vite team and the React Router team, they can finally adopt it, but not in a way that they have to rewrite their app. They just incrementally adopt those features.
Yeah, incrementally. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Definitely. So on AI, what's the user interaction model you're talking about?
Yeah, I talk about this new user interaction model a lot, and the idea is applications like ChatGPT and Claude and Gemini, those are where users are wanting to go now. Like, I don't want to go to Google and try to like sift through all the results. I just want my answer. Even Google is changing itself to do this a little bit more. And so rather than going to all these different apps to accomplish a single use case, they just go to this one app and they want it to just do the thing. Like declaratively, I'm going to talk to it and it's going to show me something. And for React developers, this is still really applicable for us because actually just Monday, ChatGPT announced the Apps SDK, which allows you to, through MCP, the Model Context Protocol, standard protocol, you can display UI right in the chat experience. Yeah, so rather than adding a chatbot to your app, ChatGPT is adding your app to the chatbot.
Wow.
And that's really powerful, and because it's built on a standard, it's not just ChatGPT, it's also will be Gemini and Claude and all these others in the future.
Yeah. This space is so exciting. It moves so fast all the time. Yeah. And now we're bringing the UI into it. That's kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Okay, so Remix Jam?
Yeah, I'm going to be at Remix Jam on Friday, and they're announcing Remix version 3, which I don't know what that is, and I'm very excited to find out.
Yeah.
So I'll be speaking there about using React Router with MCP.
Awesome.
And so, like I said, even though this new user interaction model is changing the way that users talk to our apps, users don't want to just use text back and forth, right? And so they want UI, and React is how we're going to be building that UI.
Of course.
Yeah. So,
cool. Awesome. Well, everyone, stay tuned for that. And last question, favorite React feature ever?
Oh, absolutely. This is a feature that's been a part of React since the very beginning, and it's what really set it apart, and it is composability.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah, it's
okay.
awesome.
Well, thank you, Ken, so much for joining us today and answering the questions from our live audience. And folks, stay tuned for the other talks coming up. And thank you for being with us over the last 2 days.
Thanks a lot.
Welcome back, everyone. How was your break? Great? Yeah, I heard great, fabulous, wonderful, terrific. I heard all of that. You guys are great. Okay, so you did? I wanted to tell you a quick story. As I was watching Evan give his Expo talk, I was reminded of a time in 2016. I was hanging out with Brent Vatney at Expo, and every once in a while he would stand up, like run like 100 feet, and then give someone the just most pain-inducing, hard, like blood-curdling high five I've ever seen. This happened maybe 3 or 4 times through the conference. And so we're sitting down later, and I was, it happened again, and I was like, how do you know this? How do you know High Five guy? And he's like, oh, I've never said a word to him. He's like, but for some reason, we got on this high five train, and every time we come to ReactConf, we just give each other these hand-hurting high fives and go on with the conference. I thought that was the most amazing experience I'd ever heard. All right, so let's get back into the programming. Okay, if you've been seeing some of these commercials for Redwood about touching grass, I love them. They're absolutely fabulous. I love the tone of them. Redwood has done an amazing job kind of transitioning from a very strictly opinionated framework to something that is more composable and allows you to build full stack applications with ease on Cloudflare. So, to tell you more about how web standards meet full stack React, please bring to the stage co-creator of Redwood, Peter Pistorius, and Aurora Scharf.
Hi, everyone. I'm the co-creator of Redwood.js. So you might be wondering, what's Redwood.js? What's Redwood SDK? I'm here to give you the context for how that happened. About a year ago, Tom Preston Warner, the founder of GitHub, asked me to take over stewardship of Redwood.js. And I said no. I was absolutely terrified of building another startup. But that evening, I lay in bed and I just couldn't fall asleep. There was a framework inside of me that I wanted to push out into the world, and I called it Redwood SDK. Here to show you more about that framework is Aurora Scharf.
Thank you. Yeah, so hello everyone. Thank you for that intro, Peter. My name is Aurora. I'm a software engineer and member of the React community. And I had the chance to play around with Redwood SDK, and I would love to share what I've learned. And for sure, a lot of people here are not familiar with it, so this is going to be like a 10-minute crash course. So let's get started. If I can get my clicker working. There we go. So it begins as a Vite plugin that unlocks SSR, React Server components, server functions, and real-time features. And you probably already know Redwood SDK because it's just Vite, TypeScript, and React, and web standards. So there's actually not that much to learn. In Redwood SDK, every route is just a function. There's no special syntax or compiler-matic. It's just a route that takes a request and returns a response, or even a page. It's built on web standards, and request and response follow the native web API. So you can stream responses, upgrade protocols, or debug in dev tools without any wrappers or black boxes. So here we are streaming a file directly into R2 storage. Furthermore, there are interrupters that shape the request flow before it hits your route. You can intercept requests, check auth, redirect, or halt the response on a per-route basis with access to the environment and context. And there's middleware allowing you to run logic before and after your routes. It's also part of the request response flow in which you can like inject headers, set up context, or stream from the edge. Redwood SDK gives you total control of the document without any hidden magic. So you can choose what goes over the wire and do things like turn client-side React on or off, preload tags, or inline styles. Built with React Server Components, everything is server-first by default. Your components run on the server, streaming HTML straight to the browser. And when you need interactivity, you can mark your components with use client. So it's the same mental model that you might be familiar with already. Lastly, Redwood SDK is built specifically for Cloudflare without any adapters. So what runs locally is also what runs in production. And in development, you use Miniflare to emulate Cloudflare workers, giving you a clean path from idea to deploy. So yeah, let's jump over to a demo and see what we can build. All right. Woo! So I'm here in the worker TSX file, which is the entry point for my Cloudflare worker. And in Redwood, every route is just a function, so we're just using functions here, returning response objects. And we can also return JSX here. Let's say like that, and that will also work just fine. And then there's middleware, so for every request, it will just pass through all of this middleware. I have some middleware to set the common headers, and then I have this session middleware utilizing Cloudflare durable objects to manage user sessions. Let's also go ahead and add some get user middleware here. So in this case, I want to populate my app context here if the user is logged in. So I have this getting the user and then adding it to the app context. And the app context is this mutable object that is passed to all of our components and routes, allowing us to server-side share information. Let's actually go ahead and render a document down here. So let's render a Node.js document here. I think this is too big. OK. And let's add in a set of routes here and move the index route in here. So that will look like this. So that means that when our route is matched here, it will be placed inside this Node.js document. And here, it's just a document with, there's no like script tag here. There's no client-side hydration happening. Just HTML here. Let's actually also add a layout, because we also have layouts in Redwood. So let's do a layout here and wrap this with a app layout and move our index file route inside that. And that will also work. And this JSX is a little bit boring. Let's do a home page instead. And surprise, it's a to-do app. Yeah. No way. All right, so actually, let's have a look at this homepage here. So notice I'm using the context that I set up in the middleware to actually showcase that I am logged in as myself and conditionally render here. And in Redwood, we have server components by default, so this is a server component. And let's also go ahead and add another server component here. Let's add some to-dos stats. And I want to use suspense. I want to stream in using some fallback UI here. Let's see if that will work. Yep, so I have this streaming, and then this server component pops in there. And this is now an async server component, so very like basic server component, getting some to-dos here from my Cloudflare D1 database, and then just rendering some JSX here. All right, what else? Yes, so actually, let's go ahead and utilize this set of API routes, because I have these API routes here, which I extracted to a separate file here, and I have CRUD operations for my to-dos. So I want to use this in our new route. Let's add it here as a simple to-dos, like that. And we should be able to navigate here. There we go. So this is, it's just simple to-dos. It's just a server component in this Node.js document using server component, async await, and this API that I added, like very just web standard forms here. So I can do that. For some reason, if I prefer to work like that, that's totally fine. I don't need JavaScript for this, right? And furthermore, if we wanted to actually protect this route, this is like a user thing, right? We can add in interrupters here. So interrupters can allow us to modify what happens before a route is matched. So in this case, I want to add in a is authenticated interrupter here. And it's just a function, so you can add like multiple functions here, and it just redirects me to the login if I'm trying to access this, if I'm not logged in. Now, what if we want interactivity? We are React developers, right? So we probably want to add some interactivity to this. So let me go ahead and render a regular document here. So I have like a bunch of routes here, and we're going to look at that. But first, let's see the document. So here we have a script tag here, which is importing a client TSX script. And this is further below over here. It is calling init client from the Redwood SDK client, which is actually hydrating our RSC payload now. So we can add client-side React. And then for the user routes, let's see. I want to make this interactive also. Right now, there's just like a login and a logout. The logout just removes my session and redirect, so that should be pretty easy. As for the sign-in, I want to add some client-side interactivity to this one. And to do that, we use client, of course. So yeah, that allows me to use things like use action state. I have like more interactive components in here. I'm also calling server functions, React server functions. That works as expected in Redwood SDK. And I should be able to log in here. Let's see if this is going to work with my actual username here. Yep, so I have that interactive now, the spinner for this hydrated document. What else? Well, we have a bunch of routes, but we don't have any client-side navigation right now. And maybe I wanted to add, view transitions on navigation. Let's go ahead and do that, and maybe we can get it to work. So let's add a view transition around my homepage here. So I'm going to wrap all of my stuff here with a view transition, like that. And it's actually doing an enter and an exit animation, so it's going to slide nicely. And right now, it should not work. Let's see. So it's not working, right, even though this component is entering and exiting the screen or the UI. So yeah, we don't have any client-side navigation, and usually we can have this under the hood using transitions. Most routers do that. So we can get to the client TSX again and just init the client navigation. And let's see if that will work. That should be enough to trigger my view transition here. Oh, I forgot something. I need to remove this duplicate home screen here. Let's go. OK, there we go. So we have this nice view transition now. Yeah, using the client-side navigation. So what actually happens is that Redwood SDK will intercept all internal links and then push that to the URL, fetch the new RSC payload, and then hydrate it on the client. So it works with our view transitions. Now, I'm really into like new React features, and I wanted to try and build like a fancy to-dos page here. So let me just show you what I did here. So here I'm getting some initial to-dos, passing it down to this to-dos component, a client component. I have some view transitions on my suspense, doing all of the new features here. So it should work now and animate my suspense boundary. Yep, so I have that nice view transition. And what else? Well, I just put like every single feature in this in this page. So it's a client component. I'm reading a promise with use. I have use action state with this async reducer. Use optimistic. I have actions, all of the fancy async React that we saw yesterday. And I even added a view transition to my to-do item. So yeah, a lot of stuff here. Let's see if it works as expected with Redwood SDK. This should be able to add new to-dos, and it's going to be optimistic, and it's doing this syncing to the server here. So we have all of the interactive features, and also we have this nice animated reordering with a view transition. So yeah, I'm pretty happy I was able to add all of the cool things that I like to build with. All right. So one more thing I wanted to show, which is a pretty cool feature of Redwood SDK, is this real-time feature that they have. So I made this real-time demo page here. And here, I'm actually utilizing durable objects to manage a theme, current theme. And I also have a reactions component, which is a server component getting also reactions from a durable object. And then I have an emoji picker, which is a client component, firing off server functions to add emojis to this. So yeah, actually, it's not that hard to make this real time. That's what we're going to do next. Let me first show you that it's currently not doing any real time. So if I have two separate clients here, you'll see it's, as expected, only updating one of them. But what we can do is we can hook up this to WebSockets. So let me get back to the client here, and in it, this real-time client, which Redwood SDK provides. And there's a key which will determine what set of clients will share this content, so we can add that as the path name. And finally, let's get back to the worker and then just hook up a real-time route over here to connect this to WebSockets. Let's do a real-time route here, like that. And I think that should be enough. Let's see. Yeah, so now we have this bidirectional connection here utilizing WebSockets, and all of the same clients here on the path name share this same RSA payload. So we actually just switched from a fetch-based RSA payload to a stream-based RSA payload with just a couple lines of code, so that's pretty cool. And to release this to production, that would be very simple. I would just run pm release, and it's like a one-command deploy sort of thing. And that would push, upload my website to Cloudflare, create the database assets and all the storage assets. And then I already did this, so let's just go over to the real version here. It's on Cloudflare. And try to scan the QR code. Let's see if we can get this to work. Yeah. Oh, nice. I'm so happy that worked. Yeah, awesome. So yeah, it works. So we were building here on the web standard request response with complete control of the document. We utilized Cloudflare durable objects and databases, and we could stream server components. We had the simple to-dos SSR page with Node.js, but also added hydration and could utilize all of the new React features as expected. And we even added view transitions with client-side navigation. And finally, we added this real-time page using WebSockets. So it was all in the same app. And yeah, Redwood SDK kind of takes React and TypeScript and Cloudflare and binds it together as something that feels cohesive, but still based on web standards. Great. Let's get back to the slides. OK. Yeah, so as we saw in this demo, Redwood SDK is pretty cool, but I didn't build this, so let's just do a round of applause for the people who did. And Redwood SDK is currently in beta, and I know the team is working very hard to get it stable and finish up their V1 release. Yeah, and there's a lot more exciting things in the works, so keep an eye out for that. And you can support the team by starring the repo. Yeah, try it out, and if you like it, tell your friends and coworkers. And Peter will be on the panel coming up later today, so definitely catch that if you want to learn more. So thank you to the Redwood SDK team for letting me represent them today, and thank you, ReactConf.
Nice. Amazing. Redwood, good job. When I was a fledgling young programmer, I asked the CEO of a company, what is the best advice that you can give me as someone breaking into tech right now? And he thought for a second and said, I look for people who are productively dissatisfied. Let that sink in a second. Productively dissatisfied. And I've thought about that my entire career. Someone who can clearly identify a problem and then mark out the steps to make that thing better. I can't think of anyone who better exemplifies that quality than our next speaker, a terminal optimist. Please invite to the stage our friend from TanStack, Tanner Lindsley. Incredible. Tanner Lindsley, everyone.
Thanks. All right. Well, first things first, I got to keep proving to my kids that I'm actually cool. So everybody smile. Thanks. It's really humbling to be on the ReactConf stage. I honestly never thought this would happen, so very humbling to be amongst some amazing speakers. We don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to be very quick today. Everybody at Tanstack, me, my team, we wanted to deliver one message, and that is that we believe that I need my presenter notes. That's what I believe, and they're not there, so I can do this really fast, I promise. Check this out. Yes. We believe that Tanstack Start is the best way to build full-stack React applications today. And I'm here to show you why, now very quickly. Start, like all of our other libraries, is not just written with TypeScript, but it was written from the ground up to be truly type-safe. And it's painful that those two things are not the same. I know you're probably used to using your beloved TypeScript libraries, but you still have to write a lot of types. It's really annoying. We're all used to chucking TypeScript syntax everywhere we go, but with Start, type inference is a core feature. In fact, with a lot of our libraries, type inference is a core feature, and what you're often left with is just JavaScript, which used to be a familiar tagline for some of us. This is obviously less code, but it's also safe by default. You don't have to do any extra work. It's zero effort, and it's about as foolproof as it gets. It really does allow you and your team and your junior developers or whoever comes into your code base to just worry about building your app instead of worrying if it will run. The next reason is that Start is client first. And I say this a lot, but what this really means is that it's closer to the traditional SPA architecture than any other framework out there. It allows you to think and reason about your app like it's a spa. And this includes the speed, the simplicity, the libraries, the patterns that hopefully most of us are used to from the last decade of writing React. But we get this unique ability to weave in server-side capabilities if and when you need them, instead of the other way around. This is mostly possible because of Tanstack Router, which is actually most of the framework itself. Tanstack Router is like no other router. Its developer experience, type safety, all the APIs, they would be a serious upgrade for any React application, not just full stack apps. And Start inherits all of this power, all of these strengths. And it brings with it a solution to full stack React on top of that SPA experience, which includes all of this great stuff up here. These, to me, are table stakes. These features, or at least they should be. But what we really think is cool, the cool stuff that we think Start can do, is honestly better shown than said. So I have a little surprise guest that we're going to bring out to help me do that.
Thank you, Tanner. We appreciate it. All right, let's do some demo time. Live demo. Okay. So we'll go over to entire screen, start mirroring.
I'm so glad this is you and not me.
Yeah, exactly, right? Okay. All right, so this is an app that I built specifically for this conference. This is our Tanstack Starter app. You can go over here to our navigation, and you can see all this cool stuff. So we've got demonstrations in there for API requests and SSR. We've got forms, and we've got a full-on AI assistant. We've even got a parameterized thing where you have a guitar demo. You can go see guitars and all that sort of stuff. So one that I really want to get into, just to kind of give you a sense of how it works behind the scenes, because this is a Tanstack Start app, is the homepage. And here it is. It's as simple as this. You do a create file route, you give it the path, you give it a component, and that's it. That's all you need to do to render a page. But it's been a long conference. They're not going to remember like create file route, right? So super easy. All I got to do to make a route is just say, oh, I want hello.tsx in there. And it just automatically does that for me. Boom, like that. Love it. Woo! Yeah.
No
okay.
way.
But if you want it to be a spa, it's initially SSR'd by default, right? So if you want a spa, you just say SSR, false. That's it. Done.
No way.
No way. No way. Well, let's say that we want to go and get some data, right? So we'll add a loader, and we'll just, return an array, whatever, it's fine. And there you go. You use that loader data, and that is all strongly typed, so you get that number in there. Super easy to use. And then let's talk about links. Wow, that's kind of messed up. Thank you, Copilot, or whatever you are. All right, so we'll do a link. And let's bring in, just take a look at all the routes that we have. Command, control space. One of those. What am I doing wrong? Oh, right. Thank you. You guys rock. Look at this, late in the day, and they're all, oh yeah, there you go.
There we go.
All of our routes. No way. No way. I can go to that guitar ID. You can see that it knows it needs a parameter, but that needs to be a string. No way, easy peasy. All of that stuff is checked through TypeScript, so cool. But if you want to actually get data, I think the preferred way, you're going to use a server function. So this is, if you are familiar with the Next.js app router, this is going to be pretty easy for you. These are essentially syntactic sugar around API routes that we just make super easy to build. So this is, all you need to do is say create server function. You specify a method, which is great. You don't get to do that with Next. Everything's a post. Here you get the choice. You get input validation. And you can just add in middleware at any time. I can go and say, oh, I want some logging middleware. And I'm just going to go and comment that out. And I can just drop that in there. I can just say middleware, blah, blah, blah. There we go. Add the log middleware, and now it's logged. But even cooler, I got this currying feature where I can just say create server function, give it that middleware of log middleware, but not a handler. And then I can just use that. So now that's just automatically logged regardless. And if I add more middleware like auth or whatever I need, done. Easy peasy. And the last thing I want to talk about is API routes. So that's also incredibly easy. You still use that same create file route, so you get that great strong typing. But instead of just giving it a component, you can give it a server handler, give it get, post, whatever verbs you want. So really cool. So how did I actually build that neat demo app? Well, that's where I come in. So my contribution to all this was create start app. And it's really cool. It's a nice CLI app. You can go and say, okay, I want my app. Get all these awesome options like your tool chain, your hosting provider. We support all these different hosting providers, and Nitro gives you all kinds of hosting providers. And you even get all your choice of add-ons. But there's so many here, cool add-ons like Neon and databases with Prisma and all that. It's actually better to kind of take a look at that in the UI. So let's try that. Let's actually use UI like that. And what you get is you get a full UI to actually build out your app.
No way.
Check that out. It even has a full-on preview in the browser before you build the app. It's crazy. Well, check all this stuff out. I mean, we've got ORPC, TRPC, all of our awesome libraries like Table and Store and Prisma, and then all of our cool sponsors and partners, Prisma, Neon, Convex, and all that. So everything you need, all the database, authentication, authorization, all of it, it's all there. We're good to go. All you need to do is just say, build me an app, builds your app, you get started and go.
Sweet.
Yeah, all right.
Love it.
I'll let you take it home.
Thanks, Jack. Well, it's really hard to demo, so one more hand for Jack while I close up here. So with my last 30 seconds, I know a lot of you probably are thinking the same thing, like, why do we need another framework? I think contrary to what you see on social media, there are a lot of React developers who are unsure whether to follow some of their tools down architectural pivots, abstractions, one last breaking change, or even in some cases, leaving React behind. And that's not the future that I had in mind for my web applications when I started building with React and investing so heavily into this ecosystem. So not only do I want the safest, most powerful app framework that I can get, I forgot to progress my slides, so we get to wait for this cool animation. But I also need it to be very stable. I wanted it to be more open, and I wanted it to be independent, mostly from anyone else's product roadmap. I wanted Tanstack Start to be made by the community and feel like we are in charge of it. And I'm not the only one who felt that way. There were a lot of people who have contributed their talents to building Tanstack Start and Router over the years, and many amazing sponsors who care deeply about this ecosystem, and they believe that what we're building is important to its future. It's taken us 5 years to get here. That's a long time, and we took that long because we wanted it to be really great. To be honest, we want it to be your favorite framework, and we're here to earn that. So go try it out and let us know what you think.
Great job, buddy. Great job. We've had a wonderful day of seeing new collaborations for the first time, seeing new integrations into frameworks that we've been using for a very long time, deeper partnerships through the React Foundation. There's been so much collaboration. It's been amazing. But we know that you also like to see a little bit of drama. And so we're going to take this collaboration and see if we can dress it up with a little bit of competition. Oh, yes. Here we go. Leading a colossal panel with the size of 8 magnificent, fabulous framework developers that you know and love, all chasing that blazing fastness, answering the one question on everyone's mind: which framework will ultimately win the Framework Wars? Welcome to Framework Fight Night. Please welcome your first fighter, the blue-collar coder, Jack Harrington!
Hey, before you leave, can everybody give a big round of applause for Michael? He's been doing a fantastic job. Come on, seriously. Yes! Absolutely. Good work, Michael. I'm not actually a fighter. I am the guy emceeing the fight. So, all right, let's bring out my contestants. All right. Michael, who's going to represent Michal, who's going to represent Rock, the Rock framework. Josh Story for Next.js. Tanner Lindsley for Tanstack. Kent C. Dodds for Remix. The man. Peter for Redwood. You just saw him a couple minutes ago. Evan for Expo. And Devin for Adobe. Come on up. All right, guys. So we're going to do a little bit of a formal thing for the beginning, and then we're just going to kind of get into it. So I'm just going to give each one of you about 2 minutes, minus you, Tanner, because you just had 10 minutes.
Agreed.
To just kind of give us an intro. Tell us, kind of give us a sales pitch. Like, why should we use your framework? Why is your framework the framework of the future?
So I'm representing Rock, which is React Native framework. We're trying to do 2 things right. So not all of the things. First is getting these older React Native community CLI apps on the newest tooling so they can leverage some local and remote caching, which is especially helpful with bigger teams. And the second thing is getting the native applications, so iOS and Android apps, into the React Native realm. So with our Rock Brownfield feature, we allow them to simply import one file and then just instantiate React Native in their iOS or Android app.
That's awesome. All right, Josh?
Hi, everyone. I'm Josh. I did not come prepared to fight, but I'm on the Next.js team at Vercel, and
there you go.
Nice.
Guillermo?
Hopefully, some of you all have heard that. So Next has been around for a while, so some folks probably are aware of what it is, but it was started with principles that were very similar to what React cares about, which is allowing people to build the best user experiences easily. Back when it began, server-side rendering was sort of not super common, and sort of Jamstack SSG was kind of like coming into sort of vogue, and the framework kind of adopted that mindset. But sort of picking a specific implementation or technology is not super important. What's important is, can people ship fast? Can they understand? Can new coders sort of come into sort of the community and be productive? And focus on what's important, like building the product. And in 2022, we started working on a new version of Next.js that we later shipped as like an incremental upgrade called App Router. And hopefully some of you have heard of that or used it or tried it. And this is the React Server Components sort of implementation that's been stable for a few years now. I guess to answer the question of like why you might be excited about using it in the future, the journey's not over. There's something that's sort of essential in any React project, and that's composition. And today there are still some places where there's some hard cliffs. You have to think about whether my site's a static site, it's a dynamic site. And so the stuff that we're working on now, and actually we have a conference in 2 weeks if you all want to tune into some announcements. I'm going to not try to spoil too much of it right now. We're going to announce some interesting stuff around that and making it so that sort of these features that have been in R&D for a while, like partial pre-rendering, we can sort of share a progress update there and hopefully bring it to more users. So that's my bit.
Awesome. Kent?
Oh yeah, sorry. I was just waiting for Tanner's. Yeah. So I think that the framework of the future is React. And that's what, honestly, the interesting thing that I've observed is that the frameworks, because React is doing so much more for us now, the frameworks are really converging and they really look similar now. So for my bit, I think probably the most compelling reason to use React Router is if you're already using it, which a lot of you are, you can continue to use it and take advantage of all the latest features of React. For those who are looking for a new framework, you're starting a new project, you cannot make a wrong choice. All of these frameworks are fabulous. For React Router in particular, I really appreciate the dedication of the team. It has a lot of investment from Shopify. I actually am probably unique up here in that I've only made 2 or 3 commits to the framework that I'm representing. So I'm just here representing the hard work from Ryan Florence and Michael Jackson, as well as the rest of the team and all of the stuff that they have done. So I'm just happy to be here, and I feel really, really good about where we are from a framework perspective now. And I just think it's really important for frameworks to take care of their users, and I think that React Router has proven to do that over the last decade.
Yeah, absolutely. Peter?
I'm not going to tell you to use my framework because you're already using it. If you're using V, TypeScript, and React, using Redwood, there's nothing to learn. You already know what we built. It's lightweight, it's composable, it's server first. There's no magic, no type generation. Command click on a function, you go to where it goes. It's understandable, it's traceable. That's
all right. There you go. Short to the point. Nice. All right. Evan?
Yeah. So I work on Expo Router, universal React framework, and we really believe in just the beauty and the optimization of the mobile form factor and how much that resonates with real people. And obviously, there's just so many incredible things about the web. The distribution is incredible. We just spent 15 minutes stumbling through test flight backstage. And the web has no such issues. And so how can we bring the best of the web to these clearly incredible devices where you have haptics and gestures and such thoughtful, careful design. And we're really happy with what we built here. starting with React, you had bring JavaScript and React over to native, but now we have file-based routing, server actions, API routes, environment variables, one-click deployments. So there's just so much good stuff that the web community has innovated, and it's incredible to bring it over to these new spaces, these new form factors. So highly recommend you guys try it, check it out. Can build an Expo website and get started instantly.
Awesome. Devin?
Well, I guess I'm sort of the odd one out here since I don't really represent a framework per se. Like Parcels is just a bundler. So I guess if you have like an existing client app and you want to try out server components, for example, and you don't really want to migrate anything, or you don't want to add SSR, you just want to like I showed in my talk, embed some server components into your app and try it out. A bundler like Parcel is an easy way to do that. Also, I guess. I really like what the React Router team is doing, actually, with where you can actually swap between different bundlers in React Routers like data mode, which is really cool. So if you have bundler-specific plugins or types of things like that you want to use with React Router, you can actually do that. So that's super cool. Yeah.
That's great. So is the framework of the future? We have an amazing situation here because we have folks that represent both web and native. And is that framework of the future, and React can do that, is that framework of the future a framework that spans across web and native? And I'm just going to throw it to anybody who just wants to jump in on that.
Yes.
So it already does.
Okay.
React.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, if you think about React as the framework of the future. I mean, I think when people think frameworks nowadays, they think about the stuff that's on top of it, like the routing and all the mechanics that are on top of React to get to where a full app.
Oh, meta
system.
framework.
A meta framework. Okay, there you go. What is the meta framework in the future? And is it both React and React Native?
Yeah, well, the web is just extremely thoughtful about things. We see this especially on the first day in that React keynote and introducing the activity API. We have primitives sort of like this on native with view controllers and fragments, but there's clearly something there, and the React team goes and creates a very thoughtful API that just works everywhere. So I think we will continue to bind and sort of meet in the middle here. And it's really exciting because I look at things like activity and the view transitions, and it's clear how you can start to build things that previously you would only see in a native app in the browser, and you get that distribution. But at the same time, then you have Liquid Glass and transitioning through HDR happening on iOS. So the bar keeps moving, but we do see these incredible things transition downstream, and overall it just meets in the middle, and it looks fantastic. So, yeah.
All right. Anyone else want to pitch in on that? All right. How about RSCs? What's some take on RSCs?
They're neat.
They're neat. Nice. Okay. Are they required? You think a meta framework can't be a meta framework without RSC?
I think for React, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
One of the beautiful things about React is that it has kind of eaten up the use cases that we have had in frameworks and solved some of these problems. And if you don't support that, then you're only supporting part of the ecosystem, which I think, I'm speaking from the perspective of a web developer, but yeah, I feel like not supporting that is kind of shutting off a big portion of the ecosystem, and that's, I mean, is anything required? You could probably get users without support for RSCs. It's easy for me to say this now that React Router has RSC support. But I do think that it's, as far as framework of the future for React, it feels like a requirement to me.
I think that, obviously, I don't believe in absolutes, so there's certainly people with situations that don't need it or don't benefit from it. But one dimension that is kind of interesting is that your users are probably not close to your data. And being able to have a programming model where you can choose where you want to run certain kinds of compute, unless you can somehow magically make sure there's never serial data dependencies, having one query resolve and then lead into a second query, if that's right next to your data store, that's always going to be better than having to go across the world and do that a few times. And so there's just structural benefits, not that it's necessary in all cases, or certain apps that are super localized or whatever, but having the ability to make that choice is really nice. And then another thing is that when you constrain what you can do, it allows frameworks to optimize more. And so, like, it's maybe frustrating that you can't use certain things like, I don't know, use state in a server component. If you didn't think about it too hard, you might think like, oh, well, why can't I do it? I don't want to think about like, what does it mean to be a server component versus a client component? But if we did allow that, then we have to figure out how to do updates over the network, and what's that really serving? So, you know, in the design of server components, sort of as part of like the React architecture as a whole, you know, you pick your limitations so that the tools that people build with them can be even more powerful. And hopefully the choices that you're making are the right ones for the most people in the most situations. And I think that basically, I mean, we might all have slightly different takes, but largely I think there's a lot of alignment.
Yeah, I think something that we haven't seen a lot yet, but I'm looking forward to seeing, is like more libraries like just on NPM that are server components, right? Like, now that more frameworks are going to be supporting server components, I think this is going to be possible. So that maybe you'll have like authentication libraries or like form validation libraries or these kind of things that just get componentized now and they can be used in any framework. And I think that's what's really powerful about server components.
It would be great to see something like shared CN for functionality.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah.
Or features.
Well, I hate to bring the A word into this, but AI, how's that going to fit into into the
I thought you
meta
were going to say
framework
something
space?
else.
Do we expect to see meta frameworks have features in it that make writing AI apps easier? Or do you see AI as being a thing where we write frameworks in a way that makes it easier for AI to write them? Or are some of the all the above?
Oh, for sure, it's all the above, in my opinion. I think, like, at this point, if you're building a framework, you really need to be considering how easy, structuring things in such a way, like co-location helps a lot with AI, right? This is one of the reasons why AI is so good at Tailwind, because it's all co-located right there. So, like, thinking about the way that you design your APIs so things can be co-located amongst other things, and then as far as like making a framework that it makes it easy for you to use AI, I'm not really sure I see that as like a framework feature, but I definitely do see like publishing an NPM package that handles both the server and client aspects, and you just render a component, and boom, now you got whatever.
A chat app.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Good to go.
Thing like that.
More thoughts?
Yeah, so I think there's obviously sort of a quality of React apps where you can locally reason is obviously super beneficial. I think that was probably mentioned in the keynote too. And I imagine that all of our frameworks here essentially preserve that because we're all React frameworks. And the less there's like spooky action at a distance, the easier I think it'll be for like tools to write sort of what you would otherwise write yourself as a software engineer building with these tools. I do want to call out one thing, though, that I think is kind of interesting. It wasn't that long ago that you couldn't SSR and stream. Like, that was just, I mean, you could, like, obviously stream the bytes to the browser, but, like, there wasn't this concept of, like, progressively rendering, like, a React app from the server. And now we have a sort of plethora of apps where you might be streaming for 20 minutes because there's tokens being spit out of a LLM model. And so it was sort of probably fortuitous that it happened to line up time-wise where the apps came after the capability did. But that's carrying a lot of weight, and maybe we don't think about it too much because it just was already there and ready to go. But it would be much harder to do that, at least from the server, if you know, we were stuck in the days where you know, had to buffer everything until you had finished the render and then you sent it to the browser.
So streaming sounds like table stakes for this.
It kind of feels like it.
Right. You know, every framework has to support it.
I mean, I won't say anything, so. But,
certainly, I think Next support, you know, obviously supports it. I know Tanstack does. All right. How about AI writing framework? I mean, the co-location, but in that, it's obviously a big word, but like having all the code in essentially one file, very close, that AI can kind of parse through it. Are there other things that we can do to help AI write to our frameworks, write for our meta frameworks?
Yeah, so I think it's if it's easy for humans, it's probably easy for LLMs as well, right? So stuff like composition and collocation, that works. Other than that, from the framework perspective, we can write some helpers, toolings, There is like plethora of different ways you can, I don't know, call to an emulator or a device. And having a helper library that you can just expose to LLM, so it can just call it and call it a day, it's gonna be easier for it than figure out how to do it on, on its own. It's gonna figure it out. It's gonna just burn more tokens. So yeah, to me, it's if it's easy for a developer, it's gonna be easier for LLM. And there's also like a level of seniority to that. So we have junior, we have regular, seniors developers, and they're using different tools. So sometimes we may get away with logging our stuff in the console. So our LLM can just cross-reference in the terminal and see. So we may think that we need console login in our frameworks, but then someone figures out MCP to Chrome DevTools,
Yeah.
and you're like, oh, now I'm like regular
Yeah.
senior developer running this React DevTools, and I can read from that.
I mean, it's funny you bring up MCP, because that would be, oh, sorry.
Oh, no. Next.
Oh, I was going to say, I mean, that would be another thing we'd talk about in terms of future-facing features, right? Having our apps support MCP, native apps supporting MCP, now that Apple's working in that space, but also MCP endpoints. Is that something you see in Meta Framework, something that is going to come out of the box? What do you see in that space?
Next is exploring it. Right now focused on developer experience, like, we go through a breaking change. How do you kind of contextualize? Like, code mods are great, but like at some point there's sometimes situations that can't be code modded, or maybe you didn't even know to run it, but you can have sort of some interface with the framework to understand like its state or its behavior, or some incompatibility that you might have either newly introduced or it was there before you made an upgrade to a new version. So it's kind of how the next team is currently exploring it. I don't know if there'll be more. I'm sure there will be more, but that's actively being invested in right now.
Kent, what's your take?
Yeah,
you're all over this.
So many things.
Yeah, right?
So in particular, like we talked about, now you can make a chatbot with an RSC component. I actually think that we're all used to adding chatbots to our applications, and now the chatbot is actually adding our application. So we're getting the opposite experience, and that's all coming through MCP UI. Currently, OpenAI's implementation has something custom, but they're working together to make that cohesive. And right now, using MCP UI, like it's possible. I'm actually flying to Toronto tomorrow to go talk at Remix Jam about MCP UI with React Router. And that experience is fine, but it could be much improved, and I think that there's room for frameworks to support that. This is a big bet that I'm making personally on my career, but if it does play out to be the case, then I think that every one of these frameworks will want to have some affordances for MCP and like serving your app right into that chat experience, whether it be ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or whatever. That will be an important part of the future for React frameworks or any web framework.
Does this bring back into play the whole micro front end thing? I mean, essentially, an MCP endpoint delivers MFEs back. Yeah?
I don't know enough about micro front ends.
Okay, that's fine.
Have an opinion.
It's just terminology, right? It's all the same thing. All right. Any more ideas on MCP? Are you guys, who's engaging with MCP in your frameworks? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I added an MCP starter to Pansec Start. Evan, you?
Yeah, I mean, we maintain an app called Expo Go, which is sort of like a browser for prototyping. And in the same way that you might want like an MCP just built into Chrome to help you interact with it, we're exploring just doing the same thing with Expo Go. So, understand like what's on the screen, help you navigate, what the current sort of like URL is in memory.
Okay, so like a debugging tool?
Yeah, like just integrate directly with it and just see like how far you can push the agentic process. I mean, the main thing we found is that you just really want to be like careful with your context window, like be really sensitive with what you'll expose to it. Like image models can, essentially poison it in like multiple different directions. So you'd be like, does the thing render? And it'll be like, start just describing like the status bar, and then it'll like get confused, little pieces like that.
I know last year, your talk was one of the highlights here.
It really was.
Yeah,
Nice.
around
It was so
generative
good.
UI. It was fascinating. So is that something that you see being a standard part of Expo? Where's that going?
Yeah, I mean, kind of to Josh's point, like streaming wasn't big. Now streaming is just built into everything. So we have all these streaming primitives, and we found that that's just been huge for a number of, like the Mistral app is an Expo app. I think it's hard to name an AI app right now. I mean, I guess it's not that hard. That isn't like fully Expo, but like even the top dev tools, like in the top 10, I think 4 out of 10 are Expo tools, and a lot of them are just helping you build Expo apps. So more so than like Expo adding AI, we want to be a really good tool for helping others build AI tools, for, like very recursively. Because when I just moved to San Francisco, when I talk to people, no matter who it is, everyone is trying to build something agentic. And so, downstream of that, they're going to reach for a dev tool like Expo. It needs to, even something as simple as like the masked shimmering text effect, where it's like thinking, like that was slightly harder than it needed to be. And we found that was like, everyone was stubbing their toe on it. Yeah, we're helping like in basically any way we can to make it just a machine that builds machines.
Okay. Agents seem kind of murky. Like, is there anyone who wants to like kind of talk about solidifying for folks what agents mean in terms of like us developing agents for customers on these meta frameworks? How's that going to work?
I nominate Ken to describe that.
Yeah. So you're asking for a definition of agent?
Well, just like when, obviously folks think about like the product and all that, like it going off and doing things on its own. Is that something that like running jobs and tasks, is that going to be a critical part of a meta framework? Is that just something the back end's going to have?
Certainly it's going to be a back end thing. Here's the way that I see that going. Let's say that you're a bank and you're considering like opening up your capabilities to an agent. That's terrifying, right?
Okay.
An agent that you don't control, like, okay, we're going to make an MCP server for transactions, and now like you have no control over that experience. So what if instead, like, having an agent that you build yourself and you get to control that experience, like, yeah, maybe that's okay. I get to manage that. And so what you do is you make an agent, and then you turn that into an MCP server and you expose a chat tool. And now Claude or ChatGPT, like I set up your MCP server and my agent talks to your agent. That's literally, I'll have your people call my people or whatever, right? Like, and then let's also, like, same sort of idea. You've got a really big organization with a lot of different things that it can do. You're going to have little sub-agents for each parts of those pieces of the organization. And each one of these can be MCP server that communicates with all of the different pieces, and then just exposes a mechanism for communicating across those, effectively a chat tool. So for us frameworks, as far as React is concerned, I think that there are elements of like, well, okay, the bank is, even though it's a chat tool, maybe there is some mechanism for sharing some UI. I think that makes sense. Or like you're, showing a map or something like that, your Uber. And so they're like, we're still in that realm, but I think a lot of that agent stuff is going to be on the back end. And whether or not React frameworks kind of swallow that piece, I think is, I wouldn't say it's required, certainly, but I think it could be useful, and frameworks like to do useful things. So
yeah, I mean, I think, as we saw RSC kind of expand the scope and nature of React, right? Seems like there's a potential there, but it seems like more like a meta framework type deal.
I think maybe there's more for the native folks on that, like on-device LLMs. Like that's the future that I want. So yeah, get to work, guys. Thanks.
I mean, Apple's on-device foundation model. You want to guess the context window size?
Very small, I imagine.
Yeah, it's like 4,000 characters.
Oh wow. Yeah. Well, you can make lots of sub-agents.
Yeah.
It'll get better. That's my expectation, is that it will improve.
Yeah, although this is like 4K is today. Like, let's imagine 2-3 years from that, and there's gonna be like most likely there's going to be more progress here. Plus, nice thing about the local LLMs is that it's not that you only have to use the one provided by Expo, by Apple or Google, but you can just download your own, the one that you like to use. Use MLC or Executorch to run these models. So you're not like locked into this this particular choice that Apple made, but it's very efficient in terms of for as many apps as possible to use the same resources. So you, as an app developer, you don't really have to think about how much memory you're using, your app is using, and so on and so forth. So I think there is some pretty interesting future for the local LLMs. Also in terms of generating the UI that like hyper personal UI. So right now it would make likely more sense to handle that through the server, but with more powerful device, we can have like millions of versions of our own UI, and yeah, good luck testing that.
Yeah, mining Bitcoin.
Yeah,
or whatever.
But it's gonna happen.
Like,
it's gonna happen.
Making crypto ads.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, so we have a lot of members of the React team here. So, what are your meta framework authors and contributors? What do you want to see from React? Are there things that you want to see React take on? Always would have touched that one.
You did it. You did it. Good job.
Yeah. Woo,
We're done.
yes. All right. Don't change suspense again, please.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of changes, one thing when we were talking about making things easy for AI, not changing things makes things easier for AI. So that's a big challenge for frameworks as well, is like, how do I make it, actually Theo said this yesterday, how do you make it so that you can make changes to how it works without changing the API, so you can continue to improve it, but not change things.
Well, I think we're seeing some experimentation in shipping Vibe rules. In fact, the packages call Vibe rules with the packages as versioned resources. So, you know, as a framework author, you can actually put in, okay, as we generate our docs, we're going to generate rules for LLMs and package it up so that it's in that version. So it's definitely evolving. So seeing some stuff in that space. All right.
Yeah, then you're asking your LLM to actually read the docs, and developers are not doing that.
Well, sometimes they do a better job at it than we do.
Yeah, I guess they're getting lazy, right? So.
Yeah. No features for the React team at all?
Yeah, I mean,
is this like AI centric? Because that's kind of where we went, right? Or are we just back to just like, what do I want out of React?
Well, yeah, I decided like if there's folks that are like, AI, I'm done. You know, I've seen a lot of this conference. You know, let's talk about React. And Kent was talking a lot about React, so yeah, let's talk about React. What are some stuff? Are there features in React that you think are missing, or that would be really cool to see? Or you would make your lives as meta framework authors easier?
Yeah, I would love to see.
Yeah.
So you can go, and then I'll go.
All right, it's not AI related, no worries. I would love to see more like burying the gap between the React and React Native. So what the teams showed today with more web APIs, better access to DOM, and like this is making it easier for web developers to actually be productive in the mobile realm. So any effort in this area is like very welcome from my point of view. So I would love to have more web APIs, more like better CSS support. Great to see what Expo is exploring with CSS for React Native. I would love to have to be able to use the same animations and use view transitions in React Native. Right now it's not really possible. It's probably not going to be for the next couple of months, optimistically. So yeah, that's my wish list.
Cool. Tanner?
I saw a lot of talk this year about like performance and increasing performance of React, which is nice to hear at ReactConf. And that brought to the top of my mind like as a framework author that's supporting not just React, but multiple frameworks, I have to deal with React wanting to own more and more of my state so that I can use these awesome features like transitions and suspense and view transitions. And part of that discomfort there is the lack of something like a use external store. I know the React core team is probably going, oh, Tanner's asking for this again, you know. But it really would allow me and the tools that my team builds to be able to take full advantage of all these awesome features of React, but also in a way that we could continue to own our data and own our architectures outside of React. That would be very cool. And I know that they're aware of that, but saying it out loud is, you know, cathartic, so.
Nice, all right. Yeah, okay, so Noah, yep, 10?
Can I just say one thing I think is interesting that none of us said signals.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you got a point.
We're not done yet.
Is that true? Nobody, you're all fine with the render cycle as is?
I'm not going to ask for signals, but kind of in that vein is just more fine-grained performance. I know that we have React compiler, and that's amazing. And everybody should be working to like enable that by default. And as framework authors, we should be working to enable it by default. Good job, Evan. I'm working towards that. But also, I really do like expressive APIs that I can be deliberate about that kind of stuff. I've been like dreaming and salivating for a deep context selector type API for a long time. And if that was something that was native to React, again, I feel like it would offer a lot of control that I've missed and wanted, which is kind of there with signals, but I'm not asking for signals.
Yeah, you still get the render cycle, but you get that fine-grained granularity to pick off the data that makes sense to re-render on. Yeah. All right, yeah.
And in fairness, we kind of simulate that in a lot of the TanStack tools. We allow for fine-grained selectors, but we can only do that because we use Sync External Store, which means we can't support completely the full like gamut of transitions and things like that. So I would like to not be at odds anymore with like fine-grained rendering support versus you know, full transition support. I would love for just to be able to embrace all of it.
All right, any closing thoughts? Got kind of running late on time, although, you know, you jump in on how is Remix v3 going to just shake the apple cart tomorrow?
I have no idea what to
Friday?
expect on Friday, but y'all should tune in. I'm sure it'll be entertaining.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they're
like a SpaceX launch. It
they're
could be really
slipping
entertaining.
some stuff in there just to get people upset, I think.
Yeah, possibly. Any final thoughts from anyone on the future of React?
I think it's worth punctuating one more time that like there is just a lot of convergence, and that's a good sign for React. It means that the stewardship over React is listening to us, listening to its users, and seeing the common threads. And I think that's the ultimate future we would all dream for, is that there is no meta framework. React is just, that's the tool that you need. Yeah. And I mean, that might be a pipe dream, but I think it's a good goal and something to keep in mind.
Do we think the foundation is going to help with that?
I think so.
I hope so, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, put React in the browser.
Okay. All right, can we get a big hand for all of our panelists? Thank you, guys.
Awesome job, Jack. Great job, everyone. So I just have one question for you. Who won? Yeah. Oh, I love that. We all win. We're all winners here today. All right, so just a little bit of housekeeping. We will have a cocktail hour directly after the conference. It'll be right out there when we've done everything else. You're welcome to, it'll just be 1 hour, but we have easy to grab cocktails, so you won't need a drink ticket or anything. You can just grab those super duper easy. Okay, so yesterday we did have a scheduling issue that prevented Rick from finishing his talk, and that is no fun. We did not want to leave it on that note. So we want to thank Rick for his grace in handling that situation, and also for your patience. Overwhelmingly, everyone has come up to me and be like, how does it end? How does it end? How do we get the rest of Rick's talk? So I think Rick put it best when he said, my talk is just suspended. I'll be finishing the rest of it tomorrow. So here to give the epic resolution to async React, please welcome back to the stage, Rick Hanlon.
Where was I? All right. Demo time. Okay, can everybody see my screen? Okay, font's good? Perfect. How's that? Okay, so we have a little demo app here. It's a to-do app with a React course. And in the app, you can check off some items. 1, 2, 3. Right now, there's no network lag, so everything's synchronous and it works great. This app is written in like React 16 features where you're fetching in a use effect. So I would call this like a synchronous React. You're not using any of the new async stuff. So you get the home tab here. We have some query params with searches and tabs. You have a use effect that fetches whenever those change. And we have a couple of callbacks here for when the search changes, we update the router. When a tab changes, we update the router. Pretty simple stuff. So what's the problem with this app? The problem with this app, and I built a little network debugger here down at the bottom. The problem is if we start slowing down network, we're going to start seeing some janky experiences. Oh, what happened? Did you see that? Let me check these off again. 1, 2, 3. So they checked, and then they cleared, and then it refetches, and then it pops back in. That's not great. What other kind of problems can we find? So let's say I check off some of these. Let's check them all off. And then we go to the In Progress tab. Yeah, this is not working very good for us. Let's try the Complete. Let's say check some of these off, and then go to the Complete tab. Yeah, it's pretty janky. So how do we fix these features with modern React? Well, let's start with the Complete button. So we've heard about these things called transitions. And we're kind of manually managing our transition state here. What if we did this with one of these new features? So we can change this is pending to a start transition. Great. And start transition provides a pending state for us. So we can move the complete into the transition, delete this. And now we don't have to manage the pending state ourselves, which is nice. But let's see how it performs. So now let's click one of these. Oh. Kind of has the same experience. So as I mentioned earlier in my talk, these are not one-off features where you can just drop them in somewhere and they just work for that one specific use case. This is an entire re-architecture of how you think about building your apps by building them async first.
So the problem here is we've added start transition, but it still performs the same as before, because fundamentally the issue is here in our use effect. We're not fetching the data until after we've already committed the results to the screen. Once we've committed the results of the completed state to the screen, then we fetch to get the new data. And you can solve this with a lot of different techniques, like doing a client-side cache and using a store, and when it updates, you update your client cache. But that has problems in terms of maybe you have different tabs open, or there's different users changing the data. And that's why you'll end up hitting a lot of cases where you have conflicts with the server and the data that's actually in the database. So it's actually best to refetch everything from the server, but if you're going to refetch everything from the server, you need something to coordinate it for you. So let's replace this effect. And let's do that with suspense. So I'm going to do a little caching for promises. If anybody's familiar with use, you got to cache your promises. And that means we can delete some of this code. Let's delete this effect. Don't need that anymore. Let's update our revalidate function to clear the cache whenever we revalidate, and then when we update, we'll need to do that in a transition, just so that it's combined with any other transitions that we have. And our app's going to be broken for a minute. And then we can go to our lesson list. And now we don't have our lessons, because we deleted it from above, but we can just use those. And now we don't need this fallback here. We can delete this. We can use suspense for our fallback. See if I missed anything. I did miss this. Got to delete that. All right, so now we have this nice loading state with suspense. And you know what, while we're here, let's also add an animation. Let's get crazy. I heard this view transition API is pretty dope, and I can just do one line, right? Oh, that's really nice. It's pretty sick. All right, so now how is our transition working for the checking done? Let's try it. Nice. Mark these 3 done, it waits, it refetches, and then they fade in all at the same time. And there's been some controversy with the batching behavior in React, but one of the things that you can see in this example is that, and if I slow this down a little bit so we can run it a little bit more often, is that when you're doing animations, it's actually really nice to be able to do the animation all together rather than staggering the animations just because you want to try to do it as fast as you can. Because especially when you're using the view transition API, the view transition API in the browser doesn't allow you to run 2 view transitions in parallel. So if you try to do it as fast as possible, you'll end up delaying it in sequence. So if you have a 200 millisecond animation, it'll take 600 milliseconds to run each of those animations in sequence. So this is really nice and really optimized. What about the problem that we were seeing earlier, where I check something done and then I go to the complete tab? Did we fix that? I don't think so. Let me change some of these settings. Let's say our mutation takes a while, but our fetch is really fast. Maybe we're going in and out of a subway and we got spotty network, and or the server's taking longer for mutations than it is for fetches because the fetches are cached. If we do that, then we can uncheck a bunch of these and then go to in progress. One immediate problem is that when I switch to the in progress tab, we see the suspense fallbacks. And we can fix that with transition. So let's go to our tab change, and when the tab changes, let's do a start transition. So now when we change these tabs, those will happen in a transition in the background. We'll uncheck these, go to all. So let's see if we fix this problem yet, where when we check something off and go to another tab, we don't see the results, and then they pop in. Go to 1, 2, 3, go to complete. All right, that's pretty good. 1, 2, 3, we'll go back. I'll show it one more time, because it might be subtle and hard to notice, but when I click the items and check them off, you'll notice at the bottom, the network for the mutations are happening, and then the UI doesn't update until the last fetch happens, and that allows you to go to the complete tab all at once with the items that you've already checked completed with. So check, 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 and then switch, and it waits. I missed one of those clicks. It waits and then it updates it. But this still isn't a great experience. Did anybody notice that the tab, when I selected it, didn't change? So this is kind of a foot gun with transitions, is that since the update to the tab state is in a transition, it's not going to commit until everything else commits. All right, let's fix that. So we can fix that with a new API called useOptimistic. So let's do const So for useOptimistic, you pass in the actual value, which is the current tab, and then it gives you an optimistic value. That is the value that's rendered while the transition is in progress. Here we can do set optimistic to the value. And then, since we want the tab to update immediately, we go to the tab here, we set the optimistic tab. Okay. And now, when we change tabs, let me slow this down. Now when we change tabs, we get immediate feedback on which tab is selected, but it still will wait and suspend when we change to the tab. But we're not showing any pending state. One of the things about optimistic updates that are interesting is that if I change to the in progress tab quick enough here, this is showing just the results. But that wasn't the in progress tab. Sometime later, the in progress tab comes in and flips it, which is not a great experience. So you want to be able to show some kind of pending state, even when you're using optimistic updates. And that's not always the case. So for like an Instagram like, where you can kind of just hack it and the user doesn't really need to know that something in the background is happening. Like, it's not confusing if they don't know that, it's fine. But in this case, if I click on the complete tab, that's cache, so it didn't work. If I click on the complete tab, then if there's no feedback that something in the background is happening, that's not great. So we can solve that. We have this tab list component has a is pending. Tab equals, when the tab is not equal to the optimistic tab, we can show a pending state. And now when we change tabs, we get this nice like glimmer effect that lets you know that that tab is loading in. Cool. We're adding a lot of code for all of this, all these features. There's one more thing that we want to do. Because if you noticed in the code here, our search is not using transitions. So what's that going to look like? Well, if I search here, we get this forced fallback state, which for transitions or for suspense, if a suspense boundary is updated synchronously and suspend synchronously, it forces the fallback. But while we're typing into the search bar, we still want to be able to see something. Like, I was looking at a list. Why would you completely hide it and cover it up? So we can fix that again with transitions. So let's do a start transition just around here. Oh, I need to also pass our tab. Yeah, see, these transition APIs are hard to use. Let's go in and add optimistic state for our search. Because one of the things the thing that's happening here is, since we updated the search in a transition, now we lose the immediate typing because the search field is controlled by the URL param. So as I type here, I can't type anymore. You can't see it, but I'm typing and nothing happens. And then at the end, it'll go through. And so we have to solve this in some way. And we're going to solve it by updating the search bar optimistically, the search input. And I need to pass our current optimistic values whenever we change the params. And then finally, I will need to do the search, optimistic search, into our search bar. Let's go ahead and add our pending state. And let's see how we're doing now. So here we can search for suspense. We get this nice glimmer state and a loading indicator while it's loading. No results because I spelled suspense wrong. But we can go back and we see suspense. So this is a great experience, but this code is like hard. It's like, it was even hard for me. I was talking to somebody and they were like, "You're gonna do this like live?" Doing all these features live is like stressful, and trust me, it is. It is like, is this the future of React? Is this what they spent 10 years building? No. So I'm going to show you what this is going to look like in the next few years. Let's say instead of implementing all of this ourselves, we implement our own data fetching library. And we implement a suspense-enabled router. These are the two layers on the outside of your product code, right? So the router is going to take all of your, inside of your event handlers, you're going to tell the router to do something. So that's on the outside of your product code. And the data fetching, when you first load, you're going to fetch things into your product code. So if those, let's make those layers use async React and use these features out of the box. And then let's do one other thing. Let's have our design components use action props by default and build all these features of optimistic updates and transitions and all these async features into the design component layer. Because again, in our product code, we don't have to write all those things. We just want it to work as async by default and all the immediate feedback working. So what does that look like? Well, I'm going to just like delete a ton of code. And the way I'm going to do that is by doing action props. So here, let's do action. So if you're not familiar, action props are a pattern that we introduced in React 19 that calls your callback inside of start transition already. So you can do things like await mutations or navigate, and all the transition and the async stuff is already handled under the hood. So that means that we can, and we use a action suffix to indicate that it's inside of an action, so you know it's async, and so you know it's inside of a transition. So let's do complete action. So since we know this is inside of a transition, we don't need this start transition. And since this is using an action prop, this button component should already handle its own loading state. So we don't need to handle it. We can just delete all of that. And now let's see what else we can delete. Let's delete our suspense. Our data fetching layer already handles suspense by default, so we don't need to suspend ourselves. Let's do data.getLessons here. And then on our revalidate, we can do revalidate. Oh, and I'm going to have a syntax error if I don't fix this, or a import error if I don't delete that import. Where were we? Perfect. And now we have all these optimistic updates. We can delete those. We have these transitions. We can delete those and rename this to search action. Don't need that. And our router doesn't need us to do this anymore because it's suspense enabled. Tab change, so let's rename this to tab action. And let's delete this, and this, and this. And now we can just pass our search value. We don't need to pass an optimistic value. We don't need a pending. We just need a change action prop. And same thing here, we can just pass our tab. We don't need an is pending. And we just need a change action prop. And let's see if we have the same experience as before. Let's slow this down a little bit. I missed one. Give me 1 second. Oh, up? Oh, which one? Oh, I see. No, that's right. Oh, I hit this earlier. Well, fortunately, I have a backup. I know what it was. No, I don't. So this should have the same experience as before. I don't know why my completes aren't working. but I'll figure that out later. So the point of this demo is that with all of the code that we wrote before, with all the manual use optimistics and all the manual start transitions, you can build the same experience as before without my bug. Huh? Oh. Yep, that was it. Thank you. Yeah, I'll post the code later. All right. So the point here is that with this little amount of code, you just declaratively say in your search action, set the params, and then change action, set the params. You're not writing all of the async features yourself. You put these layers into, you put those features into the other layers, the design components, the router, and the data fetching, and then you can just write your code with what you want it to do, and everything gets coordinated for you automatically, which is better for humans, but it's also going to be better for AI. So that's the demo. So, we started a while ago. This is async React. And we've seen what's possible with async React. We can write our code without thinking about whether it's sync or async. And React will automatically optimize it to a great user experience. At the core of async React is transitions. Transitions coordinate all of the async React features into smooth loading sequences. Inside a transition, use optimistic allows you to give immediate feedback to the user that's local to their interaction. Suspense allows you to provide a loading state when new content loads in. And view transitions allow you to animate the final result. Using these features provides an intentionally designed optimal loading experience without flickering or things popping in randomly. But as network speeds up, your app can automatically perform as if it's synchronous without loading states. This is the vision for the future of React. The vision's not complicated. The vision is not that it's complicated or hard to understand or requires a PhD in React. It's simple declarative code that just works. We've taken one step backwards, and it's been messy, but we're ready to take 2 steps forward. So how are we going to do it? We need 3 things. We need async support in our design component libraries with action props by default, optimistic updates by default, and new design patterns for loading states while work happens in the background. We need our routers to support async by default, which means using transitions by default and activity configs for rendering different apps, different routes in the background, and transition types for standard route navigation animations. And we need our data fetching libraries to support async React by default. And that means suspending by default and providing options for preloading by default so you can have faster loads and patterns for refetching. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to start a new working group it's called the Async React Working Group. In this working group, we want to help support the community in understanding these patterns and how to roll them out in routers, data libraries, and design components. And we also want to work with educators and folks that are teaching the community to how to explain these patterns and how to build them into their app. Finally, I just want to say thank you to everyone who's worked on all these features over the years. I especially I want to say thank you to Seb. Seb, you started us on this journey 10 years ago, and it hasn't always been easy, and it's been messy, but you're an inspiration to all of us, and we thank you all for everything you've done. Thank you.
This is the sad part. It's like, we're at the end. We're at the end. Everyone in my life says that I'm like a super good summer camp friend. I'm good for like 48 hours and then like not good after that. So I'm glad that we got to share a fabulous 48 hours together. You get the best of me. Thank you. One more announcement. We have in the back, I think there's a business center atrium or whatever. If there are any lost items that you find, you can put them back there. If there are any lost items that you discover you no longer have with you, they will be back there as well. We have one last event, just a cocktail hour right over here for 1 hour, and then it'll be bye-bye. We'll see you next year. Okay, so hey, man, this is gonna be fun. So at the beginning of this conference, I asked you to co-create with us to make the best React Conf ever. And you did an amazing job. I've had so much fun with you. You've listened to all my stories that go nowhere, my terrible AI jokes, and we learned a handful of new chants together, didn't we? Nice. Together, we have been able to celebrate a decade of React Confs, which is absolutely incredible. And we're ushering in a new era of React through the React Foundation, a new era of collaboration, a new era of discovery through Async React. It takes hundreds of people spending thousands of hours to bring a conference like this together. So join me in one round of applause for everyone who might not have been mentioned, who brought this thing together and created an amazing event. Personally, I want to thank the React team. 10 years ago, I finagled my way into a ticket to a conference that I had no business being at. And for 10 years, man, I've just developed some of the best friendships of my life. And I'm so excited that you are now part of that. Through just hanging out at conferences like this, doing the React podcast for a couple years, working on the React documentary, and now emceeing this event, it has been an honor of my life to help tell the story of React. So thank you to the React team for involving me and letting me participate in such a unique way. With that said, we only have one thing left to do. And I think you know what it is. We just need to, it's time to go, so we need to let out a huge let's go and then get out of here. So on the count of three, everybody stand up. You're gonna stand up anyway. Okay, and remember, when you say let's go, to get a really good let's go, you gotta kind of like flex the go, okay? So on the count of three, everybody get ready. Counting down from three, sorry. Counting down from three. 3, 2, 1, let's go! Thank you everyone for a great ReactConf 2025.
Can we get one more big round of applause for Michael Chan for taking us through 2 amazing days? Best MC ever. Thank you, brother. We'll see you at the cocktail hour.
you.